Oops, is this working? Yep. Okay, we're live. Look at some experiments real quick that ran overnight. So we got the thing to do, reasonably well. Doesn't quite full solve the end, it's very close. But the sweeps also did something weird. So I think we're gonna just fiddle with this for a little bit. We're gonna see if we can get a param set that does solve the end. And if not, we're gonna see if we can figure out why and if there are any improvements we can make. As the plan for right now. It's that time of day where I have like the sun perfectly on my monitor. Okay, so did you earn much XP yesterday? Um, I don't know. I did some intervals and I did some lifting, so I guess I got a little bit of what would that be? A little bit of stam XP and a little bit of strength XP or whatever. Yeah. What did the sweep do that was weird? Well, it pushed entropy all the way down to the bottom for no reason. Like, you can see that it doesn't work here. It pushed it all the way to this max. And I don't know why it did this. You can see the algorithm does keep finding better stuff, but it looks like there's like a drift. I think it's because it couldn't fully solve the end and it hit the compute limit. Like, it kept trying more stuff over here. Do you have logs? Something useful? Well, all this state information is what you see here, right? I'm just gonna have to do a little bit of thinking to see why that is possible. I've seen carbs do the same thing. Definitely seen carbs do the same thing. Let's see what that does. Whoops. So obnoxious. Let's have to reboot the container. Turn the light on. Yeah, that doesn't help remotely, does it? I'd have to like really crank this thing. Ah, still no. That's crazy. Yeah, it's just that time of day where there's a ton of glare. It'll be gone in like half hour. Rendering ideas. You can blend stuff. Um, you can get a static effect, yeah. I guess technically you could lerp over time. It depends how much stuff you're applying it to, whether that's a good idea. I had a chat with the Neptune folks as well yesterday. Maybe they'll integrate some of these features. We'll see. Oops. Let's hope so. Okay, so let's take a look at. Here is this one. And then these ones. That's going to be too many charts. I mean, is it just me, or does it look like these just need a little bit more time? Or is it that they all have this shape because they need the annealing? I mean, they all have like a similar sort of structure to them. And this one, not bad. It just takes longer, right? Takes a little longer. So you do get stable learning out of this thing. It's weird that it doesn't quite solve it, though, isn't it? That is weird. Let's go back to. Let's go look at one of our good runs. This one. Here we go. So this one has a very solid curve here. Sample. We clearly have actually a pretty stable stable gamma range, isn't it? I'd like to know the cost of these. So I can just filter this by, hang on, how would I do this? Just filter by cost less than 100. This freaking query builder never works. What features? I mean, I asked him for stuff like the heat map. I just gave him general feedback on some stuff that could be, cleaner with Neptune and the API as well. Okay. Okay, so here are our points. This is how we're going to have to do this. See, this tells a little bit of a different story, doesn't it? You can actually now see that the best ones are clustered up at around 0.975. Lambda doesn't really matter at all. So 0.01. Maybe we get something out of this, right? And then the learning rate, 0.003 to 0.01. Very high learning rate, potentially. Very high learning rate. What did we get in ours? Yeah, ours was a lot different, right? We got this specific learning rate here. Different valve coefficient, different gradient norms. Slightly. A little bit of drift. It's 2048 M's with 8192 mini batch, right? G6. Eight one nine two. 3 update epochs though. There's some trade-off, it looks like. How long was this run? 100 seconds. So there is some trade-off here. So I think what you want to do it's a very clean return at least. What's this train at? About 1 million? Two update epochs. 8192 mini batch. This one got 501, right? Let me see. Grams. Whose work have you been most impressed with over the last month? Oh man, you know, stuff doesn't happen in RL on the scale of there's something every month. There really isn't something every month. There was a cool result from Eugene was on. A lot of the stuff Eugene's been involved in has been pretty good. There was a fun paper that basically showed that PPO kind of beats all the fancy algorithms that were designed over the last decade to do better. That's a fun one. The Apple paper on driving was really good. It's not to be clear though. Let me show this. This one. this is not like a Tesla competitor thing at all. I mean, you can tell because they kind of killed their self-driving. But it is like a really clean. It's like a really clean, somewhat smaller scale approach. See how fast this runs. About the same, 900K. And what was this one running at before? Up a little early today, baking bread. Almost same speed. No, not really. I used to would grill once in a while. That's it. Company secured a 250 mil contract. Very good. Well, that tells you there's a market for it. Well, and then do it better, right? Get the contract. Okay, so that is kind of interesting that I can just fiddle with hyperparameters and end up with something better. Well, maybe not better. Let's see. I just kind of want to fiddle with this for a little bit before we do it automated. Yeah. It's kind of funny with how it's like there are companies that are purely like they purely exist for government contract, right? That does. Oh yeah, I'm sure. I just wish the process were more efficient. Well, this does seem remarkably quite stable, but it's not really getting better. So presumably this is the scaling of the discounts, right? Evaluate, design, test, and simulation. Oh yeah. Well, RL has to be more stable and consistent, right, to do that stuff quickly, which is what I'm working on. I have no opposition to defense tech. I have no idea why it's like it's considered taboo in a lot of academic circles, but it's like, would you like there not to be defense? Right? It doesn't really make much sense to me. There's definitely something up with the learning rate here. 71. And what was the learning rate that we used in this other one? It was even higher, wasn't it? Holier than thou. Well, some of them are, right? But some of them are just like, I don't know, they're also just like a bunch of really unassuming people in academia who just like don't want to think about conflict at all, you know? It's like, it seems kind of silly to me. Well, or strength is necessary to deter conflict. I'm interested to see how much this spikes up at the end, because that will tell me that there's a learning rate thing going on. So that will be a separate consideration here. I will say this thing is remarkably stable. Okay, no, that one's just worse. But the thing is, it's not even like horribly worse. It's not like the curve crashes or anything. Okay, so let me now think about 975. Okay. Oh, I didn't need to do that. That's way easier, right? Okay. So that's what a normal discount factor looks like. Okay, so this is what we have. It's a really sharp fall off, followed by a gradual fall off. I don't know why it should be that sharp. Let's see if it changes over time. Doesn't really change very much, does it? Maybe it got a little bit higher, but then it got lower in places as well. Ah, that's better, right? It does go up. Hopefully we get one more sample in here. About the same. Hopefully we get that last sample. Perfect. Yeah, it went back up, up even a little bit more. Okay, so if we compare here, this portion feels reasonable to me. Got an undergrad, told me to work to free. Yeah, I had to be careful with that. That gets you in trouble if you have a company. Google labor laws or anything. It is actually illegal to have people work for free, so you have to be a little careful. I'm not saying it's not done all the time, but you gotta be a little careful. Yeah, you gotta be careful with those ones in particular because they're like the easiest lawsuits ever to win. If you are wanting to be paid and you get I think it might be state dependent, but I think you get like triple damages in many cases. So you end up getting somebody working for free and then they sue you for three times the amount that you would have paid them or whatever. And based on performance. I mean, I'm not a lawyer. I think it's something like you have to. The thing is, it's not that difficult problem to solve when you have any amount of money to be paying people because you don't have to be paying people at market rate. So you literally like it is valid to pay people like a minimum wage plus bonuses. That is valid. But anyways, I'm not a lawyer. Go look that stuff up. I do think it is valuable for anybody who wants to start a company to take one business law course. That's what I did. Um, it just is like, it's not going to let you know the answer to everything, but it's going to let you go, okay, maybe there's a problem that's going to get me in trouble there later. Just do your homework, right? The thing is, for an undergrad, that actually might be nice because like undergrads are very happy to have 600 bucks a month. It depends on yeah. Well, careful because using Claude for legal advice, right? Also, generally keep stuff to 20 hours a week or whatever because part time you do not owe benefits, at least on paper, right? Oh, that's fun. Go enjoy. I used to be a really good skier, um, but that was when I was like, I used to weigh about 140 pounds for most of my adult life. I was really skinny. Um, and it turns out skiing is really easy when you're just very light. Uh, Even going from 140 to 180, just the 40 pounds, and it's a whole different world. It's freaking hard. I never understood how people got hurt skiing either. And then it's like, oh, 320? Yeah, it's hard. That's a hard sport. You said you were doing rugby before, though. Yeah, I think you'll do pretty well there. Freaking mow people down. Hey, what's up? Not too much. We're currently looking at the results of the new RL algorithm I've been working on. We're looking at this is the discount factor that would be used in PPO to weight the importance of samples. The new algorithm learns an importance factor, and this is what it's learned. It's not working quite as well as PPO yet, but that's what we're looking at. First thing I'd like to know is why there's such a massive gap between the first sample and the second sample, right? I guess it's entropy. Is it because you have a stochastic policy? No, that wouldn't make sense. You should still be able to predict this. So there's this massive gap, and I don't know why. Is there anything special about the first time step? Oh yeah, I got the CUDA kernel for this working reasonably well yesterday as well. So this is it. It's not very long. V standard deviation. Gamma over, oh, we can do this. Yeah, I mean, so this shows you right here that the gap comes from the value standard deviation. But then why does it, right? Why? The fall off is pretty smooth everywhere else. Pretty smooth. Kind of unrelated. How do you manage your time? I really don't, to be honest. Every time I try to do something very structured, I lose productivity. So basically, all I do is if I have things that need to be done immediately, I do them. Otherwise, I just take the top five most important things, right? And I do whichever one is interesting me on this particular day. That's all. I don't really keep a calendar other than like making sure I don't miss meetings. Um, And in fact, I wish I had even less structure than this, right? I think it would be even more productive for me if I had just absolutely no obligations with the company. I think I even do better there because I would be like even more just willing to like, that's an interesting idea. Maybe I'll just do that today, right? And that's honestly where a lot of the breakthroughs come from, is just like people having time. Like if you actually care about what you're doing, right? And you just have time to say, hmm, there's a thread there. I want to spend some time just pulling on that thread. Well, that's really the ideal. If you are motivated in research, that's the ideal schedule, right? And this is why I think a lot of people like me don't really do well in big company environments or whatnot, because it's like there's no bandwidth for me to do anything, right? It's like, okay, do A and then B and then C. It's like, okay, you didn't need to do A, B, or C. You just needed to think a little bit and just jump straight to D, right? That is all I do. I mean, things will change depending on what I'm working on, right? At the moment, I'm in a research cycle. So I'm trying to make some breakthroughs on this stuff. And I'm kind of just thinking about all this stuff in the back of my head all the time. You know, I come up with stuff while I'm running, I come up with stuff in between doing other things to try. Later things will change a little bit, right? If I'm doing like business stuff for Puffer, that's going to be more scheduled because it can be. If I'm doing engineering stuff, then it's a lot more clear cut where it's just like, yeah, just clear schedule, sit down and do it for, a week at a time or however much I can do. But no, the stuff that I've built does not come from time management. No. I don't know. I was always sort of confused with that stuff. Like very often, I remember when I got to university, it's like, oh, you need to manage your time, you need to manage this and that. It's like, well, if I just like get the assignment or get the thing that I have to do, and I immediately go home and work on it for 8 hours, then I'm not going to have a time management problem in a week because it's going to be done, right? So it's kind of if you're just constantly working on stuff, you make progress. The one thing is I do try to avoid forcing it. Like forcing intellectual work just doesn't work, right? Like if I'm not in the mood to be doing something, it's like, okay, I've got to get myself in the mood to do something. I can't just push through it. So whether that's I got to go just take some time to get some exercise in, I need to get some rest or whatever, you want to be in a good focus state. Money off of people. People make money off of all types of stupid shit, right? Who cares? I do actually want to solve this today. So I'm trying to figure out why why is there such a big difference between the standard deviation of the first term and the second term? All this is supposed to be is uh, a prediction of how well it's a prediction of how often you're going to get a reward. Here, values mean 0. Oh, okay. Well, the mean is totally different. Wait, is this really noisy? Is this like really noisy? Wait, did it miss it? Confused here. Did it get it wrong by a couple places or something? Looks like it. Where's reward block set? right here. We should make sure this is correct. And we need to make sure this is correct. I think it is, because the way that we log stuff, we log observation and then the reward at that time step together. So you do need to go ahead by 1. Okay. And why is this prediction so far off then? Is this the same for... Here's the standard D of the second sample. It's going to be the same because this one is only learned as a fixed value. Here's value means for the sample 1. You see it went up a ton, right? The first one went up a ton. Interesting. So it wasn't able, no, it didn't go up a ton. Wait, what? That's so weird. Is the value function just really bad? Is the value loss really bad? I mean, there's clearly something wrong here, right? How about values mean of 2? This one will be interesting because there's no longer any reward to get, right? Okay, so to its credit, it does drop by a ton. So it has some understanding. Hey, how are things going today? They're going. We have initial results on this. They're passable. They're not quite what we get out of PPO yet, but I think we're getting closer. We're definitely getting closer. This values mean is very weird. Okay, what if we do a 3? Does it know for sure? Ah, it does fall. Okay. So I think what's happening here, let me try 4. Yeah, so what I think is happening here is it knows roughly when it's going to get a reward. It just doesn't know exactly when, right? Because if you look at this, okay, this is actually kind of cool. So you're going to get a reward the next step. So you can see that there's a high value here. It's 1 step early. Then there's a high value when you get the reward. It actually peaks here. And then it drops quite a bit 1 step after. And then it's dropped like basically all the way down 1 step even after that. So it knows it's going to get a reward somewhere in there, but it doesn't know exactly when. That's probably just why there's so much uncertainty. Um, yeah, that's probably just why there is so much uncertainty, right? Is that it doesn't even know when it's going to get a reward at the moment. So yeah, it's going to be even more uncertain about the reward one step in the future. Though the difference is quite extreme here. It's a cool qualitative result, but we have to figure out how to make this thing now actually work. Maybe that's an objective on the value function. I'll be back in a few. I'm gonna do a couple quick things. I'll be right back. 5-10 minutes ish. Okay. Is this advantage function what it should be? Is this advantage function what it should be? So I guess there was kind of something before to predicting sums. If you predict the sum of the rewards instead of the rewards, if the sum moves by a place, it's still fine. But that came with a ton of problems predicting sums. Hang on, we still get this in the advantage estimation, don't we? Yeah, we still get this in the advantage estimation. Okay, the advantage estimation itself is fairly robust. So it's probably the learning of the value function that's bad then, right? Yeah. It's probably this. Because you can see it's like this distribution that is learned is controlled by the value function. I mean, is controlled by the value loss. And the value loss at the moment is required to predict each individual term. Is there a better way to do this? It is kind of tricky. Yeah, you still want to be predicting. You're predicting the right thing. It's just very high variance. So let me explain what's happening here. Okay. So do I have? I kind of have this up here. So you get this value prediction at each time step, and you get this sigma at each time step, right? And what happens though is like your reward function is going to look something like this. So this is where your reward is. And then the value function, it has to guess where this is. So like if the value function guesses this, then this looks just as wrong as guessing over here. Okay? So like the value function has to figure out how to put mass around where it thinks the reward is, but you're not capturing this locality. Written agreement of unpaid work. Interesting. I don't think that's a valid contract. There's no consideration. I was pretty sure a valid contract, both parties need to receive something of value, not equal value, but something of value. So I don't think it's a valid contract. Um, but I don't know. If it's a training program, that sometimes can be, but I don't know. In order for it to qualify, I mean, there are like specific training programs. I don't know if in general it just works though. Like you can just do that. If there's a clear-cut mentorship relationship, maybe, but I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Like I say, all I know is I can like look at stuff and go, there's something you should probably double check there. I can't give you the answer straight out. Lawyer friend says it's fine, then maybe. Let me write this loss. See, it's tricky because we still need to be predicting the mean value. I think you do still end up with the same value even if you sum, right? What's the actual standard deviation of rewards here? So this is the actual standard deviation. So like it is substantially more confident than the actual underlying standard deviation. And you can see it decays back up to that underlying standard deviation. It is still weird though that there is that much of a gap from the first to the second. There really shouldn't be. Otherwise, you'd expect it to be sort of similar thereafter. There's not something I'm screwing up specifically with the first element. That's the only thing I'm worried about here. would only be able to be in the reward block, right? Mask gets set to 1. Okay, the other option is what allows it to be more confident here than in the previous ones. I don't see anything. Really don't. Value loss is just computed as new value mean, reward block, new value variance. What application are you most excited to see RL applied to on a wide scale? The thing is, it's not really one application as much as it's. I'm excited to see RL fill in a whole bunch of gaps where people are like trying to hammer LLMs in and they make absolutely no sense. Like probably a whole bunch of industrial processes, just like random industrial processes that are behind a lot of the production of goods. Um, I think you can make, there are like just a lot of random unintuitive processes that you can make much, much more efficient. That's something I'm going to be excited for. But at the moment, this is really just like, how do we get this field stable enough that we can actually do all of that? This like core stability of RL is still the main issue here. Control systems, yeah. It's just like the problem with RL is that it works, but it only works if you have a PhD in RL fiddle with it for a few months. And it needs to kind of just work if you have, a decently qualified person with some sort of background whatsoever in AI fiddle with it for like a day. So that's what we're trying to get to. And I think it is pretty close. I need to get this algorithm to work. I need to really refine the hyperparameter sweep stuff. I need to run benchmarks on all of our M's. There are a couple small other things, and we'll be pretty well there. So much science will be done. We are going to get there this year. That's the exciting thing. Like it's very clearly in sight at this point. This is not just like some long-term goal. But there are some tricky things to figure out. Yeah, so I don't see where this would be going wrong. That's what I'm experiencing now. Yep. Well, I mean, you're in the right spot then, right? This is the goal of Puffer, is to fix reinforcement learning. Implying that it's broken, because it absolutely is. Doesn't mean the tech doesn't work. It works fantastically. It's just too fiddly to actually get it there for any given problem. So this new function here, this new loss function, um, it is directly trying to predict the reward at the next n time steps. That's the idea. And it has both a mean and a variance associated with it. I don't see anything that would make the next sample be way more confident. Because four students getting their masters, awesome. So reward block gets rewards of t+1. And, you know, it is actually really weird to me. It's still not putting a big value on the value mean, right? Because it doesn't know exactly where the reward is going to be. So maybe this is just me trying to debug a very noisy system. But then why is the noisy system still substantially more confident in the first noisy prediction than the second noisy prediction? It's difficult to know if this is actually like a sign of a problem that I can track or this is a distraction. V plus equals gamma times values mean. Index. And this definitely looks correct to me. Is there some like weird edge case that's screwing it up? Like if maybe we go back to the other test real quick. I wonder if we have this anywhere. Doesn't look like it. What's the CUDA compile command? I forget this. Oh, it is just NVCC. Cool. Oh, test. Okay. We get the CUDA test. Welcome YouTube folks. Welcome Twitch folks. Popular Wednesday or whatever it is. Quick overview of what we're doing at the moment. This is a new reinforcement learning algorithm. It is effectively an improvement on generalized advantage estimation, which is probably one of the most core fundamental things because it's the main component of PPO, which is the most commonly used algorithm. It has not been improved upon since it was originally published in 2017, and there really haven't been any general algorithm enhancements since then. Right now, it's at least 10. Captain. So what we're trying to do at the moment is we're trying to learn the discount factors, essentially. We're trying to learn the weighting that you should assign to the reward to come over the next n points. And the hope in doing that is we'll be able to remove the hyperparameters gamma and lambda, which are very difficult to tune and cause a bunch of problems. And also that the agent will be able to learn credit assignment over different time horizons, depending on where it is in the environment. So environments that have like short-term, medium-term, long-term credit assignment problems, it should be able to adaptively learn all of these. This is the goal. It's just like a very flexible general algorithm if we can get it working correctly. That wasn't the JE paper, so whoops. We have these learned discount factors. Where are they? Yeah, here are the learned discount factors. And these ones actually look pretty good up to here, but then there's a big gap here, and I don't know why. And also, since there are a bunch of folks live, I will just mention all the stuff here. This is all open source at puffer.ai. You can go check it out on the GitHub, start the repo to help us out. And we've also got a Discord where there's all sorts of live open source dev you can get involved with. You can follow on X for more as well. Back to code. Okay, so I want to first try what happens if I do this. Okay, this still works, right? And if I do this, it should not work. Uh-oh. Wait, maybe is that correct? No, that is wrong, right? Well, it depends. It actually kind of depends on how you're computing observations, doesn't it? Oh, wait, maybe this is the issue. This could actually be, I have a theory here. So there's this little detail where you get a done signal, right? And then there's this little detail of whether you observe like a done state or whether you reset the env and get the next observation. But what I'm thinking is that if you get the next observation after the reset, then you're very clearly going to be able to tell that the environment changed completely. Because you're like the state's going to hop, right? It's going to hop back to the reset state. That could screw it up. Is there a specific way I should be handling this? Let me see. I want to keep that window. I think I've tried to go through this several times is the thing. So you get oops. Get obs1. becomes n. And then the dones are like 0. You get 1. Then what do you do here? Well, it's a little bit more complicated than this, isn't it? Because actually what happens is you get like this, O1, O2, O3, and you actually get like R2, R3, R4. I think that the correct thing to do here, technically, right, would you do OT, terminal, and it's already be flip-flopping, free in a few hours. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, free for a few hours. Okay. Yeah, I can do that. Let me finish my thoughts on this real quick, and then we will do that. I probably should at least take a little break and grab breakfast, though the stream's doing well, so we might have to just start on it, and then I'm going to see how I'm feeling, and if, I have to take a break halfway through, we might have to take a break halfway through. Does this thing that I have on screen make sense, though? The thing is, I don't know if this is actually the problem. It would actually seem kind of unlikely that this is the problem, right? Actually, maybe not. Because you do get a negative reward for dying, don't you? So you would be able to predict... You'd probably be able to predict the reward for dying perfectly, wouldn't you? How's this implemented in Breakout right now? Okay, so it resets. And it gives you the reward. So right now what happens is you get... How does this make sense? Eating. So wait, you get O. Art class. Oh, because this is not. Hang on. Yeah, because there is no RT, right? This is 0. So the way that we have it right now is R1. And this gets shifted. Is there a problem with this? I don't think there is, right? Yeah, because you're using the last observation to predict the next reward. I mean, we could test this to be fair, real quick. Just, real quick here. Oh, is there no negative reward for losing a life? I don't think there's a negative reward for losing a life. So it's moot. Yeah, there's no negative reward for losing a life. Okay, so this is net. It's kind of good. I'd rather not have to mess with that thing. So we still don't know what this is then, unfortunately. We still don't know why this is screwy. Um, this is going to get boring rather quickly, so here's what I'm going to propose. Since Captain is here, Captain has been working on this awesome new environment for quite a long time. It's a big chunk of code. Um, and it looks like we're finally going to review it and maybe PR it. So I'm going to take just a couple minutes, grab a new cup of tea, and then we will do that code review live on stream. So this will be like a pretty long form, go through a big project, big chunk of code, and yeah, there should be a lot of fun insights here. So I think Captain, if you go ahead and get that ready, I'll be back in a couple minutes, and then I think this will be a fun thing to do on stream. And I'll try not to be too much of a dick. Be right back. Okay. Is it open source yet? Everything's open source. Let me tweet this out that we're going to do this since this is kind of a fun thing. Can I have a screenshot for the tweet captain, or would you rather I not do that until we actually have it integrated? See if we get some people looking at stuff. Sure. Do we have one? Mega. All right. Yeah, let me know if you got one, and then we'll tweet this and we'll start this review. Linux wants to update my kernel. Boom, the whole thing crashes. No longer works with this version of Linux. GG. I get a screen in, then as soon as you're ready, we'll start this. I think this will be good for people looking to get into RL stuff. This is like massively more of a contribution than you need just to get started with Puffer. But still, I think this is going to be the longest line count in Puffer, longer than Neural MMO3. We'll see whether I agree that it needs to be longer than Neural MMO3. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, cool. You good?
Yep.
Are you good doing this live? I figured it would be fun for people because this is like super educational.
Yeah, no, that's great.
Awesome. And
All
then I
right.
owe Spencer GPU drive review too, so we have like thousands upon thousands of lines of code review to do.
Oh, he's made good progress on that already? Dang.
Yeah, he works quick.
Guess so. Okay. Do you mean to show you the link?
Yep, just so I can get maybe we get a couple more people looking at this, right?
Cool. Where do you want me to put it? In Twitch or Discord?
Doesn't matter.
All right, I'll just send it on Twitch.
It actually lets you send a link. That's cool.
Yeah, I've done it a couple times. It's never really gave me trouble.
And anywhere we can get a screening from this?
Probably if you just like build it and just run the game,
Okay,
or
so
I can just send you one if you
can
want.
you just send me one real quick so that we can,
Yeah.
if I can tweet it and then we can get this thing started properly?
Okay.
Shit, I do need a controller still. My bad on that. But
That's fine. I
we'll
kind of
get that.
sprang this on you.
The problem is if I get a controller, then I tend to re-download Dark Souls or Elden Ring. So
Yeah. All right, let me try and get a good action shot. The scripted bots are just doing their thing, so that's good.
Cool.
So I did want to let you know though, I haven't had time to fully get the neural networking in C, but I figured
That's
it'd still
okay.
take a while to go through all the env code,
Yeah, that's fine.
so cool.
As long as you actually have stuff training on it, which you do.
Yep. All right. Let me send this in Discord.
I mean, we'll do way more promo for you, and if you have an X, I can add you on there as well.
I do, but I haven't logged in a while.
Well, up to you if you want me to
Yeah, we
help
can.
promo because I am happy to do that. It's generally like if you are in AI and you are looking to get your work out there, it is mandatory.
Yeah, fair enough.
Do you have a handle for this?
It should just be at Captain Spacehook.
There you go.
Yeah. Thanks.
Cool. Well, this is awesome.
Yeah,
Welcome Twitch,
thanks.
folks. Yeah, there we go. So, let me see what the best way to start this is, because this one is so large that it's like it doesn't make sense to just be going through it on GitHub even, does it? I should probably like build this and play with it.
Yeah, I would that's what I was gonna recommend. I would recommend honestly like playing around in the game because if you don't have a sense for some of the ways different things interact, like some of the code will be like, I don't know, not making much sense, or you're just gonna be like, okay, why is there so much code for this? And it'll make more sense when you play it, basically.
Okay.
And you can get away with mouse and keyboard for now. I've actually gotten halfway decent at mouse and keyboard. It's just a little bit trickier, but it's doable. When I'm too lazy to like connect my controller sometimes.
I briefly hit gold in Overwatch over the weekend, so now I'm officially only a slightly below average gamer.
Oh, nice. Uh, what? How high up is that in rank? Is gold pretty low then, or is it like medium?
I think it's like average.
Okay.
All right. Uh, oops. And this is going to be dev branch, right? Or what branch you PR? What do you have this built off of?
Oh, so like I said, I haven't started working on the build yet.
Well,
Um,
what PufferLib branch were you working off of?
so I'm
When you
not
were training?
forked PufferLib yet, but I don't know.
Well, you trained it, right?
Yeah, I just trained it like I just copied CleanRL.
Like clean RL, not even clean PufferL?
Yeah, sorry. I copied clean PufferL and then I just import PufferL. I basically have like my own
Okay.
minimal
So, and
demo.py.
you got that from 2.0 probably?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. So we'll be on 2.0. Oh, I guess I don't even need it then. I see. Because you have it self-contained.
Yeah. So
Okay.
if
So
you
we'll get the
just
repo here.
yeah. And building should be pretty simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a building before when it was still in its infancy, so it should be really simple now. As long as yeah, you should be fine.
Is for folks watching, audio's working well for Discord call and everything? Because I'd like this to be a fun, like educational thing, and hopefully some people will get inspired to try to build some of their own M's off of this. You don't have to make anything remotely as complex as this, but it's a fun way to get involved. Yeah, working? Okay, great.
Yeah, I just really like the original game and thought it'd be cool to
Oh, it's
train
great.
AI on it.
It's
And
great.
yeah,
I
yeah.
got somebody to
I
introduce you to as well since you've been doing physics stuff in Puffer. I had a chat yesterday with the creator of Madrona, who's just defended his thesis, and he's got like an awesome like actual FPS that we're
oh
gonna look
wow,
at integrating with Puffer if you
that's
want to get
cool.
involved in that afterwards. He's a little loud though. Okay. Usually
Like
I'm the one who's a
literally
little
loud when he
loud.
talks, or just
I'll
like a
just
loud person?
I'll just no. I
Oh.
was reading that was I was reading the the YouTube comment on the audio levels.
Oh.
Tell me if that's better.
Okay. I'm a little loud, I
He's a
see.
little. I was talking with the majority. It's a little loud. No.
Yeah, I was like, what do you mean by that? Okay. I can
Can I
turn my
just
gain
pip
down if you
install
want.
this? Or what?
So just do make. Well,
Make.
wait. So if you just want to play it, do um shoot, you don't. Okay, let me see. Make I think release demo. Yeah, make release hyphen demo. Yeah, so this is gonna
Yeah.
download a pinned commit of Railroad in my box2d fork and then just
Yeah.
build it.
We'll save the whole CMake discussion until we actually see what it would look
Sure.
like. CMake
Yeah.
error could not find X11. The heck? There's definitely X11.
Huh.
Does not
I
work through Docker.
I thought I built it on box 2 and I've used it.
Could not
I don't
find
think I ran into this either.
3.22.1.
Yeah, no, CMake the CMake is fine. That you just have to apt install something. I remember running to this like once and like ChatGPT just gave me the package, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, this happened like one time. I can't remember when. Yeah, pretty rare though. It's a packaging issue, I guess.
libx11 dev.
Yeah, something like that. Yep.
I'm confused as to why that's needed specifically for this, but sure.
I guess Railib needs it.
libxrandar.
Oh wait, I actually might have a list of this in the Docker container I built at one point. This might save you some time. Do I still?
So the question is why these things are needed. Like if you're just using raylib, but libx cursor. Jeez.
I swear I had a Docker container at one point. Maybe that's weird. Okay. Yeah, maybe I just installed
There
this
we go.
on box 2. I don't know. And like now I don't have this problem. I'm not
Do you
sure.
have it rendering over SSH too?
No, I don't have it rendering. I just train it on box 2.
Okay.
But
Okay, so we have following variables
um,
are set to not found. OpenGL include dir.
yeah, I haven't seen this either. I guess okay, I guess it means it's trying to find OpenGL and can't. You probably need to install another package.
Is it just OpenGL?
OpenGL dev something. Yeah, just that's another LLM question, I think, because it's not like a simple name. One sec.
I hope this doesn't break NVIDIA drivers. Okay, Mesa. There. Got farther.
All
So there's
right, run it
definitely some
again because
setup
it.
stuff to fix here.
Yeah, I've run on multiple. It. I don't know. It. So yeah, I guess you have to have certain things installed, but
There should be like our
on.
nice new snazzy container as well. What is wrong here? Hang on.
I don't remember having this
Jar
issue
mod
on
load
box
file.
2.
What?
So so run it again, and it should just give you only the necessary. Yeah, it should like slim down. Okay, where's the actual error?
Unrecognized warning. That's just the warning. Wait, all warnings being treated as errors.
Oh, interesting. Okay, I haven't compiled with this old of a GCC in a while. Unrecognized,
GCC?
maybe.
I just
Yeah,
have whatever
so
default GCC is on here. I've got updated make. You need like a new GCC or a new Clang or something?
you shouldn't. I mean,
I
it
have
it definitely works.
It's Clang 14. It's probably old, right?
I don't know
I don't
how
know if it's
much.
using GCC or Clang.
It's using GCC. I saw at the beginning. It's like GCC 11, which is ancient.
Okay.
I mean, it
Is
might
that easy to
work.
update?
Uh, kind of. Well, Yeah, I'm wondering if something might. Honestly, I find it easier to update Clang, but whatever you want to do, because there's just like an apt package you can install.
For Clang?
Yeah, let me send you the link.
Thank you. So we'll just get this set up for now because I want to focus on the code today. But then the question mainly is going to be if you're just using, I mean, assumedly all this rendering stuff is not dependency for Box 2D. So, why are there all these additional dependencies if we're both just using Raylib, right?
I'm pretty sure these are just all the stuff you install at a Raylib dependency. Like Raylib uses X11, OpenGL, all that stuff.
Okay, so the setup
So
is just not like the setup file. Should I have to I'm confused because I have this is a Raylib valid container that I have here, right?
yeah, I'm not sure about that to be honest. You just need to, yeah, you need to install like
Yeah.
wget for some reason.
That's just not on the container. I think I have curl on the container, not wget.
Yeah, it's nice to have both because a lot of random stuff uses both.
Okay,
Okay,
so
yeah, Clang 18 is fine.
import apt no module. Oh, geez, this is like annoying Python thing, isn't it?
Yeah, this is a weird thing that happens in your container. That's
Um,
right. All right. It might be easier to do GCC because I don't know. This like script wants to use like apt repository. That's right. I did get it working. I did get GCC. Actually, you know what? If you just want to hop on box 2, I'm not using it and it just works on there.
okay, I can do that as well. Well, obviously
It
we'll
should
want to
work.
get the setup stuff
Yeah.
fixed, but in the
I
interest of
think
getting
outside
Ruby
of the
working,
container, it's pretty seamless because like on my laptop and on my desktop, like I don't remember really having any issues.
mhm,
And on my Mac. So I've tried on 3 different environments and I don't really
mhm.
think I had to install any packages. I just kind of made like it just worked. But
This type of thing is
yeah,
going to be really nice when we have the new boxes. We're just going to be able to give like any contributors like one or multiple boxes like this. It'll
yeah.
be nice. All right.
So
I
it's
see
it's
PufferLib.
in it's in go back. So it's in Git Impulse Wars. Just go back one directory and then it's in Git and Impulse Wars. Yeah.
Okay.
Do a
So now we have
pull.
this set up, and I can't play it through box two, right?
Oh, you're right. Never mind that. I forgot about that. That's the main thing we want to do. Um, hmm. How hard is it to install GCC? Yeah, we really got to get these compilers updated. Like it could I can
But the thing
work
is,
with.
you realize that I have the default compilers that ship with not ancient versions of Ubuntu, right?
No, I know. Like I just broke building with GCC 11 like pretty recently. Like it should be able to build fine, but I'm just saying for speed, like I got like 10% or something speed gains by updating my compiler. Like it's not insignificant.
Well, we can put it on the container, but it shouldn't break, right?
Yeah, yeah, no, I agree. I agree. Um, yeah, you should be
4.9,
able to
is this
update
ancient?
GCC pretty easily.
This is 2015. This is ancient.
Yeah.
Upgrading your OS. Ah, very good. Great suggestion.
You have to add a PPA. I freaking hate PPAs.
.11.2.
Apparently, here, this might work. Let me
Send
see.
me
Do you have
that,
something?
and then hopefully we can just get started on the code, because there's a whole bunch to go through here.
Yeah.
You send something?
Yeah, I sent it in general in Discord.
Are you sure?
Oh, development.
So, Yeah, I'm pretty sure something that I installed just now broke apt.
No, that I've seen that like um yeah, that just happens on your boxes, like on the container for some reason.
That's
Oh, see,
because,
that's what was failing in the
yeah,
LLVM script, add apt repository. It's because your Python stuff's so weird. I don't know why. So,
312.
like, if you, yeah, but then, like, for some reason, I can only train using the Python 3.11 command.
There's
Yeah,
no
that's
apt
weird.
package in Python 312.
Yeah. But then I'm pretty sure the normal Python also doesn't have pip. It's like weird. Oh, you don't even have Python 3.11?
Not
Weird.
in the new ones.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I haven't updated mine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just try pip installing that package. If that works, then cool. This stuff has gotten better.
Does not. I hate dealing with PPAs. Almost lost the OS. Yeah, it's really gross, isn't it?
I bet it's a system package. Like for some reason, Python, like I don't know why they distribute it like that, but
Yeah, this type of stuff is just gross, and it's like I don't know why this stuff depends on Python anyways.
I
Like, why
know.
do you
I
need?
agree.
Why is Python used for installing GCC? Like what? Python 3 apt
Yeah, that's what I saw too.
already there.
What? Someone said if you reinstall it, it might go away. But that's kind of wishful thinking.
Nope. Well, that's gross. I would like to be able to play the nth.
Yeah. Um. Okay. Let me see.
I'm not in a VNth.
All right. So let's try this. Let's try just getting it building on whatever super old version you have of GCC.
Okay.
Um. So edit. We're just gonna move like the offending thing and see if that works. So just run the make command again. Yeah. Just to make sure everything like explodes in the way I expect it to at least. Yeah. Okay. So just edit the CMake file really quick. Just
Oops.
CMake list. Nah, no, not that.
Where's
It's
oh
not. It's
this
just
one? Yeah.
no, 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 no. Yeah, it's just yeah, that one. Go to line 104
Let's
and
get
the
rid of this
very
one.
last thing. Yeah, the very last like no GNU statement expression. Remove that. I don't think that'll fix it by itself, but okay, yeah. Let's just remove where and then it might build.
Move what?
I have where on.
Oh, yeah, that one annoys the hell out of me.
I missed warnings otherwise. I don't get any warnings. Okay, now it should work.
Okay, cool.
So yeah, now run release demo and hit
Oh,
demo there.
holy, this is cool. Let's see. I'm red.
Yep. You can see it says drone one is red, then you're human. Everything else is scripted.
Oops. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so I finally added a lot of stuff. It tells you like what weapon you have, what team you're on. There's lives, and when you respawn, you have like a shield briefly, so you can't just get spawn killed.
Ah. Okay, this takes some getting you. Wait. Hold on. Okay, yeah, you need to click behind. Okay, to go. You added some nice, like the triangle breakup animation and stuff. It's good.
So yeah, try picking up some different weapons and getting a feel for them. Because right now you haven't picked up anything, I don't think, unless I
I
missed
think
it.
that they got all the weapons before I could.
Yeah, potentially.
Yep. Okay.
Oh, you can break using the spacebar, and you have a limited number, like pool of energy that's represented by like the
So you
ring in
can
the
break.
middle.
I see. That's probably useful.
Yeah, especially when they hit you or stuff.
Oops.
So yeah, also I have it set up to be teams by default. So green's on your team.
I see.
There is friendly fire, but they won't like directly attack
They
you.
won't attempt to.
Yeah.
Holy.
Yeah, in this map everyone spawns with a rail gun, so
Yeah, the movement in this is like crazy. It's very
yeah.
unintuitive, right?
Well, it is to start, but again, that's something
Oh, it's
that is
not
a lot
bad. It's
more.
not bad to have like it's fine. It's fine to have a game that just has like just its skill issue, right?
Well, what I mean is it's much more intuitive on a controller.
Oh, I
It's
see.
it's it's very unintuitive on a keyboard. I will agree with that.
Okay. And that is because but you still have to shoot in the opposite direction you're looking at.
You do, but it's a lot easier to like wrap your brain around, at least for me, like with the
Huh.
controller.
Interesting.
Like I don't know, it's hard to describe, but once you use a controller, then it's like, oh, okay, this makes sense. So yeah, that weapon you have to charge. There was a little charge meter under you.
Okay.
If you really don't want to wait for him, you can just restart it.
Yeah. I mean, you've cleaned this up nicely though.
Yeah, thanks.
Just like all the little animations and stuff.
Yeah, it's all like really simple Raylib stuff.
Yeah, well, but it makes a big difference. Is the thing, right?
It does, yeah.
Gosh.
Um, so the one last thing, if you press if you right click, you can like basically push stuff away from you. It's called a burst. You can hold it to
Oh.
like make it larger. Yeah.
Huh.
So it'll
So you
push
don't
you away
even need
from,
any guns, is what you're saying, because I can just do, well, not if they shoot me first.
yeah. So you can, but it's high risk, high reward because if it uses energy and if you run out
Sick.
of energy, like braking is pretty big. So yeah, you can do that. You can also deflect shots, or you can power up by shots by bursting right after you fire, or you can use it to push yourself away from walls. So it's like really multi-purpose.
Oh.
Yeah, what's cool is too, so web is weird. It doesn't run at a stable FPS, but it runs, I think, like at or above 60 FPS on all the browsers I've tested in the web, which is pretty cool. So it looks pretty smooth in web.
Well, we can get it running faster than 60, right?
It's running at 120 right now, but like that's the thing with the web. It it doesn't run at a steady FPS. It just kind of runs whenever the browser wants to. So it's like weird. I had to count for that, as you'll see.
Web is just stupid.
Yeah, it's annoying, but it's cool. It works.
Yeah. And it's very difficult to control the recoil on stuff. I guess I'm not using the braking though at all.
Yeah, no, braking helps a lot.
I see.
You
But
gotta be careful though, because it burns up energy fast. Yeah, recoil management is kind of in positioning are kind of like the two main things. So like these scripted agents, like they aim like perfectly,
mhm.
but they are idiots when it comes like positioning and
Yeah, it's just
like
mechanically, it's freaking hard.
yeah, it is. So I think there's a lot of potential for AI agents to just dominate because they could get really
Yeah, the
good
mechanics are
positioning and
like. I mean, it's a good example though, where it's like the mechanics make sense. They're just hard.
yeah. I mean, I've played this game in the original quite a bit. Obviously, this game
Honestly, it's
especially
like it's
because
easier to just do this.
yeah, in the beginning it can be, but you leave
Oh,
yourself pretty open because now you can't break.
well, if I could figure out how to do that correctly in the first place, maybe it would matter more. Are these walls not killing us?
No, so you
Oh, there it
just
is.
missed hitting it.
Okay.
So yeah, you're gonna if you use the shooting to like propel yourself, you can go a lot faster when you're charging up your burst and stuff.
Oh, it actually bounces you off the wall as well.
Yeah, yeah. I mentioned it, you might have missed that. Yeah. So it you can actually use that as a last second like save to save yourself. Like if you're about to hit a wall, you can burst off the wall and push yourself away.
If you're quick enough. PR review? Yeah,
Yeah.
this is going to be a PR review. You gotta actually get a sense of what the end is first, though. Like, how do I review something without knowing? So you do actually have to play the end. It's one of the main reasons we use games, is they are interpretable enough for us to do that. And I got hit by the flying. Jeez, okay.
Yeah.
Is there, does this thing do collisions only with, it's with Rex only, it's not with polygons or whatever?
uh what do you mean? Like, yeah.
Like these objects, they have to be boxes?
Um I mean like pretty much everything I'm not sure what you mean exactly. Like only the boxes collide with certain things.
I mean, like, does box 2D give you, you can do like triangle collisions?
Oh yeah, you can do
Okay,
polygon capsules, circles,
alright.
chain shapes. I'm just using like in
Ah,
circles. I do actually have triangles when you die, but they're only like an effect.
yeah, they're
You
just
can
an
see
effect.
that.
I thought, okay. So I mean,
And
I
they do
think I
collide
get
with the
I get a sense of it for the most part.
yeah.
I don't know if I what do you need to have? Do you need to like be a specific elo in order to review it? I wonder. I mean, seriously, like it helps,
Yeah.
but I don't want to also be playing it all day, even though it is fun.
Yeah. The one thing AI agents get good at like immediately is they learn to be like nasty at bursting off walls, so they get really hard to kill.
Oh, that's funny. I mean, it makes sense. It's
Yeah.
like a really short horizon mechanics thing.
Yeah. Um if
There,
you
that's
want
a
to make
kill.
one if you want to make one small change, I'll show you something quick. Just
Oh,
so you can get a sense of something that took me a long time to
okay.
appreciate like so you can so exit out really fast
Yep.
and edit src demo.c.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So at the very end of init um
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's just flagging a bit on Twitch. Yeah, so at the very end of that like line, there's gonna be like, yeah, three booleans. Set the second to last boolean to true. That's just gonna make them all sitting ducks. I just want to show you something to be easier. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, just go ahead and run it again.
Okay.
And try and pick up, yeah, there's a mine at the bottom. If you also press 3, just the number 3, you could take control of the blue drone, which is closer, if you want. Yeah. So go pick up that mine quick.
Okay.
So one thing that was actually really tricky was getting chained explosions. So if you place two of those close together, like far away from you, not on a player, yeah, on like
They
a red
bounce.
wall. Yeah.
It's hard to
So
place
place
them.
it another one like close to that,
Okay.
and then shoot one of those.
I see.
So that actually took me like multiple days, which seems really simple because
Hmm.
like yeah, there was a lot of like I have to iterate through all these box 2D objects to see if they're touching, but then like I
Mm-hmm.
can't destroy the box 2D objects while I'm iterating through them, so I have to mark them for removal later. And it got really challenging because like there's multiple things that could destroy projectiles, so I need to make sure like yeah, there was a lot of edge
Okay.
cases. So
So we'll look then.
anyway,
I'll look at the structure stuff, and then I'll see if I can find basically anywhere where I have ideas on that. But
sure.
yeah. Okay. Are we anything else you want to show me, or should I start looking at the code here? It's the
Um,
imploder, right? This is gonna kill
yeah,
both
that
of us,
one's
I'm sure.
if you're that close, it might.
Yeah.
Oh, he hit you into the wall.
Yeah. Oh, and there's this
I
like a
think
battle royale thing here going on as well, right?
yeah. So
That's
once
cool.
time runs out, the walls start closing in.
That's
Yeah.
cool. I did that actually in Neural MMO in one of the early versions.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah. So I gotta give credit where credit's due. 90%, 99, or probably I say like 90% of this is from the original game.
Mm-hmm.
The only stuff I added the mine launcher weapon. I added the bursting brace. Oh yeah, bursting, breaking, and energy mechanics. I added this map and one other, but everything else is like pretty straight from the original game.
It's cool. Okay, so like you'd have to go far enough before it'll explode on something.
Yeah, so after it goes a certain distance,
Mm-hmm.
if you want to see something really cool, so let me see.
The railgun as
Um,
well. This takes a
yeah, the
long
railgun.
time to charge. Holy, but it's good.
Yeah. So I'll show you one more thing. Pick up the machine gun quick. Or actually, machine gun will work okay, I guess.
All right.
And just shoot like one shot so you can get a sense of how fast it goes.
It's a lot, yeah.
So yeah, if you burst and then let go of the burst at the same time as you shoot, you can basically like supercharge your shot.
Oh, that's so funny.
So you basically yeah, it's hard with the machine gun. The flat cannon's honestly the best one because they go
Yeah, that's
slow
it's
when you
there's so
charge.
there's tech basically.
Yeah, and that one I actually accidentally discovered. I didn't even intend for it, but it's a really cool
Yeah,
mechanic in
I
my
had the
opinion.
exact same thing happen like in Neural MMO where there was like unintentional tech. Um, what they're like there was this really there's basically there's like strafing tech you can do. There's
Yeah, I
like
remember you
kiting
talking
tech you
about
can
that.
do with the bow and with the sword. And then there's also like enemy AI abuse you can do.
Yeah, it's really cool when you find like I don't know, emergent behavior is the wrong word, but
Oh yeah.
cool like unintentional features, I
I mean,
guess.
this is just the thing is this should be true of any like sufficiently complex game, and you leave in the ones that are interesting, and you take out the ones that aren't.
True. So yeah, I'm sure where you want to start.
Let's start the
Um,
review. Let's see.
yeah.
It's this. Okay, I'll look at that later. Um, well, let's just take a quick look at the structure. So it's all in source.
Yeah, pretty much. The Python stuff is not, but all like the actual M code is in there. And you've taken a look at the policy before, so you
Mm-hmm.
kind of know what to expect there, but yeah, feel free. I did do the
Scatter
scatter
stuff.
thing, so the policy's a little cleaner.
It also makes it compile. I
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
yeah, I tested that. I got the like end to end. I now have end to end compilation, including the LSTM for eval working in Puffer.
Wait, really? Because I thought I read something somewhere where like the LSTM can't really be compiled. Like
I
they're
have a
they
feature.
like in
I
huh.
use there are two separate LSTMs that are being used. There's a different LSTM being used for the forward pass than the training pass, but the weights are synchronized.
Oh, nice. That's smart.
Yeah, it's an LSTM cell. This also makes it like 30% faster.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so I did some work. This is I like I got remember how I got everything training really fast. Yeah, so that was part of it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
anyways,
I yeah. With my recent changes with my policy doesn't have any graph bakes in it specifically, which is nice. So what do you want to start on? Game.h has like all the game logic. Um, and env is just like, you know, the more RL specific stuff. Map
So we
is
have,
most,
I'm looking at this first. We have 7,000 lines. Okay.
yeah, it's big.
Okay. Let me just, I'm trying to get a sense of what stuff is where. So there's this massive settings file.
Yeah, a lot of that is like weapon stuff
Okay.
and like observation stuff. Yeah. So some of this is a little longer than it needs to be because I also like assigned the stuff below, but I tried to like make it smaller and I ended up needing a lot of these things multiple times, so it
Mhm.
actually just makes sense to kind of do it the way I'm doing it, at least in my opinion. Yeah, there's like a lot of different settings per weapon, and some of like the stuff is like calculated. So I was it was getting weird in certain. I think like in older compiler versions, it doesn't like when you're doing like math in constant. So I had to use macros, which is kind of stupid because it should be able. I don't know. Just yeah, it should
That's
be able to.
funny. Yeah, that's actually really weird.
But to be honest, I'm pretty sure it was just my LSP like yelling at me, and
Mhm.
the compiler is actually fine. I discovered that recently, where the LSP will be like, "Hey, you can't do this," and then it compiles fine with no warnings. I'm like, "Oh, okay, shut up."
You know, you know how you cannot have LSP warnings
Yeah, using Vim.
if you don't use an LSP.
Yeah, but a lot of the LSP features are very nice in my
No, I'm
opinion.
aware, but it's funny. Uh, weapon of fire. I mean, these are just all like. This is just tea. If I have coffee, coffee is just black.
So most of these weapon like I used to have a function for everything, but now the only weapons functions I have is are when some of the parameters are like very specific per weapon or like random or something like that because like the machine gun and the shotgun they apply like some random aiming and velocity changes
Hmm.
to projectiles and then like yeah, so stuff like that. Most of the other stuff is just taken from the weapon struct. Insertion short is just placed here because if I placed in certain other files, they would be like circular,
Hmm.
including stuff. Like it was getting weird, but very small.
Bit of fire. Okay, so I had to see how this is.
Yeah, settings is just a lot of like settings and boilerplate and stuff. Types are pretty much like all the types where they live.
Enum entity type. Bounds. Wall entity. Array client is in there as well. Okay, we're gonna kind of do like coarse to granular here,
Sure.
where I need to get a sense of like what generally is here first, and then I can go through line by line. This will be a lot.
Script. I
Um,
don't know if I'd recommend going through scripted agent first, honestly, because
I
it
just am
uses
trying
a
to get a
lot of.
sense of what's here.
Sure, you can go through it, but
Breath
there's
first
just a
search.
lot of calculations and physics stuff going on. Because like, yeah, the scripted agents are very like mid, but even to get them to that level is really actually kind of annoying. It is really tough to get them to not kill themselves by accident.
Yeah, that was the safe stuff. Okay. I think this file will be important because this will be like how you're thinking about how the game needs to be played in here. Or at least not
Fair
needs to be
enough.
played, but as close as you can do just by a rule-based system.
Yeah, it can still be improved a lot, but yeah, render is probably not. If probably, it's fine. It's not bad, but it's probably among the lower quality code just because like this is the first graphics program I've done ever. So
Well, what fancy graphic stuff is there in here?
I mean, not a lot. It's just I don't know. Everything else is like I don't know. I'm
Well,
more
graphics is generally like basic graphics is only generally hard because most libraries suck.
true. Railib is nice.
Mhm.
I tried to cut down on the amount of magic numbers and stuff, but at a certain point, there's just like I don't know. I kind of just played with stuff until it looked the way I wanted
I
it to,
don't
and
really
then
care
just
about I don't care too much about magic numbers if they're being used once.
yeah,
I don't care that much.
yeah. If it is anything else, I tried to make it like a
I
constant or
care a
something.
lot more about general logic flow and like whether there is more code than there needs to be. Yeah, you're clearly a more, a more comfortable low-level programmer, so I'm not gonna like enforce things that are just purely style preference on you.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna bother with that. Like I see you like you're like the U on like the U into whatever form over short or long or what like that's fine. I see you like your case statements. That's fine. It's preference.
yeah.
I'm not gonna like that's a waste of both of our time, so I'm not gonna do that.
Fair enough.
The only style stuff I will talk about is if there's something that's just like straight up wrong. But I'm not seeing. Well, to be fair, I haven't looked super closely yet at any individual thing, but I'm not seeing like any obvious, right? Like at like obvious like this line or like the way this particular thing is done is bad. I'm not seeing any of that, right?
Yeah,
I'm seeing like, yup, you know what an early return is. Um, I don't see like massive duplicated things where they should be like a temp variable. I don't see. Okay, you like your const correctness, sure, and it doesn't matter that much.
yeah.
That's preference. I
I'm
think
just
it's kind of not. I don't think it's particularly useful, but who cares?
yeah. I am just kind of paranoid that like one day I'll modify something I didn't mean to, and it like because I've been down there in other languages that don't have this like in Go where
Hmm.
I something is essentially constant, but I can't force it, and then something modifies it down the line, and I'm operating under assumption that it's not modified, and it's a whole can of worms.
I could
So
see that
yeah,
with Box 2D maybe being a thing because you have like this engine in the picture.
yeah.
I can't really say I've ever had that be a problem with any of my stuff.
It's more
Interesting.
just a paranoid thing. Like, also, I
Hmm.
don't totally trust my future self to like remember not to change something. So if I make
Hmm.
it const, then a compiler will just tell me I can't change it.
Hmm. Well, but then I guess it depends what flags you have enabled, because then you end up needing the signatures to be const and stuff. So if you pass
Yeah,
something that's not const, like I don't know, I generally find const correctness to be a total pain in the ass because of that, because it tries to enforce. It's not just you tried to change something that wasn't constant. It's this function doesn't take a const version or whatever. Maybe they're compile flags for that. Um,
As far as I know, that's more of like an error. That's not even a warning. But if you just do that from the start, but I also understand why some people wouldn't want to bother with it if you don't have like because all the other ocean M's, so it's like it's not a big deal. But
well,
I was really paranoid about like some of like the map
mhm,
entries and like the weapon info entries. Like I made the individual structs field const and I
yep,
signed them to const global just to ensure I could never change something
yeah.
because I didn't want it to be like, yeah,
I'm more
I
fine with it's fine. Like it's fine, kind of having the variables being constant. I don't like the way that they end up propagating through function signatures more than anything. Because then, like, if I want to apply a function to a version that isn't constant, now I need a new function, or I need to do a const cast, right?
and in that case I usually just end up removing the const from the function if I have to. If there's a good
Mhm.
reason, like I can't pass into const. Like it hasn't really been a big deal to
Oh.
me. Like it's cost
Well, I
me
haven't
maybe
played
a
with this
couple
since I
seconds.
was literally like brand new to, like
Yeah.
literally first like time using C++ plus plus or whatever. But I don't know. It's not a big
But
deal.
also, it can help readability, in my opinion, because if you're just reading it, like, okay, this will not change past this point unless they're like casting it or like const casting it or something. So you kind of know, like, okay, he's passing in this parameter, but this parameter is
Mhm.
like not changed. This pointer is not changing this function. So you
That
can
is fair.
you can
That is fair. Um,
you can make some safe assumptions.
mhm.
And
I don't know.
I
I
don't
wish it
know
were
how much this
somehow.
actually helps.
I
Hmm?
wish it worked differently. That you could strip const from a signature and still pass it a const version, and you'd still get an error if it changed or something. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
I'd
know.
have to think about that.
The other thing, I didn't do it for this reason, but I'm pretty sure it does help compilers to know that, like, hey, this thing isn't going to change. Like, I think it can help in optimization sometimes, but
Well, it's a
modern
lot of
compilers
code.
just,
It's a lot of like, if you just look at the red here, right, on the screen, like there's a lot of const all over the place.
yeah.
It's like
But
actually a non-trivial amount of extra stuff to keep track of.
I mean, you don't really need to, like, mentally process it. You can just even ignore cons if you want to.
Mm, that I
But, like,
that I won't take, because you could say the same thing of like typing your Python code.
yeah, I would agree with that, though. Like, for just a readability, like, I don't think if anything, I think const and typing in Python help readability. Maintainability, writability, I could see your point. Like, yeah, it makes it harder to
Mhm.
like change, but readability, it's only a plus in my opinion.
Well, the Python one's a different story, because then I'd just rather be writing it in a language where the types actually give you perf benefit. But sure.
I
Um,
don't disagree with that, but yeah, it's nice sometimes knowing what these ambiguous objects are in Python.
okay, I should actually start going through some of this properly. I still need to get a sense though of there are a few things. So helpers, what type of okay.
I knew
Um,
you'd love this.
I do
These are all
I
very
do not
basic.
like macros, but I see that some of these are debugs at the very least.
Most of them are debugs.
Fast malloc.
Yeah, so I'm using DL malloc, and that basically means when I use debug or inscriptant, yeah, I have a comment there actually explains it.
Address sanitizer confined. Okay. Jeez, okay. I do not like. I do not like heavy macros. Um, I
So
also don't
most
like. What is the point? Can you just explain to me what is the even the point of having this stuff in macros instead of in function calls?
the assert and debug stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so um it allows you to do things you can't otherwise do because the file and line macros, like C doesn't have a way. So like in Go, for example, or other
Uh-huh.
languages with like a heftier runtime, you can get the file and line number that you're on through the runtime, but you can't in C.
I see.
So macros, they're substitution, so they can substitute in like where you're at. Um, Also, I got this idea from Box2D, so you can see like the on error thing in assert.
Mhm.
That's really nice. So basically, like normally in an assertion, it'll just like send a signal like sigil or something. But I can actually change what happens when I hit an assert. So like I can make it do a debug break. I can make it like sleep forever
Mhm.
if I'm rendering. So I can like basically pause. Like I can basically change what happens when something happens that I don't want, like,
Okay.
don't expect, and makes it way easier to bug. So,
I don't
yeah,
I
very,
don't
very
completely
handy.
hate this for debugging only. Um, I'm seeing actually the vast majority of these are for debugging. And you said there was something weird why you had to do this.
No, I don't. That's just like a help. Oh yeah. Again, I don't know if this is actually a LSP thing or actual C thing, but I remember before I was like calculating that using yeah, like so you can't make that a function and assign it to a constant or C will get mad because it's like, "Oh, I can't figure out what this is at compile time." So you have to make it a macro.
You can't make what a
If I made mass and inverse mass functions and I tried to assign the result of those to constant like globals, then it would like scream at me because, oh, I can't evaluate functions at compile time.
you can't make those constant globals. That's weird.
I mean, it kind of makes sense because C has no like they don't have constant expressions like constexpr stuff like C++ does. So they're just trying to keep the language simple, which
Hmm.
makes sense. But
Okay,
yeah,
that's
you just
weird.
have to. Yeah, it makes sense if you think about it. But I mean,
Of
they're
course,
they're
this
simple.
only becomes a problem if you actually want to have the thing be assigned const, right? But fine.
I don't think it works with a global. Yeah, I don't think it works with a global either, right? Yeah, because it
You
still needs to
can't
be done
just
at compile
do
time.
you can't do like you can't do float mass equals this as a global.
Uh, you can't like if you made massive function.
I think you still can, even if it's a function, can't you? Hmm.
No, but I'm just saying at the global, whether it's constant or not.
I'd have to look at it. I'm not. It seems
Yeah.
weird that there would be a limitation for this type of stuff to motivate additional macro input, whatever. I think that's
Well,
about as much style stuff as I want to bother with, because it's like it's largely a waste for. This stuff is more productive with people who are like brand new to
yeah.
either low level programming or are newer programmers in general. So
This is all the macro stuff though, so you've seen pretty much all of it.
yeah, and it's mostly debug, so I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
So this is B game logic.
Yeah. Like 99% of the game logic is in this mass. This is the biggest file, so
I assume we only have prototypes for a few things here.
yeah, they're actually defined in this file, but
You
there's
just
so much stuff that calls each other and calls themselves. Like I had to make them prototypes
okay.
at the top. Well,
I
I maybe didn't have to,
generally
but
I generally do try if I can to just define things in order use to
I
force
do too.
myself. Because if you're gonna, once you start like, screw it, I'm not caring about the order, then it's like you actually do separate .c and .h. But then you also get harder to read files because it's like, if you have a giant file but things are not actually defined in the order they're used, it's really hard to read them top to bottom.
No, they are pretty much order of use for the
Okay,
most
there were
part,
just a few
but
edge cases. Fine.
yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. I do the same thing. What?
Hmm?
Okay. I'm seeing a lot of like little tiny structs. Is there a reason there's like a struct with one bool?
Yeah, so if you look at the function below is overlapping AABB, that
Uh-huh.
stands for access to line bounding box. So box 2D, it wants a callback and a context, and that's a
Yeah.
void pointer. So yeah,
Okay.
actually, I realized I could probably just make that a bool now that I think about it, instead of a struct with a bool. But I
Okay.
think what it was before, the struct used to have multiple members, so
Okay. I'm not gonna get on you for this. Like, this is okay. Box 2D uses callbacks. Lovely. JavaScript. Great.
no,
Um.
I mean, for this it makes sense. Like, it's not crazy into callbacks. It uses callbacks where it makes sense. Like, I'm honestly fine with it.
hmm,
Yeah, don't compare it to JavaScript. That's like callback hell. This is not that.
Okay.
It's sane.
I mean, this is like large enough that it's gonna be tough to scroll through this until I'm really ready to.
Yeah.
But I just want to get a sense of this.
There's a couple of callbacks, but a lot of it is just, well, actually, yeah.
I also want to get a sense of. Okay, I mean, honestly, the way that you have this stuff defined, this is. I think that this will be pretty easy to review the end file, right? Because you have. Let me see what this code looks like. Where is step? Looking for step. Is there no step function in here?
There is. It's towards the bottom, though,
Okay,
because a
here.
lot of stuff calls it, or a couple things call it. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, this is where some of the inscripted stuff gets weird. I can explain that now or later.
My intent was not to inflict this upon you.
So it's necessary because I'm doing physics,
Hmm.
and Inscripton is not like Raylib where it'll just pretty much guarantee like, oh, you tell it like I want 100 like X FPS, and it will do its best to call like
Hmm.
whatever. It'll just sweep in between render calls or whatever, so you're consistently
Yeah.
stepping. But the way it works in the web, the browser just kind of like calls your function whenever it feels like it.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
so
We'll
and
look
I
at
need
that.
to run my physics at like the same like time step. So I basically, oh, if there's been too long of a gap, I run the physics multiple times in one step, and yeah,
Okay.
it's like a standard thing in like games physics when you're running games with physics at like a variable FPS. It's like a standard thing, but it's like a little bit weird.
I see. Because there isn't actually a time that has passed when you're running this thing for training. It's just like you're assuming that it's running at whatever you've specified.
Yeah,
Okay.
for training, yeah, I'm just running it as fast as I can, and yeah. So no matter what I'm doing, I'm stepping the physics like by
Okay.
a set amount of time every time. It's
Okay.
like a fixed time step. So
Step actions.
it's not named amazing. That's the
Move.
one. There's so that's kind of like I because I have like frame skips and stuff. I get like what the actions are for the step, and then I just do them multiple times over the frame skip.
And then the step world is the thing that I'm assuming has all the chunky physics.
Yeah, Box 2D Step World just basically collides everything, moves everything, handles all the stuff. And there's no callbacks. They have an event system. So you saw like the move events and collide events. So you basically step the world you tell it like, okay, I'm defining these bodies and shapes. I'm setting like certain properties of them. I set like maybe set their initial velocities, whatever, and then after that,
Hmm.
like it will just compute stuff, and then you can ask it, okay, what are the new positions of stuff? Okay, are have things collided? Okay, have like
Hmm.
sensors triggered, stuff like that.
This type of a thing is like, is there a reason to stick these in a preprocessor?
So that was just because I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, so the debug raw whatever like debug log macros
Hmm.
they evaluate to basically just like nothing on release build, but that whole block I'm still doing stuff. So basically I have because I have where on like warning says errors and I have like all the strict warnings. If I ever define something and don't use it, I get an error. So and also I can basically just
Well,
in
wait,
like
no, it
ensure
would work still. Like, couldn't you just do? I mean,
no because
if this were just a
if
debug bool, couldn't you like? Why can't you just put this in a conditional instead of a preprocessor?
well, I don't have a conditional for debug. It's just a build thing. So
You can't
depending
get this as
if
a
I'm
bool.
hmm?
You can't
What's a
just get
bool?
this as a bool.
Yeah, it's only known at compile time. It's like yeah, something that's just well, it's just if it's defined or not. That's a yeah, n debug
No,
is
I
like the
understand how
standard.
these flags work. I just don't
Sure.
necessarily see the point of using them. Whatever. I think it's more important that we review the actual code. Um,
Yeah.
but
I I could have like, a bool at runtime, but I was also like, all right, I mean, at
yeah,
this point I can guarantee that none of this code is going to execute at runtime, which I don't want it to anyway, so or release time, so it's
yeah.
fine by me. That's like the one time I do that outside of helpers, so
Hmm. Okay. So let's see. It's this.
that yeah, it's super basic. Mostly just steps. Like sets things up in steps.
Yeah, the having to thread mscript and macros through everything is not fun.
Yeah, I agree, but I didn't really know what the alternative is.
Well, I'll tell you what. What we'll do is, since I tend to get sidetracked by like things I like to nitpick on, I'm going to do my best to not nitpick on stuff, and instead we're actually going to go through. I think probably it makes sense to do env first, um, to see how stuff is set up, and then we do game, branching off into whatever dependencies we encounter, and
Yeah,
then
sounds fair.
probably render. I think that's probably because that's the main stuff in here, right? It's the env is the like the RL and like the wrapper over how this actually works as like the RL interface, the observations is most of it, plus the game like
Hmm.
the calling of the high level stuff from the game loop. Then
Yeah.
the game is going to include it's kind of like a library of all the stuff that the game needs.
Hmm.
Um, so I think that's how we'll go through that. Maybe I'll branch into the game as I do env. We'll see. Depends on what makes sense. And then we'll go through the rendering. I think those are the three things. And this probably will take us multiple days if you're not just going to sit here with me all day. Um, but we will go through everything. And the hope is going to be that when I'm doing the env and the game portion, maybe I find stuff on the RL side if there's anything to improve. So I'm going to pay special attention to the observations when we do
Yeah, that makes
that.
sense.
Um, but then also, I do want to go through the game logic because one, I might find stuff for you that'll be useful, but also I think it's going to be productive as we look to how we're going to build more EMPs going forward. Because you've done a lot of stuff now with like lo-fi 2D physics, and I want to know going forward like what we can get out of this type of stuff, right? And how easy it
Yeah,
will
that's
be to
fair.
build more EMPs using like Box 2D or using similar lo-fi physics stacks. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be back in a minute, and then we'll start on env.h. Right back. Take two. Alright, we're waiting on bread dough at the moment. And we get started on this. Some DMs. As soon as Captain's back, we will do the end file. And we'll go from here and we'll see how much we get through today. A 7,000 line PR. We're gonna see if I find any redundancy. I mean, I think Captain's code looks pretty good, but at the same time, should this thing be 2.5 times longer than Neural MMO? That's gonna be the question. Maybe there legitimately is that much stuff. Maybe Box 2D just adds a lot of boilerplate. I don't know. But we will see. I'm kind of happy with either result. You know, if there is a bunch of redundant code, then yay, you know, we get a much shorter implementation and it's actually pretty easy to build these things going forward. If it's not redundant, then yay, Captain's pretty good at doing this stuff. And, you know, we've got a very good contributor for building mid-size, you know, pretty like sizable projects. So either result will be good. From what I've seen so far, I don't think I'm going to find a ton of like redundancy in the terms of like a few lines here, a few lines there. I think it's going to be bigger structural stuff, if anything. We will see. For the folks that are still watching here, this is a great way to get into reinforcement learning. You don't have to make a 7,000 line PR, you know, you can make a 400 line PR. That's enough to build a basic RL environment that's actually useful. And that's about how long like the multi-agent snake demo I have on the website is, right? So that's kind of enough if you're clever to make a cool environment that can be used to test RL algorithms. You use it to learn a little bit on how these are built, and also as a benchmark, right, to get your own environment up and running and like get RL working on a new problem. It's the best way to learn. It's kind of how I get all the new contributors who don't have prior RL experience. This is how I suggest people start. And if you repeat this a few times, you will very quickly get to the point that you're able to contribute at a level that is at or better than the majority of RL PhDs. Because the majority of RL PhDs will have more science side experience, but they don't have the engineering experience to execute on it. Science side background is important as well, but that just takes a while, right? It's just like intuition from having seen a lot of problems, and that's about it. Hopefully Captain has not fallen into the bread dough. Is this paper actually good? I wonder if any of these experiments are actually correct. I wouldn't be surprised that this is a negative result with completely bogus and wrong experiments that just passes peer review because peer review is stupid. To be fair, also, the peer review process kind of assumes that you don't just make up your experiment data because that's just fraud, right? So if you write, like, these are the experiments that we did and we got these results, but you didn't actually do those experiments and get those results the way you say that you did them, then that's not even a problem with peer review. That's just like LLMs are great at fraud, right? Now, if it actually produced anything interesting, that would be a totally different story.
What's this?
Oh, uh, AI generated paper got accepted to iClear.
Wait, you know it's AI generated, or you're just
Yeah, no,
you're
they
pretty.
they said they got permission to submit an AI generated paper.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah, but they didn't tell the reviewers,
AI
and it passed
scientists.
review.
The AI scientist is the dumbest thing.
To be fair, like David Hod, people like they're actually cool. And they have a good track record of producing interesting stuff. Um, I don't really think this is it, but I think some of the methods that they're looking at are kind of cool. Like they do a bunch of stuff with evolutionary methods. Um, David Hod did like original world modeling work and a
Hmm.
lot of early RL stuff. So yeah. Anyways, code review time. We good to start here?
Yeah.
All right. So preprocessor crap, game map, scripted agent settings types, AutoPXD crap. Why? Let me see. Cannot parse Raylib's headers. For some reason, we have just declare necessary functions. We need to declare client stuff up here for some reason.
Yeah, so if you include if I included render.h there, that would also by proxy include Raylib, which AutoPXD like can't process Raylib. I guess like Raylib is too complex for it.
Mm-hmm.
So because there are like only those things it needs from Raylib and my code, I just define them here when
Okay.
AutoPXD is being used.
So we'll look at AutoPXD separately. That's fine. 3-bit mask, 4-bit mask. Cool. This is my logging stuff. Replace
Yeah.
calc with fast calc. You said this is an emscripten thing, or
No, so basically I use DL which is a well-known like alternative malloc
mm-hmm.
library. And fast malloc or fast malloc calloc free, what it does in debug mode, it just uses normal like standard C or
Mm-hmm.
libc malloc calloc whatever, because that way the address sanitizer can hook into it and find stuff. If
Okay.
we're building a release, it uses DL malloc because it does fun things like hashes stuff for you, so you basically get well, that was one thing I want to tell you. So one thing you are not going to like in the game logic is um I don't allocate all memory up front. I do allocate some memory like as the game is going on, but I get away with that because DL malloc essentially acts like a caching, well, it is a caching allocator. So when I use
Hmm.
like perf and gprof and stuff like that, like malloc and calloc and free and friends are like less than 1% of the total time. So it's by allocating up front, I wouldn't really gain anything because
Well,
I'm
I
using
assume
DL
that's also
malloc.
because the game logic's a bit heavier, right?
Yeah,
So relative to it, it's less.
yeah, exactly. And
Um,
I can't really like I've done all the optimizations I can, like the way I'm calling box. I'm not to say it's perfect, but like I've optimized this pretty heavily. I'm sure
I'll
there's
look
still
and see
things I
if there's
could
a
do,
way that
but
I can see to do. Well, like when we get to the points where you're doing dynamic memory, we'll look at it and we'll see if I see an obvious and easy way that it could just be done static.
yeah.
Um, because then
I've
you wouldn't need the
tried.
library, right? You wouldn't need this because the mallocs would just be the upfront mallocs, right?
I mean, again, yeah, but doing it this way is actually less complex and less to manage about, reason about, and also DL malloc is just like used everywhere. I think it's actually like FreeBSD and other stuff like use it by default, and Scripton actually uses DL malloc by default. So that's why I don't use it when I build in Scripton, because when I call just standard
Hmm.
malloc, it uses DL malloc under the hood because it's that good.
Okay.
So
Well, I will see if
yeah,
it's actually more complicated to do static or not as well, right? Because that's
yeah,
that's a
you're
separate
free to
question.
take a look.
Because if
And
there
I've
is a simpler,
tried.
if it is just as simple to do static, it's kind of nice to just do stuff static. But yeah. Anyways, I'll see if there. We'll see. We'll see when we get there.
Yeah.
Okay, destroy log buffer. This is pretty similar to what I had before. Or oh wait, you did something different here.
Did I?
Did you? Wait, log?
I think I just changed the names of things.
No, you didn't.
Like
Okay, this is the same.
I just like capacity over something. It was just very minor changes.
Fine.
One thing that bit me early on, I can't remember if I pulled this from yours or I think it was just me being stupid actually.
Hmm.
So in my like log stats, I defined things as integers, but and then which meant I was doing integer division, which meant I was getting a lot of like zeros or ones or whatever. And it took me a while to figure out all I had to do was make the log stat issue. I don't think that was. I would think that was a me issue. I changed them to be integers because I'm like, oh yeah, these doesn't make sense to be floats. But then I'm like, okay, when I'm dividing, yeah, it actually does.
Let's see. Hang on. What do you know where that was? Was it the index? I thought if
Again,
you
I
do
think I
float divided by integer, you should
no.
get
So
float.
what I but it was being assigned to an integer because I set the log like buffer stuff to be ints in my code.
Oh,
So I'm pretty sure it was my mistake.
okay. I have these as floats in neural
Yeah, you
MMO
do.
here.
Yep, yeah, you do. So that was just
Okay.
me not realizing I need to make them floats as well.
Yeah, you do because it's the well, it depends. The problem is because when you aggregate, you also get a log back. So even though you could use a log, each individual log will be ints, but when you aggregate, you still need to have,
Yeah, exactly.
right? Yeah.
And that's what I
Okay.
didn't realize at first.
Yeah.
It worked out though because I think I helped Bet solve the same. I can't remember if that was
Hmm.
actually his problem or not, but I think he was having the same problem with like Blast R or something.
To go over the num drones, and each drone has stats for firing each weapon.
Yeah, so I aggregated the stats per weapon just in case in the future I want to have like per weapon stats. Right now in the Python I just sum them to be per drone, but I left it open to be like I could get detailed like stats per weapon if I want. Like weapon
Okay.
accuracy, weapon whatever, you know.
And you have this K as an index. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. And then presumably you have an enum for each of these, so you can just okay.
Yeah, I think num weapons is a constant, I think.
Find nearest cell index that's closest to isn't cell. So is this thing split into cells? Is that what you did internally? Like
Yeah,
this thing's
so
actually
when
on a
you
grid?
play yeah, well, so yes and no. So you can see like in that picture all like the boxes are on the grid kind of.
Yep.
Um but when you're playing, like everything's continuous, but I
I did the
do
same in
assign
MOBA.
wall. Huh?
I did that in MOBA as well, didn't I?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So it's continuous, but yeah, I like discretize things at certain points.
Yep.
Like weapon pickups and walls are all on the grid,
Yeah,
and
that
then
should
I
just
just
be
convert
easier,
that to
right?
like their yeah, yeah, yeah. You know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So this function specifically is only used one place. This is when I am calculating basically like the observation of like if there are any drones like in the 11 by 11 square or whatever. It's
Mm-hmm.
super rare, but sometimes there can be two drones in the same like cell. So I basically figure out like what's the cell the other drone that's not you is closest to move them into there for the observation because otherwise they'd like like
Mm.
clobber each other.
Yeah, so what I do for that is I just don't let them be in the same cell. I'm pretty sure.
It
Uh,
barely ever happens, so I
yeah.
just wrote this function. It's like almost never actually
Well,
called.
it happens anytime you like go ram anybody, right?
No, even then, it's like you have to be very specific
Okay.
because most of the time, if you're ramming someone, you're still in two different cells.
Hmm. Yeah, you can always like fiddle with the grid size and stuff. Like the grid doesn't have to be the size of an object. Um, anyways, that's
It
fine.
Yeah, it makes the code really a lot harder to make
Hmm.
size of like each wall square. So that's just what I ended up doing.
Yeah. Okay. So row column. Yeah. So this I have the same type of a function. You're just looking around
Yeah,
the eight adjacent.
yeah. Cell offsets it's defined in game.h actually.
Cell column.
I had it in here up until recently, but I need it in game.
So this is your bounds check. This is Is there any reason to be using do you have a reason to be using like chars and shorts here?
Uh, what do you mean? Oh, like make it you make it you mean why have some things
Yeah.
be unsigned and some things signed?
No, why they're different size types.
Oh, so the columns and rows like they're going to be well beyond the size or well within the size of an int 8 honestly, but
Yeah.
the cell indexes they can get up into like the multiple hundreds like 4 or 500, so you need to make them bigger.
Well, I mean, is there a reason not to just make everything an int? Is it actually faster?
I don't know. It just makes it easier in my head cuz like I know like
I didn't think it was faster because I don't think
I don't do it for performance reasons. I don't know. I it's you could just make everything an int. I just like to be
yeah.
precise. It's just a style thing personally.
Okay. I just
Um,
yeah.
because I think I've read too that in 60 modern 64-bit systems, the compiler will pretty much make everything like 64 bits anyway. Um,
64?
I don't I don't know how that is. I haven't looked into it, but like I don't really think you're like really saving too much stuff.
Yeah.
It's just
The
more
only
for me.
time I pretty much will exclusively use ints and floats unless I have like here, if I have a giant map of stuff that fits in chars, right? Then I'll put it in chars. If there's like actually a reason to. But okay. Min distance is not min distance. Okay. That's funny. But I see that. Fine.
Yeah, so one thing you'll see, you probably understand, but one thing you'll see me do a lot
Hmm.
is instead of just using the distance, I use the distance squared because normally it's like the square root of the
Hmm.
two like
Yeah,
squared or
you don't need to
whatever.
take
But
square root. That doesn't matter.
yeah, yeah, you can just not do that and and you can save the
Yeah, it's the
square
same.
root operation sometimes.
Yeah, it's the same. You do need to square it, right? But
Yeah, and I do that in there. B2 isn't squared. Anything, this is pretty obvious, but anything with a B2 prefix is a box 2D function.
mm-hmm. Drone's ammo count. Infinite ammo
Yeah,
is no ammo.
I just I have to special case it because of the infinite ammo. Like whatever weapon you start with, you have infinite of. And internally, I set infinite to -1, but I'm scaling
Yeah.
between 1 and 0, so, or 0 and 1, so it doesn't make sense.
Okay.
So I special case it.
Now we start to get to observations. So yeah, this is the 2D grid obs. This is the thing I told you.
Yep.
Um, yeah, this makes sense for this type of an env, and it's much easier to process. Because otherwise you end up with entity-based observations, right? Which are, you can do, but it gets to be a little tricky.
Yeah. This seems to work pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, it's nice because it scales to like whatever map size.
Yes, yes, it does. The only thing, it doesn't scale particularly well with a larger window around your agent. So like the stuff Brendan was showing me yesterday, they had like giant maps, right? But you had to be able to see the whole distance of the map because like there's an FPS and you can snipe.
Hmm.
Spencer, it depends how much time Captain has because this is probably going to take us multiple days. But if Captain has to go at some point and then I just take my lunch break or whatever, then yeah, I can do GPU drive today as well. We can just do code reviews. Um, Map obs. Agent index. Obs start offset.
The agent, I'm pretty sure that's just like what.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's what drone it is, like drone 0, 1, 2, 3,
Mm-hmm.
whatever.
Yeah. See,
And
if you
I know
wanted to
you've
make a
asked.
really big version of this, you'd get annoyed because you'd have to go change all of these.
Yeah, but I mean, that's if I had over like 255 agents, which that's ridiculous.
Are you sure? We do it in neural MMO. You could do it. It'd be
Yeah,
really
but
cool.
that I couldn't see myself doing this type of game. Like, dude, that would
No,
run so slow. It's
no,
already
it
running
wouldn't.
at like 250. Huh?
Why would it run slow?
Well, think of how many more physics objects Box 2D's got to process.
Okay, should scale with log n, right?
I don't know how it'll scale,
It should be log n
but
or n log
I don't
n,
know.
right? I don't know. I think it would work, and I think that you could have like a giant ass map where you just have like all these localized battles. It would look
Maybe.
really cool if you think about it, right?
Yeah, no, I could do it without like too much changing. Yeah, I would
Just
probably have to.
respawn bots whenever they die randomly. You just basically like the multi-agent snake, but Impulse Force.
Yeah.
It'd be sweet.
Um,
It'd look really freaking cool, I can tell you. And you got to
yeah, the thing
remember
I
as
could.
well, like how slow it is. We count steps per second in terms of number, like it's per agent step per second, right?
True, true. Yeah, that's a good point. Oh, one quick, so I know you mentioned before, safe array get at, the only safe port of it is it's only like debug time. It does some assertion checks. At runtime,
Mm-hmm.
it's basically just like an or release build. It's basically just like an array,
Mm-hmm.
just normal array operation.
Yep, that's fine. I'm.
And
That's kind of funny
I
that you even need that because, like, don't you just get out of bounds errors with F sanitize?
kind of, so I'm using like another library for dynamic like a dynamic array. That's also why I have this because um most of their API is sane, but one of the main reasons I have this is they do your favorite thing, which I saw you complaining about yesterday. To get something out of the array, you have to like pass a double pointer in and get it out. So I made this wrapper so you don't have to do
God
that.
damn it.
That's another reason I made
Yeah.
the wrapper.
I mean, it's the thing where it's like, okay, if you don't need the dynamic array, and that's sanitized as your mem check, so you don't need the safe get out, and you don't need the asserts. So, like, I don't know. It's very
Well,
quickly when you get one you want, when you need a convenient thing, you end up having a whole bunch of inconvenient things. So you better make sure you really need the convenient thing.
there's a lot of like unknown quantities of things in this game, like projectiles and all sorts of things. So having dynamic array is very helpful.
Okay. Well, we will see spots at which you have that. Um, because my strategy in all the other ends has just been pre-allocate big enough, call a day.
Yeah, I could do that, but whenever I try to make assumptions like that, eventually some edge case happens during training or something where it like blows up. So
Well, I make the degenerate behavior not blowing up, right? I make the degenerate behavior being like overwrites an existing projectile or whatever.
yeah, no, I know. It's just this is nice because there's little to no overhead because the way like these arrays work, like once they basically like their capacity never changes, only their size does. So after it plays like a couple of games, the array is gonna be like, say 100 long, and all it's like, and it's gonna keep that size forever. It's never gonna need to allocate more
Yeah, it's
memory
just
until it
it's you
grows.
have a vector.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
So,
I don't think that you actually need vectors, and I think that you'd actually probably simplify some stuff without it, but we will see when we get to there. Um, okay, this is your window. Start call mine. Okay, yeah, this is the index into the window. This is some weird edge case.
yeah, I can honestly I should have probably put a comment there.
Do you like make it? Is it like not centered on the agent when you're too close to the edge of the screen or something?
No, I always have it centered on the edge of the agent. So
Okay, I
yeah,
don't know
the
what this
agent's
is.
always in the center. It should be at least.
Obs calls 0. Yeah, there's some. Oh, this is padding, I think.
Yeah,
This is
yeah,
padding.
that's what it is. Yeah, so I pre-compute a lot of stuff. So yeah, I
Copy
can't,
pre-computed
yeah,
map layout.
yeah.
Okay, because you copy the static into this. How much time does compute observations taking at the moment?
I haven't looked in a while, but I pre-computed a lot of stuff which sped it up by a decent amount.
Is it still a decent chunk of the M time?
Yeah, it's not, most of it is still like game logic, but
Mhm.
it's still, yeah, it's above, it's like 10% or I
That's
don't know.
not
I'd
that's
have to
not
look
worth
again, but
the time then, because
I
I have ways I could fiddle with this, but like if the map is static, this can just stay in the obs until it changes. It's being copied every time.
well, the thing is it's centered on the agent, right? So like that'll
Oh,
change.
I see, because it's the map pack layout. Okay, it's not glow. Okay, sure.
Yeah. But I don't like pre-compute the packed layout for every sudden wall or sudden death like wall place. So when sudden death walls are out, which shouldn't be like that often because if it happens it's right at the end of the match, then I just like compute everything on the fly. Otherwise I just use the pre-computed stuff. I could like I said pre-compute like every
Hmm.
combination of like okay, here's the map with one
Yeah, you
layer
could.
of sudden with but like it sudden death wall like even if sudden death happened every round, it's only going to be for a small part at the end, so it shouldn't really affect observation time that much. I didn't figure it was
Discretized.
worth it.
Location of weapon. So this is going through all the pickups,
Mm-hmm.
and then if they're in the grid, then you put them.
Yep.
I see.
Yeah, and I
So
use
this is
bit
a
packing.
little bit odd. Um, you're not fully using the grid effectively in a way that would make it trivial to expand this to as big maps as you wanted, because what you would want to do here, right, is you actually want to have the pickups already in a grid so that you can just like query over the window instead of going through the whole list of pickups, because that would get really big.
Hmm.
But it's fine for what you're doing now because this is tiny.
Oh, I see what you mean. I
Yes.
That wouldn't be too hard to make a change. That wouldn't be too hard to
Yeah.
change
So
though.
we're gonna leave this for if you want to make a really big version of this to show off, right? Then it would make sense.
So because I don't have this in GitHub, do you mind just like, I don't know, like making comments when you have like legitimate things, and then we can just like, I don't know, commit this to your fork or something?
This is a clone, so I might should I re
Nah, you can just change the remote like later
okay. So
to point
let's
to your
then
fork.
here we'll do since this is a legitimate.
The AI always thinks
Yeah,
this is a hack.
it always thinks it's a hack. Um, well, actually, it doesn't make it easier to do dynamic pickups. It's easy either way. But if you wanted them to float around, right? They basically just become entities. Like they used to
Yeah.
move around, pickups move around, and you just update their grid position.
Mm-hmm.
You can even have them move continuously. I'm not gonna bother with like if this is not that much of the time. A lot of M's like it's 90% in compute ops, but if it's 10, I'm not gonna bother.
Yeah, it's at most it's probably like 20 something, but I
Mhm.
again I haven't looked in a while.
But same thing here, right?
Yeah. And same thing with drones. Yeah, I just kind of assume because it's a safe assumption for this game, like there's a small amount of mostly everything, so I just loop through
Yep.
them.
But that's like the it's like if you want to do like massively multi-agent RL, this is the design choice on the data structure is that you pre-put everything on the grid.
Yeah, that
And
makes
you don't
sense.
even need to, it doesn't even have to be a grid, right? A grid is like the easy data structure that I use because it's constant time. Um, it's like if there's only one thing, right? It's like a very small constant time because you just look at adjacent cells or whatever, or window of cells.
Yeah,
You can also do bounding volume hierarchy or like quad tree or whatever,
yeah,
and then it will be n log n. Um, but it scales to bigger. Well, it can scale to bigger maps depending. If you that's better if you have like a big map with not that many entities relative to the map size, right? Because like if you have 10,000 by 10,000 meters, you don't want a 10,000 by 10,000 grid necessarily. If there's only like 1,000 objects in it, so there are choices to be made there.
Yeah.
Discretized location. Yeah, so this is the same thing.
Yeah.
And I should probably make sure that you're doing this. So what is actually being stored in here? New drone index and 3-bit mask. So this is, you're just getting like a one hot of like which drone is there.
Yeah, so
And the same thing with the
basically,
walls, the like color of the wall that's there.
yeah, so basically everything, all the obs you've seen so far,
Hmm.
yeah, it's a window around your
Oh,
drone,
nice.
and all
Good.
this is stored in one byte. It's just like, yeah, what type of wall
Hmm.
is there? Is there a weapon pickup? And
Good.
then like what drone is where?
Okay, that makes sense. Nearest walls.
So yeah, I give you, and then I also give like the actual like location of the couple nearest walls. So that helps it if the agent's like about, because in the grid, you could be like 6 meters or you could be like 2 meters or something away from a red wall, and that makes a big difference. So this tells
Okay,
them
so
like,
this is
hey,
the fine-grained observation.
yes, these are all continuous.
How do you find the closest walls? I guess we have
It's
to
in
check
find your
this.
walls up there.
It's up. It's in this file.
I don't remember where it is. It
Okay.
might be in game. You have to search for it. I see. I could just control F12 on it and just bring me to definition, so I don't really need to know where it is. But
So
I'm
this
pretty
would be,
sure it's in game.
is this fast or is this like looping through everything again?
No, it's optimized somewhat. I'm
Okay.
pretty sure it's in game if you want to go take a look at it. Game.h. Yeah.
Oh wait, because you pass walls to it? Near walls. Oh no, this is the output array.
Yeah. So because I use it here and I also use it for scripted agents and I like want different amounts of walls sometimes, so this is the way I can make it like dynamic.
Max nearest walls. Oh, you have this pre-computed.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay,
I forgot.
that's
Yeah,
fine.
I pre-computed that. Yeah.
And they are insertion sorted. Whatever. Cool.
It's a really small number. Like usually I only want like
Yeah.
2 to 4 walls, so insertion sort's really fast in that case.
Uh-huh.
I tried using a max heap, but that ended up being slower. Like just use a max heap that sorts as it goes. But yeah, it was way more complex, more code, and it wasn't even faster.
Hmm.
So
I'd be surprised if this is even the thing that needs optimizing. So actually, a lot of this would get shorter if you did it the way that I suggested as well.
okay.
Because and it would get faster, I think, because you'd have one loop over the window, right? You just loop over the window, and then you would just go pick up, the pickup at that index, the agent at that index, and whatever. So this would get like the loop order would flip, and you would replace a lot of these like duplicate checks.
Hmm.
So this section of the code here, this would get compressed substantially.
Yeah, that's good to know then.
This is kind of what I expected as well, that like with you, I'm not gonna find like redundant 3-line chunks, right? That's kind of like a newer programmer thing. I would find like ways to restructure things that could be faster
Yeah.
and shorter, but that's the only one I found so far. And in this case, it also specifically relies on knowing the knowing good data structure for RL specifically, right?
Yeah.
So you wouldn't know that.
Yeah, it's good to keep in mind, but if I ever do make this like a huge, like, I don't know, like four rather than four, like 50 plus agent thing, that wouldn't be for a while probably if I do that. But
Well,
that
I
would be
mean,
like,
it's the way that you implement stuff, right? Like the way I implemented neural MMO or Snake or whatever, I could test the thing with like 4 agents and just immediately scale it to 4,000 if I wanted to.
yeah,
Same code, like no more complex, very simple, right?
yeah,
But you have to kind of know those data structures up front a little bit.
yeah.
So my bad. I should have told you. I should have been more clear on how you discretize stuff like that, because that would have made that type of thing easier.
It's fine.
Uh,
I mean, yeah,
I mean, it would
I
scale
don't
to
know.
256 before you even have to start changing types.
Yeah, that's like tons. So
Yeah. Well, I also just wouldn't use the shorter types for the indices in the first place, right?
yeah,
You don't have to change it.
but
Though, I mean, to be fair, if you're in any editor and not like just trolling in no plugins Vim, you should just be able to find replace a lot of that.
yeah, it's not difficult.
Okay, so near obs, we've done this. Floating walls, near floating walls, this is going to be the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's insertion sort. I think again, like a lot of these loops would be like if this were on a tiled grid or whatever, like you could just get, well, let me think. You just look in the cells around you and just get the position of whatever's there. Like the fine grained position of whatever's in the adjacent cells. Wouldn't you? These things can't be in the same tile, can they? Can you have like a floating wall and a pickup in the same tile?
Uh, Technically yes, but the pickup's like basically like temp like when a floating wall goes over pickup, the pickup kind of will like disappear and you can't interact with it until the floating wall like stops colliding with it basically. So not really.
Yeah. So I mean, I would kind of just do the I just do the full grid discretization if I were going to do this, and then you basically like instead of having all these loops where you have to like basically do similar logic for all these different types of things, you would
Yeah.
just have a bunch of things. Each grid cell can have a thing, right? And then you just get the type and the position of that thing, and that goes into the obs, right?
Also, how would you handle something like projectiles? Because there could be, depending if they're like smaller projectiles, you could have like multiple different projectiles and a floating wall, say in like one cell or something.
Then I probably just wouldn't put the projectiles in the grid with everything else because those are small. Like everything else
Hmm,
would go on the grid, and then the projectiles would be the only thing that aren't on the grid.
I see. Okay.
And then the
Yeah, that would make
projectiles would
sense.
just be a straight up. I mean, that would just be a straight up. Um, I don't even know if it makes sense to put those into a quad tree or whatever because hmm, you'd probably use like some sort of very coarse sort of a tree, I would think. So maybe you just like you make really big grid cells or something. You'd have to play with that because they move fast, so you have to keep updating them to new cells.
Yeah.
So it would probably be like a much coarser sort of a quad tree type thing or a much coarser grid thing. Um, where maybe you only split it into, you split the screen into like 8 by 8 chunks or something. So it would be like chunks instead of cells. That's the way to say it. And then each chunk has
Hmm.
a max number of projectiles or something like that. and then you only have to loop, and then you only loop through projectiles like in your chunk or something. Probably something like that. Maybe there's a better way of doing it. I don't know.
Well, at least for projectiles, this is the one thing where not even computing the observations, like how I do the observations, I don't think it's optimal, but I'm not sure how to improve it. I
Okay, so I'll
basically
look with
just
that.
set, yeah, it's a little below that, I think.
Okay. Type angle. I'm actually gonna put a comment in here. You know, if yeah, so same thing. And this is pickups.
Yeah. I was talking about projectiles, but it's largely the same thing.
Well, no, pickups are different from projectiles because they're large and there are not that many of them. So we don't care
Oh,
as much.
yeah. What I meant about projectiles is like I'm not sure how to efficiently put them in the observation
Okay, we'll
because
find, here it is, right?
yeah. So right now I just set projectile obs like the max number of them,
Mm-hmm,
and I think it's like 30 or something.
mm-hmm.
And then if they ever exceed that amount, I just don't put them in the observation. But like
And then
I was thinking of
how do you pick which projectiles you get to see?
so essentially the I guess the way I do it, it's essentially like a stack or queue. I guess it's like a stack or something. Like whatever projectiles created first is in like the front of the array, and I just start from the front of the
Ah,
array.
so they're not sorted.
No.
Okay.
Because I was thinking
But then how
like
do you know which ones are nearby?
uh just based on like the position I give you, I guess.
I I'm not so this is all the projectiles, and then
So the thing is though,
is this
I was thinking
global?
like is what global?
This is a global loop over projectiles, and you
Like all
just pick 30?
projectiles?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not great.
Oh, okay. I use a restroom again. I've been drinking too much tea. Give me a second, then I'll think about how to
Okay.
fix this. Okay? One sec.
No problem.
You there?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay. I'm going to give you a general purpose architecture that would handle this and everything else above. I'm not saying this is the best, but like this will at least give you something. Okay. And this
Okay.
scales perfectly as well. I came up with this in the last 30 seconds, but it's like a very simple generalization of stuff I've done before. So like you'll see why it's kind of obvious. Here's your drone. Here's your grid. Each of these is a cell. With like projectiles, right? You've got like pickups, right? You've got like walls. You have stuff, right? And each of these is just an entity.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So then this grid, so you just have like tile. Oops. Okay, and then you have like struct. And then this just has n, and then this has
So yeah, basically an array of entities in each tile, right?
okay, so you have like this is just fixed, static, right? This is static in memory. And then what you do is when you loop over this, okay, so when you do each loop, you just write the entities into the tile one at a time. Let's see, so if we look at like this structure here, here you have each entity. Then you just do this one goes here, this one goes here, this one goes here, so on and so forth, right? Well, I guess I did it. Yeah, so this would be like this, and then I'd have to make another one, right?
Because you don't want projectile limits in the grid.
Well, no, this is even putting projectiles in the grid. I came up with something that works for everything.
Hmm.
So this, you have this grid of tiles, right? Oh, actually, did I do that right? Yeah, I'm drawing it poorly, but to explain, you have a grid of tiles. You can have this a 1D array or like a 1D array that's just like flat indexing to 2D, or 2D array, doesn't matter, right? And this has this struct of tiles. Each tile is just a fixed size array of entities, right? So technically, you could even just make this like a flat index 3D array of tiles if you want. But I think it's easier. I think it's easier to do this because you do need this extra n, right, for each of these.
Mm-hmm.
N just tells you how many entities you have in it at the moment.
Yeah, yeah.
So every time at every step, right, when you move all the entities, you're just gonna reset this n to 0, and then you just write over, right, starting from 0. So you don't even have to clear it. So
Yeah, that makes sense.
you just write this in, write this in, write this in, and then when you go to compute observations, what do? You go through each cell, you loop up to n, and you add it to your obs, and you're done. And that gives you constant time. Constant time everything.
So, okay, I do need to set the n to 0 on every tile of the grid every step, though,
You
right?
don't need to reset anything to 0.
No, the size of each of entities in each tile. I have to do that every step, though, right? You said that.
Yeah, n has to go to 0.
Yeah.
Now, if
So
you wanted to not loop over this, okay, you want this to be faster?
so just like memset, but I don't know.
If you want this to be faster, then here, you could do this. So we have tile. Hang on. So you just have was entity. Probably make a 3D helper index function. All right, and then
Yeah.
you just have, was it char n? Was it char max? Or is it capacity? No, sizes. All you have to do is memset this one every step, right?
Yeah, I see.
No loop.
So I guess the way it'd be stored in memory is.
Let me see if you can even do it without doing this so you don't have to do anything over the whole map. Let me think. Oh wait, yeah, you totally can, right? You just store here, if you want to not do this, okay? What if we do tile, and this has what's it, int n step, and then we have, what's it, entity okay, so you just use that step, and then you do if tile step hot equals env step, right? Then n equals 0, step, step. So you could do that, and now you don't have to memset at every step. There, truly constant time.
Okay, so basically, okay, so when I first start, like, n's gonna be 0, step's gonna be 0, and then when I'm moving entities every step, so after I do the physics thing, I have the new positions of everything. I go into the tiles, and I know where on the grid these entities are, so I go into this array, I say, okay, at this step, here are the entities in here, and then I do my observations. In the next step, I go in and say, okay, they've moved. If they're in a new tile, I just set them. So basically, this I only like treat the stuff in the tile as valid if it lines up with the current step, and if it's not the current step, I just don't. I just ignore it when doing observations, right? Because I know it's not active like
No,
this
it's
accurate this step.
you don't need to deal with step at all in compute observations the way I have it. You deal with this in when you're actually updating your environment. So when you are moving entities around, right, in the environment itself, you go through all the entities, you put them on the tiles, okay? And then when you're putting them on the tiles, um, n starts at 0 originally. You put all the things in, n grows to however many entities there are per step. And then when you get to the next step, right, you're going to check and you're going to see that your current step doesn't match this step, so you reset n. And you start writing from the beginning again. But then when you compute observations, all you have to do, literally all you have to do, is you loop over your adjacent tiles, Okay, in each tile, you loop up to that tile's end and you copy the data over.
Okay, so how would this work though if, say, for example, there's just to simplify it, we're only caring about like one player. So the first drone,
Mhm.
he's in tile zero. Okay, cool. We put that in tile zero. We set end to one. We set step to zero. The next observation, okay, the drone moves to tile five,
Mhm.
and we set tile five to be, that drone. We update the step to be one. So now tile zero still has the drone in it set to step zero.
Okay,
And
fair. You're right
say,
that you do actually have to check the step at obs time. You're right.
yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, you
Okay,
do have to
just
check it
making
at
sure.
obs time. It's one check,
Yeah,
but
that's
it's
not
nothing.
expensive.
Yeah, it's nothing.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
it's
pretty smart.
yeah.
Okay.
So I mean, this does give you constant time everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that's not constant is you need memory for the whole grid. So
Yeah.
if you try to put a city into Impulse Force, um, right? You laugh,
Yeah.
but actually we're like that's something we're looking at with GPU drive and like this
Mm.
architecture, right? It's like okay, what if we wanted to put a whole city in?
Mm.
But actually, it might not even be bad because as long as it's not a city with like 3 players in it, right? If it's actually a densely populated city, it takes a lot of memory, but that's amortized over a lot of players, right?
Mm.
So this
Well,
architecture might just work.
the thing I was discovering though with the way we do things in Puffer, like have and this isn't really specific to Puffer, but you have like multiple workers. So
Mm-hmm.
basically, we have multiple like vectorized workers.
Mm-hmm.
Each has their own process, and in each process are running multiple environments, right?
Mm-hmm.
um, each process, each worker, all the environments in that process are going to be sharing like whatever, like static memory, like not this per se, but like say I pre-compute some stuff, they're all going to share that.
Yep.
But if I say have like 16 workers, there's like 16 copies of all that pre-computed stuff in RAM.
Mm-hmm.
And in this case, like it'd be like workers times M's. That'd be a lot. So,
It's not workers times nth. It's just workers of
well,
shared
it
stuff.
depends if depends if this would be global or not, but this couldn't be global.
Well, yeah, this is per nth, but the thing is,
Yeah.
okay, if you have a massive nth, right, that nth is going to have like 1,000 players in it. So you only need
So you
one of
don't.
those M's per core, anyways.
Yeah, 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 that
That's
makes
what I do with
sense.
neural
Yeah.
MMO. But like
Oh,
with
so you only
MOBA,
have one.
yeah, you have one per core because you have all the
Okay.
players in it, right? You only want like 4,000 or 8,000 total agents, right?
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
And then for MOBA, I actually do have like shared resources in MOBA, um, but you only get one copy per core
Yeah,
because MOBA
exactly.
only has like it's a decent sized map, right? It's a decently big map,
Yeah, yeah.
but it only has 10 players, so you still need a bunch of copies of it. Well, fine. The static assets get shared per core at least. Be on and off stream today. Ping me on Discord when you're ready. All right, Spencer. Yeah, whenever we're done with Captain here, I will do some stuff for you. It's a lot of stuff to review here, though. It's a 7,000 line PR. Is this like a reasonable architecture, though? The way that I've gone through this.
I think so, especially now I think so, but I'm thinking like if we were to scale up, I'd have to change a decent bit of code, I think, because the way everything's set up nicely just to work,
Mm-hmm.
like each grid size is the size of like a normal wall, but I think that'd be way too small if we got like really huge because right now
I think
I
it would be
already
too big.
have
How big do you want to
huh?
go with this? We do like up
I don't
to 4096. Was it 2048 by 2048 maps? I think I've done in Neural MMO.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh. Now,
Okay.
I don't have this entity max thing, right? I have one entity per tile. So you'd probably want to keep this small, especially if your
Yeah.
entities have a ton of properties.
Well, they'd be pointers entities, not like, but yeah, I know what you mean. Um, yeah.
Well, I didn't even
Yeah,
make
my
this list dynamic. See, this is a static.
yeah. No, I see that. What was I gonna say?
You could also, if you really wanted to save memory on this, you could make this a linked list,
Yeah,
right?
nah. You lose like, the memory being contiguous and all that.
Yeah,
So
that's why I don't
it
think it's worth it because like it
nah.
it would make it slower. It's still O of
Yeah.
N, but it's yeah, you lose. There's annoying pointer stuff.
Yeah.
So I would just
Memory
keep
being
this small.
contiguous is really cache friendly and really
Hmm.
nice generally, so I like to do that when I can.
If you just
Yeah,
keep
I
this small,
actually
this
did.
probably doesn't need to be more than like four, right?
Yeah. I'd have to probably like do a training run and just see like how big it got in like billion steps or something, and then just put a little past that just to be safe. But
What
yeah,
do you mean how
probably
big it
not.
gets in a billion? Oh, like the max that it ever gets?
Yeah.
Oh, I wouldn't even go that high. I would just see like most of the time. You know, if you cut a projectile off once in a while, who cares?
Mm, yeah, I guess. I could get like the average standard deviation, then like
Mm-hmm.
max, and then just make an educated decision.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I mean, this is like the type of thing that you would look at. And by the way, this would compress all the obs code a ton as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. It would. Yeah, my obs code is yeah, there is a decent bit of duplicated
Mm-hmm.
code because I wasn't sure how to do it differently. But yeah, this makes
Yeah.
sense. This is a lot
So
of
this is
sense.
like the type of thing that, you know, it's if you think about this can make it more scalable and simplify the code and make it faster all at the same time.
I'd be interested to see if it makes it faster with the amount of entities I have now. It might still, but
I think it'd
I
be
think
marginal.
yeah, it wouldn't be a lot. It might make it a little faster, but you'd really see a huge gain once you start scaling up, like you said, for sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, it'd
It
probably
depends
be
if you
worth it
want to
just
do that as well. Right now, the one thing I will say, the one major limitation of this type of an architecture is the local observation size. So you can't see very far if you do this.
what do you mean?
You
Like
have
you
to
can't
loop
like you just
over because you're doing cell-based
oh,
observations.
right.
So
Yeah,
you
yeah,
have to
yeah.
loop over a window.
Yep.
Um, yeah.
My window right now is 11 by 11, which is worked well in small maps. I don't know how to scale to big maps, but it seems like I don't know, is
Yeah.
that reasonable size?
Yeah, that's what we use for a lot of our stuff as well. Um,
Okay.
it's a really great architecture for like very local obs. If you really wanted something to see way farther, that's where we'd have to go to something else. And actually, I'm chatting with Brennan again probably next week on the FPS stuff to see how he's done things with bounding value hierarchies because you need to be able to see farther. It's like sniper maps and stuff, right?
Yeah. Well, the way I handle this in Impulse Wars is I give you like very limited stuff in your window, like, but then I also give you like actual, um, continuous like finer grained observations for a select amount of like
Hmm.
near things.
But you don't see far,
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you
right?
don't
So
see
if you
far at
wanted
all.
to actually make this fair, you'd have to like fog of war what you can see to a pretty small window around you, and then it would be like borderline impossible to play as a human, right? It'd be
Yeah.
really hard. So
Yeah,
that's yeah.
stray bullets would probably, or stray projectiles would probably kill you like all the time. It'd probably be very
Well, they
unfun.
have instant reaction at the least, but
Yeah.
still,
But yeah, as a human, that's kind of why I never really thought about doing a big like MOBA type or not MOBA, like MMO type thing
hmm
because I just don't think it would be that fun. Like there's already so much chaos with four players. If you had a huge map and a lot of people and I made like the projectile distances before they like despawn like larger,
hmm
you'd get like accident like killed by someone who didn't even know they killed you like all
just
the
yeah,
time probably.
just don't make the projectile lifetime crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. I I think it changed like for lack of a better phrase, the spirit of the game a lot. I don't know if it'd still be
I
in
don't
like
know.
a
It
fun game
depends
to
how many
play.
like obstacles and blocking off things there are. Like so here, imagine it this way, right? So imagine that you're playing this on a full screen, okay? And you have a few
Hmm.
players on your screen, right? That you're playing against, but you can just keep going in either direction for 10 minutes and you'll keep finding more players.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool, right? It's pretty cool. Like here, it's the way that it works with like the MMO, right? And I actually rendered it roughly the way that the agent sees it in the game. This is how far the agent
Hmm.
sees in the game. But
Oh, okay.
look, right?
Yeah. The
And this
zoom
isn't
out
even the
thing.
full
Yeah.
size map. This is the web map.
Oh, the full size map's even bigger
Oh
than
yeah,
that.
you can go way bigger than this.
Oh wow. Okay. I thought this was the full size.
Now you can go even bigger than this. And they're only like a few neural agents in here as well. There would be like way more agents than this because the the policy is too big to run fast on CPU, so I can only
Mm,
run a few of these guys. But yeah, you'd run into all sorts of other players, all sorts of other enemies. Like, it's pretty cool.
hmm.
So you just keep going pretty much wherever. It's kind of fun. So that's if you want to do massively multi-agent, but you know, it's nice either way because the architecture I'm describing, if you don't have large ops windows needed, it kind of just scales to whatever. And
Yeah.
figuring out stuff that scales better to longer range ops will be on the agenda because that's what you need for
Yeah,
like
that would.
first person, right? When you're looking in a direction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
for
I'll work
sure.
on that, and I think the stuff Spencer's doing, and then my chat with Brennan, I think we'll get that figured out in the next few weeks. Okay.
But yeah,
You don't need to
going
go
back to
recode a
how.
bunch of stuff right now from this. I'm just giving you stuff that you could you can look at here for like, okay, these are directions you could take this project, these are directions that you can go with other projects, right?
No,
This is
I get
useful
you.
info.
But here, go back up. Or yeah, just on the projectile stuff though.
Hmm.
I did kind of wonder what you thought about this because yeah, we kind of started talking about this. So basically, I
It's
want to
just not going to be
provide.
able to see. These are at least relativized, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Um, I mean, the fact that they're. Do you have like an entity encoder, or is it just like into a flat encoder in the network?
Whoa, what do you mean entity encoder? Oh, in the neural, in the no, it's I concatenate like all the continuous obs together and then just pass them into the main one. Yeah,
Yeah, so that's not going to be. It just can't see those, is my guess.
really.
Yeah, it just can't see those. So it's playing
So,
without being able to. It's hard to dodge, anyways, so it's not huge. But like the way that you do this is an entity. I think I've shown you this, right? So entity encoder works like this. You have like X, Y, X, Y, X, Y. These are your points. Okay? And what you're doing is you're doing like X, Y, X, Y, X, Y, and then you're putting this into a network, right?
mm-hmm.
Okay, you just put this into a network, and then you max.
And then that kind of tells it like what's closest.
Well, it's you're applying the same layer to each of these, right? So this doesn't know what the order of the points is, right? This has to learn the same representation at each point explicitly. So it's like, it's a totally different problem if you swap point one and point two, which is not what you intend because they're not sorted.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if you do this, it's just learning an encoder over points, and what it will do is it'll just learn to ignore anything where the x and y are too big,
Mm.
right?
So
Because they're
basically,
relativized.
to make this bigger, you think I should just max over the projectiles and then feed that back in to the network, the
Yeah, if you
policy.
wanted to make this is just a purely encoder side change as well,
Yeah, yeah.
right? Like the policy. This is pretty much any time that you have a number of things that are the same, like a number of different objects where the order doesn't matter. You have to express that the order doesn't matter to the policy.
And you do that by maxing it.
You
Then
do
you
this
max
by
it.
feeding the data each point into the network identically, and then you can max, you can do attention, right? This is a good thing for a transformer. You can do any operation that doesn't depend on the position. You can
Mm.
max, you can mean. Usually max is a good one though. Like you could do FC relo max if you wanted to.
That seems pretty deep though. Like
Okay,
adding.
then just do FC relo max or just FC max
Okay.
there,
Okay.
right?
So encode it and then max that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And the encoding should
Gotcha.
not be two dimensional, right? So this goes to like 64 dim or something. So it can actually store data from multiple points if it wants,
Yeah.
right? And it can decide like, okay, I'm going to use this part of the space for stuff that's really nearby. I'm going to use this part of the space for stuff that's like kind of nearby, right? It can learn all that. It can't learn that
Mm.
from the representation you have now. It's really hard.
Okay.
So that's just a
Gotcha.
pure architecture thing. You don't have to change your code at all for that, the env code. That's worth playing with. This is in GPU drive policy as well.
Can you make a comment in policy just so I kind of remember what you're saying?
Where's the encoder?
Just in policy, yeah.
Yeah, where's the projectile?
It's all the way at the bottom. It's just bundled into continuous obs. I could remove it from that and then do something different with it.
There.
And you said I'll have to play around. Like, should it be like FC Relu Max or FC Max
Probably
Relu?
just
No,
F.
that probably makes
Probably
sense.
just FC max is good enough.
Okay, FC Max and then cat and then pass them as the final encoder.
Yep. And it'll
Okay,
be
cool.
shorter as well because now it's only like 128 dim or whatever instead of
Yeah.
um. Well, it depends how many points you have, right? But
So right now I give it like the max number of projectiles I will give it is like 30.
okay,
If
so
there's
give it
less
like a
than that,
64 dim embedding, then it'll be about the same.
yeah. Wait, embedding? I thought oh,
Well, because
I didn't
FC is an
realize you
embedding.
could. Oh, I thought FC was just fully connected layer.
Yeah, that's fine. That it's for continuous values. It's the same thing. Literally, just
Wait,
yes, a linear layer.
okay.
You're
So
because the thing is that layer. What's that layer doing, right? It's projecting 2 dimensions to 64 dimensions. It's a
so
continuous
in that
embedding.
okay. Hmm.
Same thing.
So it wouldn't really make a difference if I used a linear layer or an embedding layer.
Well, embedding layers are for discrete data, so no, you use a linear
Right.
layer. That
Yeah,
is
yeah.
the
But it's
embedding.
yeah, I see. I see what you're saying. It's the same like concept, just
Exactly.
over continuous. Gotcha.
Exactly. It's
Okay.
getting your data to a larger number of dimensions. That's an embedding.
Okay. Gotcha.
Larger or smaller, right? Either way, it's embedding. Compute enemy drone observations.
Yeah. Enemy drone is a little misleading now that once I added teams, but I don't know.
You
Other
don't have
drone?
entity encodings over this either, right?
No.
Yeah, so that's going to screw you as well.
Hmm. That makes a lot of sense
Yeah, so it
because
supports your policy. I'm surprised you get your policy doing that much, right?
well, to be
I didn't
fair,
look at this closely enough when I was reviewing because like this is kind of complicated, so I didn't really realize that you weren't because
yeah.
it's literally the difference of a reshape before doing your ops, right? It's like a very small code change to miss.
Oh, this is also in continuous observations. Projectiles, enemy drones, and then the agent drone is all in there.
There. I mean, this is the same concept of a conv if you think about it, right? Why do we not just pass images into linear layers versus convs, right? It's because we reuse those patches across the whole image, right?
Hmm.
It's literally the same thing. So what you're doing now is the equivalent of trying to feed an image into a linear layer,
Eh,
like pixel by
okay.
pixel.
Oh, to be fair though, I don't know if this changes anything,
Mm-hmm.
but the for this like enemy drone observation, the ordering will always be the same because I do it based off the drone index, which never changes. So
But
if
aren't they
you're
all
the
the same?
first, huh?
That would only make a difference if like you had the 4 drones playing differently and you wanted to learn specifically different behaviors for each of them.
Yeah, okay. It could potentially be the case because if you're doing teams, there might be some that's on your team, some not.
Yeah, you should
But
have a value that's whether it's on your same team for the encoding.
I do.
Yeah, and then it should learn that.
Okay. So, but I still need to do what you're talking about, like
Yes, you
encoding
still
it,
do.
right? Okay. Yeah, just making sure.
Yeah. But that's fine. Like that's not a data side problem. It's just architecture side. You'll have like
Yeah,
one
that's
reshape
nice.
to make sure that you do correctly, but other than that, you're fine.
Yeah. And I shouldn't need to do anything with the agent.
With what?
Like I do want it to learn the ordering of that.
There's only one agent.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that should be fine,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What, like you don't need to. You're not going to encode each of these values separately, right?
Yeah, yeah. That's
Yeah.
what I'm just making sure I
Yeah. No, it's
understand.
it's for when you have like it's an
Multiple.
entity encoder, right? So it's when you have
Yeah.
data that has multiple channels or whatever that's going to be presented in a specific order.
But order doesn't really matter.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Like if you want two things, if you think that your observation is going to come in a different order depending on when you get it, but the order shouldn't matter, then you use an entity encoder.
Okay. What about the obs when I give it like the n nearest walls, like say the four nearest walls, and it's actually sorted by like which order of closeness? Should I do the same for that, or that's fine because like
No, if you have it sorted by order of closeness, then that's the alternative to doing this.
that's what I thought.
You
Okay,
either
cool.
sort it or you do entity encoder,
Okay.
right? And I don't know which one is going to be better, by the way. I think in theory the entity encoder should be better, but it might be kind of difficult to get it working quickly and efficiently.
Yeah, I do the n nearest walls because there's just too many walls in the map, so I don't want to pass those in
No.
observations.
It is, mind you, it is a very clean architecture if you have everything expressible as the same entity type, kind of.
Yeah.
Um, but the thing is, if you get too many entities, then you kind of have to project into a pretty high dimension so that you have enough room, right, to store all the information, and that can get slow. So, there are
Yeah,
reasons to do it, there are reasons to not do it.
makes sense.
Okay. Um, Next. So, I mean, that's the review of the obs, it looks like. Set up env.
So yeah, I have the option to basically like pin one environment to always use one
Mhm.
map, so you don't have to like deal with tearing it down and setting it back up.
I don't know why you have rendering in here. Rendering
Oh,
should just
that's
be a
just
separate API call, right?
what do you mean?
The way we
Oh,
usually
what?
do our envs is that this env file has a render function that you can call separately to render the env.
Oh, okay. Well, for some reason I thought I saw some ocean ends that like the render wasn't being called or something.
Should be. Let me see. Well, yeah, it's not called from. It's only called from the .c or from
Oh,
Python,
okay.
right? Render doesn't
Yeah.
get. That's the point. It's that it's an API that you call. So here,
Yeah, yeah,
PufferLib
okay.
Ocean, go. Here's your policy, yada yada, demo. Look, allocate, reset, make client separately. It's not part of the env, right? Client is not in the env. And then here's your step. Here's your render. Render is separate from step.
I think the reason I did that kind of separately is because um there's certain things I do when I know I'm rendering. Like there's certain
Hmm.
like those like triangles that get created, those are physics objects, but I obviously don't create them when training. I only create them when I'm rendering stuff like that. There's other things I do like handling
You can't do it
chores
from
and
the
what's
renderer step.
I just want to keep my rendering code only render code.
Oh, I see.
I want to have a clean separation. Like in the render file, it's only rendering, and that's all it does.
Yeah, okay.
I
That's a
don't
little
want to.
trickier then because you actually are adding physics objects. It's annoying.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, that is how we usually have stuff set up. And
I
by the way,
mean,
you do need to have the render and step calls be separate because that's just like that's standard RL API stuff.
you could call them separately. I guess it just right now it just double render, which
You can't
wouldn't
have it
really.
double render those thing. You need to be able to have render mode enabled and then like step it and render when you want to.
Yeah.
Normally. So, but like you can still pass like a flag or whatever so that you can do the things that you need in step, right? You can still have like it can take render mode or something. Um, but yeah, that does need to be separable. Anyways,
So why does it need to be separable though? Because like why do you need to be able to call it separately?
because M's export step and render separately. It's just the API that everyone uses in RL. Like this is not just Puffer. This is like Gymnasium, it's
I know.
DMIDEM, it's everything.
I know, but I don't really understand like why it's super necessary.
Well, there isn't a reason for it, right? Like you could have equally well had it be that it like the API is that if you pass render mode true, then it always renders on step, right?
Yeah.
But that's not how
That's
they
pretty
have
much
it.
what I do.
Yeah, that's not how they have it at the moment because like some render functions, right, you can have it like return the pixel values or whatever, and you want
Yeah,
to be
yeah.
able to get those at certain times. We don't do that, but it's still the same API.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. I could restructure it to be like that, but
I'm not gonna block you on merging for that,
yeah.
but I think that it'll probably cause some small things down the line.
Well, I think what I do right now is if I render is true, like I have a render function in Python, but I can't remember. It either does nothing or does call, I don't know, but I just don't really use it.
Yeah. All right. Hmm.
Yeah, this is where I basically set things like, okay, for training, I'm gonna lower like the fidelity, the physics, and the frame skip, and if
I see.
we're yeah, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I had to do some aligning because I'm doing like mixed um bytes and floats. So if things aren't aligned, like some stuff freaks out.
Hmm. I thought size struct gives you the align size, does it not?
Size of just gives you the size, but that I need it to be aligned to the size of float, which is normally 4 bytes, and it may or may not be.
Hmm.
And some of, well,
I thought
specifically,
just structs
well,
not
no,
get
but
aligned in memory?
well, no, okay, yeah, I think structs do, but I just have an array of bytes essentially for my observ. This is for
Okay,
observations,
cool. Yeah,
and
yeah.
some of it
I
aren't.
hit that before, where like sometimes
Yeah,
if the obs itself is not aligned, you can run into issues.
yeah,
Um,
exactly.
yeah, you can run into issues with that because when you put it to NumPy, stuff gets offset weird.
Yeah, exactly.
Um,
Specifically
that's
when I
actually
do
a
like,
good point. That might be an error that we have in some puffer amps because I didn't realize that until relatively recently.
well, at least in my experience, if you don't have it aligned and stuff needs to be aligned, then when you try to compile, it'll like scream at you.
Huh. Okay.
So you should probably know.
Okay.
In my case, it's because when I was using like nativized tensor to like convert, like, oh, okay,
Yeah, yeah.
some of the
That's
obs
exactly
are,
where I was hitting stuff.
yeah, some of the obs are bytes, some of them are treated as floats, and then it was like, hey, this isn't aligned. So yeah.
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
Yeah, I use your map pathing stuff from MOBA for the scripted agents,
It's
which
pretty nifty, right?
it's cool the way you did it. It's not the best
Doesn't
pathfinding
work
for
with
this
dynamic
environment,
objects.
but I don't
Yeah.
I don't really want to implement like A star or something. So
Well, it's the reason that I didn't do A stars because you're computing all paths anyways,
yeah. No, I'm
right?
just saying like it's not
A
the
star would
best
be way
because I
slower if you
no,
did it all in
I
one.
agree. And that's why I took this compromise.
Yes.
I it's not the best for like actual like competitiveness because they're locked to like tile-based movements, which isn't like always optimal, but it's like good enough.
Uh, Yeah, fair. I mean, if you have I don't know if there's acceleration and stuff, it'll kind of curve the paths, which is like kind of cool.
Yeah.
So it
The
won't
one
look
thing
like
I
it's
do need
just
to
like
figure
lines.
out, I just haven't yet. Right now, my scripted agents like don't take it to floating walls in the pathfinding, and I haven't really thought too much about how
You
I'm gonna do
can't.
that, but they
Like
just
they
kind of
they
like,
can't move. That's the problem.
hmm?
You have to special case like if the path goes through a floating wall, then you like do something simple to get out of the way or something. Because at the
Yeah,
moment, yeah, like you keep it's static pathfinding only.
yeah, exactly.
Oh, and that one also does not scale, by the way. That pathfinding algorithm does not scale to
Yeah, BFS, yeah.
yeah, it does.
But
But it only matters if you're like you could probably still do something over like chunks.
I mean, how big's your map in MOBA? Because that's pretty big, and you do
I
it.
think I think it's 128 or 256.
Oh
I think
yeah,
it's
that's not
120, but
huge.
the thing is the size is 128 times 128 times 128 times 128. I think it's like
Yeah,
a couple
yeah,
hundred megs.
yeah,
Yeah, it was
yeah.
just the right map size that we could do it.
Yeah, my the biggest map is right now is like 25 by 26
That's
or
easy.
something. Yeah.
Okay, so why are these allocated separately?
Hmm. What?
E drone. What? CC.
What are you talking about?
Oh, this is your vector thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because it allocates these dynamically, you have to destroy them individually.
Mm-hmm.
So if these were static, it would just be free drone or free E
Well,
drones.
what I'm doing when I'm destroying, I'm taking care of the box 2D stuff.
Ah, I see.
So I'm destroying the physics objects and cleaning that up.
I see. It's annoying that that actually has stuff that you do. Okay, that makes sense then.
So one thing, so I didn't used to do this. You can just like destroy the whole world, and if you destroy the world, it destroys everything in the world.
Hmm.
But one major optimization I had was if I'm on the same map between rounds, I like don't recreate the map, and that
Hmm.
required not destroying the world, and then that required like destroying everything and you know what I mean? So,
Hmm.
yeah. Because it was slower to destroy the entire world and then like recreate some stuff versus like
Yeah.
destroying only what I need to destroy.
I don't know. Maybe I would do something like have this be in entities or something. Just make like entity array that has all the entities, and then E cells is just like an offset into that or something. I don't know. Pickups. A little
Well, it
tricky.
makes it nice because like I render each of these differently. Like I render projectiles, drones, whatever. So when I'm like in the
Yeah, you
rendering,
can
I
still
loop
do that.
over. Yeah.
What I would well, if you wanted to do this so that you could have the option of iterating over the whole, like all the entities or over a specific type, um, you would have a big entities array, right? And then you would have like E cells would just be a little struct that has the pointer to wherever cell starts in that entity array, and then the number of cells that you actually have, right?
Yeah.
So
I
you
mean,
could
I
do it.
guess what I could do too, I don't really think it's worth doing, but if I wanted to shrink like clear env, I could make another array of all the entities because I have one like generic entity struct that has like the type of the entity and then like a void pointer to the entity itself.
Well, that's
So
what I
then I
was
could,
saying.
yeah, I could loop over
Yeah,
all of them and then switch over like which destroy function I call, but
yeah.
like, eh.
But if this is a dynamic array, then it's not going to work. This would work with static arrays.
Well, what I was saying would work with dynamic. I just don't really know if it's worth doing.
Would it? I don't know if it would.
I
Yeah, I
don't
don't
know.
see
I'm
how
not
that
sure we're talking
does.
about the same thing. I'm not sure we're talking about the same thing.
Okay. Okay, here are your actual frees, I see.
Yeah. That's actually deallocating the memory of the
Hmm.
array. When I'm removing, I'm just basically setting the size to 0 above.
Yeah, so you end up with this either way. The only thing that is that if you had entities, it would just be for entity and entities or whatever.
Yeah.
Some reward shaping. Weapon force times weapon force. Weapon force squared.
Yeah.
Is that impulse or something? Like, what is weapon force squared?
Well, weapon force is right above. It's the magnitude that it's fired at first times its inverse mass.
So what does this give you?
Um, that basically gives you like the roughly like the impulse
Okay, so
that
it
it
is
initially
impulse.
had. Yeah.
Is impulse force squared?
I mean, multiplied by the shot hit reward coefficient, which I think like scales it down. Hmm?
Newton seconds. So isn't this supposed to be times delta t or something?
I don't know. The way like I handle impulses in here is just I don't know. I don't really think about like units or whatever. It's just like
Well, I just don't know what squaring it gives you. Like if this is a
uh
reasonable way to scale this reward.
I don't remember. I was playing around with it until it seemed like decent.
Mm.
Yeah, and the compute hit strength gives me so that's basically like scaling it. Um I think what the idea was anyway. So fire magnitude is like the impulse that I or the magnitude of the impulse that I apply to it when I spawn the projectile. And then I'm multiplying it by its inverse mass because I don't know, that takes its mass into account. And then scaled force is like, okay, like what's the I don't know, I forget why I scaled it that way, but I did
Mhm.
like the actual like initial force of the weapon versus the amount the drill like what compute hit strength does is gives you like it I think if I remember correctly, it gives you a float from 0 to 1, and it's scaled based on how far the drone moved in the last step. So like if you because you could hit it drone with a sniper, and if you barely graze it, it's not going to move very much. But if you hit it at center of mass, it's going to really move it. So I reward
I
them more
see.
if they move them more, basically.
I see. Yeah. Definitely checking to make sure that these are sane is like one of the if assuming that you have the data correct, right? Like the end data and stuff is correct, the next most important thing is having the rewards be sane.
Yeah,
So here's a
I could
compute
think.
reward function. Let's see
Yeah,
how many
compute it.
components you have. Is there like a longer cooldown if you deplete all your energy?
Yeah. So basically,
So
I checked
it's
that
like an
because
overheat mechanic type thing.
yeah, basically
Okay. So they get rewarded for not fully depleting. Okay.
punished. Yeah,
I mean, yeah. Okay. Pick up weapon. They get a reward for picking up a weapon,
yeah. If they
and they
already
get a
held
reward
like a
for
non yeah.
okay normal shots and explosions,
Yep.
and then wait, numb agents. What's this?
So if I have like if all the players are agents, then I'll do like specific stuff for teams.
Oh, you're trying to like subtract out team.
Well, no, like I was basically punishing them if they hit a teammate.
Oh, so there is friendly fire.
Yeah,
Okay.
because you can actually hit yourself and sometimes it's advantageous. to hit yourself. Or
Yeah.
it could be advantageous to hit a teammate in very, very rare circumstances, like
Yeah. But
maybe
those
they're about to.
mechanics always suck because people freaking troll with them so badly.
Yeah, but I mean, if you just had your shots pass through the player,
Yep.
that'd be like a totally different game.
Man, allowing you it's kind of funny. I guess it really depends on the game, but like allowing you to interact with your teammates is just one of the most tilting things ever. Um,
Yeah.
I know this from Overwatch. It's like please delete Lifeweaver because he can pull you from the idea that he can pull you out of danger, but he can also pull you out of a good position into a really stupid position. And it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
why am I fighting my team? It's like every single game that has this. So
That yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's part of the game, in my opinion. Like, there's just shots flying on everywhere, and
yeah,
sometimes you didn't mean for it to go that place, and it just
yeah,
happens. Because you're shooting to move, so
yeah,
you're not actually like aiming at things a lot of
yeah,
times. Like, so yeah, part of the chaos.
yeah.
But
This is how you
I
really get
did,
like the 1v9 mechanic though.
yeah.
1v9.
I just didn't want agents like just mercilessly killing off
Yeah,
their teammates any chance they got though.
yeah.
So what I
That's so
might
fun.
do
No,
is
this is a good
probably
reward. I'm not questioning the reward. It's funny to have
yeah.
friendly fire enabled at all, but you can hit yourself anyways, so I guess it makes sense then.
Yeah, and I don't if you hit yourself, I just don't do anything. There's no reward.
Yeah. I mean, you could technically disable friendly fire if you wanted to make it slightly less chaotic,
Nah.
and then you would color the projectiles.
We'll see. Right now I color the projectiles based on the weapon they're from. So that'd get tricky because they have
You would
very
give them
different
different. You
properties.
would give the weapons different projectile sprites, and then you would color those.
Mm, yeah, I could do that, but
The teams
realistically
also
probably
should
not.
have more uniform coloration, I would think. I don't know if
What
they need to
should?
be the same color. Well, like it's not like green and blue versus like red and purple or whatever is not intuitive.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like I mean, red versus blue is kind of a classic, and
Yeah.
we do it for the puffer ends anyways. Um, so that might be good for Claire, but we can get to the renderer after.
Yeah.
That's more
I was
graphic
thinking
stuff.
about that. I know like yeah, we can talk about that
Yeah,
later. The
that's
one
fine.
thing I do want to add because I have not got Teams training to work very well, and I think I know why. So basically, I don't have a reliable way to track kills yet when there are more than two players because it actually gets very challenging
Hmm.
because it's not just like, oh, who fired the shot that like got their health to zero. It was who was the owner or the parent that applied the force that most contributed to their death,
Well, you
right? And
don't
that
have
gets
because you don't even have health, do you?
nope. So yeah, it gets really complicated because like I could shoot you with a sniper and then you could bounce off a wall and then die, but then it's like okay, but you're also moving and you're also having recoil, so I need to track like okay, because there's also like essentially friction, but it's like top down, so it's damping. So it's like okay,
I
I
would
could hit you with
literally
a
just do
sniper.
last projectile that hit you.
Yeah, but that can get really cheap. Like that
Yeah,
actually
no, it's
that
like you just tickle somebody who's about to die,
yeah.
but it's funny, right?
Yeah, but I don't think it worked well for learning is what I'm saying.
I mean, do you think not? Because like, yes, technically, if your teammate hits a good shot, you're incentivized to try to like tickle the opponent, but you're also incentivized to try to kill the enemy anyways. So, I don't know.
Yeah, but sometimes it's pretty clear. For example, like I could barely touch you, like really far from the red wall,
Hmm.
and then you could kill yourself by like using the shotgun into the red wall, and then I'd get rewarded for like not really doing anything useful.
Yeah, there would have to be a time
So
delay.
yeah, basically I know what I need to do. I just haven't done it yet because I was also like
Hmm.
needing the box 2D author to change something for me so I could
Yeah, it's hard.
get some stuff and yeah.
I mean, the most
Because
extreme
even in
version
the
of this is you get a reward of one for winning.
yeah, that's what I do. And in the two agent M, which is normally what I do, like we're
Mhm.
one agent actually, one agent, two players. It's just if the other person dies, you get rewarded. Like I don't care if
Mhm.
they kill themselves, like it's still good. But
Yep. Well, because you had to survive for that long, right?
exactly. What I might do though, once I can actually track kills, is like give you like partial reward if they kill themselves, because like maybe you contributed to like mind games to making them, or you put them in a situation where like it was hard for them
Mhm.
not to kill themselves, but like I give you a
Well,
better reward if you directly kill them.
you can also just give your you can just get a -1 reward for dying, and I think that handles everything.
Yeah, I've actually had I've given it like I've played around with dying rewards and or punishments, and it's been I don't know. It's been difficult for them to learn from that for some reason.
Hmm. Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I think right now I have death punishment set to like 0, so I do add it, but like it doesn't
Okay.
do anything. I have to play around with it more. Basically, manual actions are going to be like either I think from the scripted agent or um, from like the human player. Compute actions is basically just getting like the neural network actions or like normalizing some stuff for everyone for all the actions basically.
Is this supposed to be aim?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, that's supposed to be aim.
I told you we're reviewing line by line. If I don't at least catch a couple, single line bugs, what am I doing?
I love the predicted comment like this is a hack every time it just thinks it's a hack.
This is Super Maven.
Yeah.
So that's move, aim, binary shoot, break, and burst. That's a very
Hmm.
reasonable little action space.
Yeah.
You could even combine you could combine these, I think. Do you need to be able to do these at the same time? Oh, you do, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, you need to be able to do these at the same time. Because this is right click, left click, and yeah, okay. That's fine then. Tan HF.
Yeah, so that actually helped a ton with continuous. Continuous still isn't great, like as far as it learns, but when I bound them by that instead of clipping, it helped a lot.
Is there a reason to not just do this in the policy?
Uh, Something about like I can't remember. Um,
This is -1. Was tan H -1 to 1 or is it unbounded?
no, it's -1 to 1.
Yeah, okay. So,
I could do it in the policy. I just ended up doing it here. Oh, I think because I also
wait,
I
hang
get
on. I'm confused because isn't move, aren't these discrete or are these continuous?
no, these are continuous. You aim and move continuously.
But then these are
Oh no no. So above,
discretized.
yeah, that's if I'm doing multi like what's it called? Not multi hot. Yeah, that's if I'm doing multi discrete. But if I'm doing
Oh
continuous
yeah,
actions,
then
I
you
enable
just
that.
convert them to continuous anyways, right? You should just, if they're multi-hot, what you do is you should just convert them to be continuous. I think I have code for this in the maze nth as well.
Okay. I think I had this here because I treat agent continuous actions the same as I treat controller actions because I just
Hmm.
get continuous inputs from the joysticks. So it just lets me share some code basically.
Okay. You might want to just make the policy head on continuous have a TNH and see if that helps. Um,
No, so I was reading about that. If you do TNH like right after you get the action, that and I've tested,
mhm.
not extensively, but I have tested, it hurts learn because then what's going into the experience buffer is like altered. Whereas like now, I don't know. We could do some research on or something, but like the reasoning I gave was like, oh, if you're kind of like modifying like what the policy's outputting and then it's kind of getting confused because it's training like not
Well,
what it actually outputted.
the thing is that likewise, right? If it's outputting stuff outside of the range, it's getting like soft clipped down right now.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, the what it would do is if you did it in the policy, yes, it changes learning dynamics, but then at least it would be outputting the actions that it's actually taking. So, possible either way.
Yeah.
Okay. It just copies my previous comment.
Very smart. Yeah, I cap movement to 1 just so like someone can't cheat and tell me like I don't know, I'm gonna like move
Does this
three
have like
times as
X and
fast or
Y?
something. Yeah, it's just a vector. It's just like a 2D vector.
Uh, check. Um, consider doing heading and magnitude X, Y. I think heading and magnitude might be easier to learn. It kind of depends. So, like heading, right? You can turn in whatever direction.
Oh, I think I tried that. I think I actually tried that once,
Huh.
and I'd have to try it again. But I think I tried it and it like didn't learn at all.
Hmm. Interesting.
Yeah, I'd have to try it again. But yeah, yeah. Well, I actually tried doing that. I think with aiming or something. Actually,
Hmm.
let me think. Yeah, instead of just having output 2 values, I think I just tried to have it output 1 value.
Hmm.
No, that's what I did. For aiming, instead of having an output like an X and a Y for aiming, I tried to have it output like 1 float, which is basically like, the angle. Like 0, say, would be like straight up, and then like 90 would be like to the right or something. Like 180 be down, but like it couldn't learn to aim like that at all.
Hmm.
So I just kept it at X, Y. I thought that'd be easier because that's one less thing to think about,
It
but
should.
apparently not. Yeah. But I've changed a lot since then, so maybe
Yeah.
I'd redo it.
Nice, simple actions. Cool. That's good. Is this the thing where, like, if you put the controller down, the policy takes over?
Yeah. Right now I have it like I think neural mode is the same way. If you can toggle control with
Yeah.
control.
Yeah. That's the way that you do it for M's, where it's like obnoxious if it takes over immediately when you stop pressing something.
Yeah. Because holding shift while you're trying to do all this stuff would be annoying.
No, no, no. That's for simpler M's where you're just trying to test them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Here's the big bad step function. How is the while loop part of the if and def?
So that's
Oh,
because of,
jeez. Wait, and then
yeah,
is the
it's
close gonna be part of it?
the close. Oh, the closing, yeah.
Dude. Holy
All right,
hell.
tell me how to do it differently, man, because I don't normally I can handle it sanely, but if it's in scripting, like I don't know how often I'm
Fuck.
being called, so I have to like, yeah, I have to. If you go to that link, it kind of
Okay, hold
explains.
on. Hold on then.
So basically, yeah, the way I understand it, like normally I'm stepping the physics with a set time step, like say, like to make it simple, like every half second I'm
Yeah.
stepping the physics and telling the physics like, simulate half a second into the future or whatever. But like um with Inscriptin, the browser is just calling the step function whenever it feels like, not on a set amount of time
Yeah.
like Raylib will.
So you just
So I
you just need this variable to not be a preprocessor variable. You need to have this as a variable. Um, and then
why
you'd be able to do it. Well,
do
because then
what?
all you would do is then you would just say, if m delta, so you just have double delta time equals 0.5 seconds or whatever the default is. If m scriptin, delta time equals this thing, while accumulators greater than or equal delta time, you do all your logic. You just have the while loop. It'll run once if you're not using mscriptin, right? And then you don't need to have this crazy mscriptin on a closing bracket as
I
well,
mean, the thing is though, I need to call like the Inscriptin specific like time functions, which won't work normally. So I have to like do something
which aren't
like,
defined normally.
yeah, that doesn't make sense if you're using GCC and Scriptin get now.
Oh
It
my
doesn't know what
god.
that is. So yeah, it's kind of necessary. It's
It's
not
just
that
so
bad though. It's
ass
only
that
like,
they're like functions that don't exist until you compile them like
well, I mean,
that.
it kind of makes sense, right? You're using a different runtime, and like libc doesn't have Inscriptin stuff, but the Scriptin runtime is Inscriptin stuff. Like, it's not ideal, but I mean, it
So,
is what it is.
okay, to be fair, if you wanted to get rid of these, you could still get rid of these macros. It would be slightly more annoying. All you'd do is you'd have an mscriptin bullshit file where it's just you do this, right? And if ndef mscriptin, then you define these. You just do like a header for these, right? Because they're not going to actually get called. So you just define them, and then you could still do it, right?
I guess, but
Do you know what I'm saying
I don't
though?
know. Kind of, I I I know this isn't ideal, but I like this because this keeps like this. This is all like it's not a lot of logic, and it keeps it all in the same place, so it's easier to reason about.
Okay. I'm scripting kind of gross.
Normally, you don't have to deal with this, but
Why do you
because
need
of
the
physics and
mscript
stuff.
and get time instead of like you can't use a system function? I guess. Hmm.
Yeah, I don't think it's like defined or something. It might
Weird.
be, but I just saw like all the Inscript and stuff recommending and using that, so I just was. But
Man, web stuff is just cancer. I think that's the conclusion.
I mean, hey, this is a lot less cancer than writing this in JavaScript, though.
Yeah, but like, can we just blame web programmers for making their whole like causing all their own problems and misery?
Yeah, fair enough.
And just blame them. I mean, like nothing designed in the web makes any sense, like at all. And it's like, oh, web is so hard. Yeah, it's hard because you were all terrible programmers and you made it hard.
Yeah, I'm not gonna argue with you there.
Freaking just look at any modern web code and tell me that these are good programmers. All right. But I try not to let their crap pollute. Just it bothers me because it's like I hate when it's like you have to pollute your nice code with like their garbage, right?
To be fair, it's like what, like 10 lines and like 1200, so it's really not that bad.
Is this not threaded throughout a bunch of other places?
No, it's pretty much only here. There's a tiny
Okay.
bit in the render, and there's like a tiny bit in the demo file because
Okay,
you
it's
saw
not in the
that.
game file?
No, I
Okay,
think
then
specifically
that's
from script.
probably okay-ish.
Yeah,
If and
no, nothing in the game logic is web specific. It's just in the way like how often I call physics and how I render. Well, yeah, kind of specific to how I render.
what is this thing?
Oh, so you need because of like well you don't need it, but like it just makes like auto PXD a little faster because they don't. I was using Pragma once, but I guess auto PXD like doesn't support that, so I just use the classic header guards.
Okay. Meh.
You know what header guards are, right?
Well, this wouldn't be needed if it weren't also doing box 2D, right? Because it would just be fast
No,
regardless.
are you talking about the header guards at the top?
Yeah, I mean, if you just recompile the whole thing every time, it's what that's slow because of box 2D, right? This is like 7,000 lines of code. It should be fast, no?
Well, no, no. So the reason you need something here. You need header guards or you need Pragma once when you have multiple header files because they're getting included multiple places, and when you include them, they're getting expanded, you know.
Yeah,
So
multiple
the
times,
header
right?
guards, huh?
Yeah, they're getting included multiple
Yeah. So
times.
this just ensures that they're only expanded once, that you won't have redefinitions.
Why are these even getting included multiple times?
Like what? Game.h? So
Yeah,
like,
wait, so include n, wait, game shouldn't include m should include game, right? I'm
oh yeah,
confused.
when did I add that?
You shouldn't need
Yeah,
the
for the
header. You shouldn't need the header guard, I wouldn't think, because each file should only get it be unless you have like a utils.
no, I do kind of have like a utils thing, like types and like settings and
What's this include? Game, map, scripted agent settings, and types.
I'm actually for the longest time I didn't include env in game. I don't remember why I did that.
See, I get around this by I just have all this like game includes stuff, right? And then other thing includes game, and it's done.
Yeah.
Actually, doesn't that still work here?
What?
If you just include game.h from m.h, doesn't it just work
Well, I do that. What do you mean?
without the guard? Because if
Well,
all this stuff is included in game, right? Then you don't need to include this map or setting or type here again because it's already in game,
yeah. No,
and then
you're
you don't
right.
need the guard.
Well, you still need the guard just because I don't know, it gets
It's
tedious if
only
you
if
don't
there's
have it.
stuff that's duplicated in the includes.
Yeah, but it's just safer to always have the guard because it's like 3 lines and then you don't have to worry about like things blowing up when you include them
Fair.
multiple times. It's just good practice.
I end up writing stuff in like two files or whatever, so there's no guards because things can't be included in multiple places. But sure,
Yeah, but I mean, like with the end of this, like with a project of this size, I wanted to separate things into separate files. Like, could you imagine, like,
you can still separate things into a separate file as long as they're not being included multiple. Like if you just have game needs some like there's some stuff you want to split out of game that is only used by game, you can still put that in a separate file and it won't get included multiple times, right?
yeah, but there are multiple files that are included by multiple other files, like
Yeah, it's when
types.
you start having like library and utils and stuff like that. And if you're trying to have shared stuff like that, then yes,
Yeah,
right? Um, I tend to just not do that. Uh, it's fine. It's totally fine. It's I don't know. I just like yeah, doesn't matter. It's like a minor point of preference. To be fair, this file is already about the length of Neural MMO.
well,
Not
there's
quite.
a lot going on.
Okay, so couple prototypes. is it? Or entity pause to cell index.
So that's basically the main function. It discretizes like a continuous position to like a cell. I could have multiplied by a half there. I might change it that. I don't know if the compiler would output anything different, but divides are slow. I try to avoid dividing when I can. I created that like really early.
Mm-hmm.
The compiler is probably already smart enough to do that, though, I imagine.
Most likely.
Yeah, sometimes things can get out of bounds, like out of the map, pretty rarely. Um, because like if something hits a drone and the drone is going like incredibly fast, it can like phase through, like tunnel through a wall because I don't
Mm-hmm.
set wait.
This is a funny way of doing bounce checks, though.
Well,
It's
because
kind of cool.
Box 2D is basically handling it should be handling the bounds. So if I ever get a cell that's like less than 0 or like above the max cell index, I know it's out of bounds.
Does this
But
work for
yeah.
everything? It does, doesn't it?
Uh-huh.
That's cool.
I can only do this because Box 2D is handling everything else though.
Why doesn't this work otherwise?
Well, what do you well, I mean, no, this could work. I'm just saying you'd have to do additional stuff if I wasn't using Box 2D
I mean, I think
to
it's
handle it.
normally the bounce check is like, 0, 0, and then like width and height, right?
Oh yeah,
So
yeah,
this is
I'm
kind of a
talking about
cool way of
collision.
doing the bounce check.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I don't mean collisions. I mean the map bounce check.
Yeah, yeah,
This is a kind
yeah.
of a cool way of doing the bounce check if you're already going to do this.
Mm-hmm.
I like that.
Yeah, this is just a little sanity check. If like a drone goes out of bounds, I just kill it. If other stuff goes out of bounds, I just despawn it. But I've never seen it. Well, I've almost never seen it happen in like regular play. It only happens like in training, like randomly, and it's not very often. It is actually a bug in Box 2D, but I haven't really been able to reproduce it enough for them to fix it.
The heck.
All right, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab some more water.
In that case, let's take a couple minutes. I would like to heat up some oatmeal. I haven't eaten today. Just gonna bring it back up here. Be right back. Oops, camera froze. Okay. You there, Captain? Apparently not. Oatmeal. Not eaten yet today. How are the folks on YouTube and Twitch doing? We're through. This depends how you count. We did preliminary review of stuff, and then we went through the main end file. Game file is larger, but I think a lot of the parts of it will be quicker. Try to be thorough still. Mike should not pick up me eating. Do let me know if it does, so I fix it. I don't think it should. It'd be such a cool environment. And I have to do some of my own work on probably just the render. Gavin's done a great job with the way it plays and stuff. Now there's data architecture things to make it a lot bigger. We'll see if I can find anything with the speed as well, but overall, pretty darn good. The one thing we haven't seen yet is the dynamic memory allocations and whether those are actually needed. My opinion thus far is that they're probably just a crutch. Captain go. Oh, he's still here. Just want to do whatever. Good to take 5 anyways. Oh yeah, by the way, if anybody's looking for a project, this is Nathan's env. It's based on a popular MMO. It's a really cool env. It just needs to be cleaned up a little and have baselines thrown on it, because this is the only env that doesn't have training and stuff going on it. Really nice env. There's also room to do stuff with like scripted AI in it as well for opponents. It's based on this MMO. Where's it? Oh, that kind of shows you. See, it's like a tactical game. Man, I honestly shouldn't even be on this site because they have like cool new graphics and stuff, and I have so many hours in that game from when I was younger. That thing is like straight up heroin. Cannot download that ever. But we can still do RL based on it, eh? If anyone's looking for RL postdocs, this is, you know, probably one of the top 3 places you could possibly go.
Okay, good. Just grab some food as well.
Yeah. It gets long. I don't know about you. I haven't had time to eat anything yet today, so.
Yeah, I just had a small breakfast. Um, yeah, not too much. Man, my wife is making a something in the crock pot, and it is so completely full. I didn't realize it. I could tell the lid was kind of like hovering off the crock pot a tiny bit, so I tried to push it down to make it just like sit like
Oh, geez.
a couple
You messed
millimeters,
up.
and then it spilled out a little bit because it's so incredibly full. She has like a massive pork butt in there.
Good food. I'm here eating
Yeah,
oatmeal with dried blueberries. Thank you very much.
not bad.
It works. Um, okay. A lot of code to review. So, I think the 2 main things I'm going to be looking for architecturally here is how you're using Box 2D for the physics, duh. And then the smaller thing is why on earth there are dynamic arrays and whether those are actually useful. Um, Obviously, the first one's way bigger.
I
Okay.
think you could do without the dynamic arrays, but
Well, can
they
you do
just
it just about with? Can you do it and have it be just about as easy? Is my
I
question.
don't know. I know they give me a lot of developer ergonomics, and I don't really think there's much cost. There's hardly any cost performance wise, and um, as terms of like readability, I don't really think it suffers hardly at all because everyone knows what
Yeah.
vectors are. So
Hmm.
personally, I don't really see any downsides. Like I could do it, but it would have made my
Mhm.
life more difficult.
We couldn't just paste the whole source of this onto the GPU anyways. Oh, I asked Brennan about that, by the way, and he said, yes, that does actually work, and he tried it for Madrona, and yeah, it's a good baseline.
Oh, like just compiling it into a CUDA kernel or
Yeah,
whatever and then
literally
running it.
just paste your code into a CUDA kernel. It does work.
That's so cool.
Yeah. So I think we might do that, and we'll call it Barracuda.
Bear CUDA. Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah.
I also like how the tentative names for puffer stuff, there's no rhyme or reason.
No.
Like protein, P3O, like bear, I don't know. It's just funny. Just
Well,
like on the
protein
nose.
is based on carbs.
Oh, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
P3O, it's puffer proximal policy optimization. We could
Oh
also
no, I
do.
mean,
Hmm?
okay, okay. What I'm saying is there's a reasoning for the name, but they don't fit a theme, is what I meant. A lot of stuff trying to theme everything around, like, I don't know, one thing. I don't think you need to. I just think
No,
it's funny that you're not.
no, it's fun. You could also do GGAE instead of GAE.
I heard that, yeah.
That'd be fun. Well, technically, our contracting, Puffer's technically 2 companies, and the contracting one is called Puffer GG
Yeah, why is it called GG?
because I was originally going to start it in just doing games, and then I decided to make it broader.
Hmm. You mean just do reinforcement for game devs or
Yeah.
like what? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, that's probably a good call.
Hmm. Turns out, games industry is really hard to work with, and there are really not that many companies that have money that want to do this stuff. So you can
Yeah,
do
because
some stuff with game companies, but kind of dumb to make it the whole thing.
yeah.
Okay. So this is just a callback. Oh no, this is not the callback. This is the callback. Here's the bounds.
Yeah. AABB is basically a fancy word for like a box. It's
Hmm.
like you pick like you make a box and then like what's in that box basically. There's more to it than that if you're physics savvy, I imagine, but that's the layman's terms. It stands for axis aligned bounding box. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, yeah. So this doesn't need to be a struct, but that's minor. Whatever.
Yeah, I might change that. I know I
That's
had
super
multiple.
minor.
I used to have multiple stuff in this truck, so
Hmm. It's weird that it needs a callback just to do a bounce check.
well because you're doing a bounce check, but then
Mhm.
a lot of times you have custom logic. Is like, okay, this overlaps, but maybe only want it to be true if like this or that thing is, you know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, it seems like it should just be a default, but I guess you don't really have defaults to see. Um,
Well, they do have like one or two of those because they have like you can do a raycast, and they have like a raycast with a
mhm.
callback, but they also have like just raycast closest,
That's good.
which I use, which is just no callback. So
Hmm.
they do have a little bit of that.
Okay. Make distance proxy from type.
Yeah, so that's a box 2D thing when you are doing like a shape distance check. So like you can get okay, one sec, my wife is calling me. Okay. I'm gonna go and eat lunch with my wife in a couple minutes, but
Okay.
um we can review for a bit. Um
I'll ping
Totally up
Spencer.
to you. We can yeah, you can hit up Spencer if you want. I will have some time like after, but if you just want to take the rest of the day for Spencer, whatever, I
I don't think he has
totally
that much
understand
to
that.
review. It's a pretty
Okay.
small prototype.
Okay.
So yeah, I can do later in the day as well. I might do his review, and then if you're back, I'll just continue, and if not, then I'll probably go to the gym, and then I'll come back and
Okay.
review. I now have my own gym, so it's right here.
Yeah, that's nice.
Hmm. Yeah, I definitely need to spend way more time on that. It's tough to get back. The amount of fitness I've lost, it's tough to get it back, but working on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, when you do shape checks and or shape distance checks in Box City, so normally you can take like so when you have positions of entities, that's the position at their center of mass.
Hmm.
But sometimes I want the position of the two closest points, like, and that could be, I don't know, a couple of different places. So they have a function where it finds the two closest points, but it needs like this distance proxy type as input. So I just created this thing. I pass in like what entity type it is, and then like
This is weird.
and yeah.
It's very weird to me that this is also a square.
The pickup type?
I would think
Why?
it would just be you pass a radius, so it's like, this is a rough bounding.
No, but it could be like a rectangle or something. Well, so box box 2D has circles, capsules, polygons, and other stuff. So
Oh, so this is
boxes are
how
just
far you are to the nearest point on this? Or what?
uh I don't really know too much. I just saw some examples, set it up correctly. You don't really
Okay.
have to worry about it too much. I think it's something like that. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, you give it a center, then you give it like your vertices, basically. I think that's what that is. And then that's just another helper. Like you can either pass in the entity type, or sometimes I have the entity but not the type, so it's just a
Does this
wrap around
actually
that.
this gets used though?
Yeah, they both get used. I don't know in this file, but somewhere uses them both.
Oh, okay. So this
But
function is not here just to get used by this function.
no,
Okay.
no, they're
You don't do
I
stuff. I
orig
don't see you doing stuff like that generally either, right? Yeah.
no, yeah,
Okay. Because that would be like over functioning, over
yeah, no.
splitting.
There's no reason.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think we're
I do
pretty
that
much
for
on
a
the
reason.
same page with like a lot of the core stuff. Like
Hmm.
this other stuff is like smaller nits.
Yeah,
Um, no, I'm generally pretty darn happy with how all this is. Um, Ultimately, the differences in how I would have done this are pretty darn minor, other than like the core like RL data structures
yeah.
and like how that's informed. Um, I don't know. Static memory can be nice, but whatever. I think Box2D is probably doing allocations under the hood anyways, so.
It is, but they have it pretty well optimized.
Mhm.
They like I'm trying to remember.
I bet
They'll
you I could figure
pull.
out how to do it without the static memory without the memory allocations, which would be cool. But
Yeah, like I said though, profiling like it is like less than 1% or maybe 1%. So I didn't really.
including their memory allocations.
Their memory allocations are less than mine, and it's
Oh,
like
okay,
mine aren't
cool.
much. They
And
pull memory, so when you free
okay.
in like, yeah, yeah, and again like
Hmm.
DL Malloc also pulls under the hood. I just don't have to worry about it, which is nice.
No, it's good that we get. We should just make sure we finish this week. Um, I'm probably gonna end up having to take a little bit of time off next week with the bullshit.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean,
Don't go to
I'll be
bed,
free some
dentist.
of I'll be free some of tomorrow and
Okay,
probably also Friday. So like
great.
we can probably you can probably get through it because I mean,
I'm gonna want to start. Like, I'm at least gonna play with the renderer, and I'm gonna want to start doing some experiments on this thing as well. Because I mean,
yeah.
directly after this, we're gonna onboard you to science side stuff.
Hmm.
Um, I don't know if I want to give you like a simple initial research task, or I want to like get you doing research around this end first. We'll see. But either way, I do want to get you onboarded to that.
Yeah, I'm excited to start doing that.
Yeah, this is a big enough contribution, that like I'm pretty much comfortable putting you on whatever.
Cool. Yeah, behind the wall is something I did recently. That wasn't like too tricky, but it used a couple different like box 2D things. Because originally for the longest time I had like explosions affect you like no matter where you were, which didn't make sense if like someone hit, one side of like a static wall and then you were exploded behind it. So I have to do like a combination of like bounding checks and also like raycast to make sure it's actually in line of sight and
Do you
yeah.
get when you profile? Do you get like time spent in this function, or do you just get time in box 2D?
Uh I get both, but to be honest, I haven't profiled in a decent bit. I need to
Okay.
profile again.
I would like if you could, because it's really tough for me to make comments on like the efficiency. Like it's worthless for me to say, oh, this could be slow if it's like 0.1%.
Yeah.
So I would like to have the table that says how much time is spent in each of these functions, like in this file.
Okay.
Um, so I can get a sense of like, is it the time is spent in box 2D, or is it the way in which you're using box 2D,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I can rerun that again like today. It's not
Yeah,
difficult.
I would like that would be good if so we next time we chat. So when I finish this file, we can go through that
That makes sense.
because like I don't know, this closest point thing. Like, do we need this point, or can I just say like I don't know when this gets called if you actually need this pointer, you can just do like L2 of like this enters, right?
I'm trying to think. I
It
used it a
depends how you
couple.
call this, right? I'm not asking
Yeah,
you like where do you call this now. I'm just saying in general, right?
yeah,
Like
yeah,
if this were a lot of the compute, then I would look to how you use it.
yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, I'll get you that.
Yeah.
To answer your question about that though, I don't call closest point like a ton. Pretty sure.
Yeah.
I
I mean,
mostly
I
call it
like
like
I
when I
believe that you are good at optimizing stuff, right? But
yeah.
you've also been working on a 7,000 line code base for a while, and fresh eyes are useful,
No, 100%. I
right? Like
agree.
the neural MMO3 code is not optimal by any means, I guarantee you. It's still what the difference is it's 1.9 million steps per second already, right?
Yeah.
It's not like borderline.
It trains at 500K though, right?
Yeah, it trains around 500K bottlenecked by policy. It's about a
Oh,
million
okay.
parameter policy. I don't know how big yours is.
Uh, I think it's almost a million. I
Okay.
can't remember if it's 700 or 900K, but it's
Mhm.
close.
Pause behind wall. Is this if there's a wall in the way?
Yeah, so basically,
This is like a
like I said,
raycast.
yeah, exactly. But
Okay.
I use like yeah, if you go down you'll see like where if you go down to the bottom of behind wall, yeah, you'll see like where I do actually do the raycast. Yeah.
Cast ray.
Yeah, the whole translation thing is kind of weird. There's some math in there I don't really totally understand, but there was enough examples that
Mm-hmm.
I figured out how to call it. I'm not sure why you need like a I mean, I guess it makes sense. It's like you give the start and then like the
Mm-hmm.
vector of where the ray's being
Yeah.
casted or something, but
If I
it's still kind of
recall,
weird.
when I was trying to get box 2D and it was driving me insane, it wasn't necessarily core box 2D as much as it was trying to figure out joints in box 2D that was just bullshit. Um, yeah, the
Oh,
joint stuff
that
sucked.
yeah. So I used joints once, so you didn't really see it too much, but when you have mines and you attach them to walls or stuff, they like stick. So
Mhm.
yeah, I create a joint there to stick them. And yeah, that I don't know, for whatever reason, it took me like a really long time to figure out
Do you need joints
how I
there? I
set.
would have just when it gets there, it's locked in place when it hits.
Yeah, but I don't know. I also want it to attach to moving walls, so like the floating walls, so it just like
Ew,
it's like it's yeah.
that's
So
funny.
um, but yeah, it ended up being weird. Like I'm pretty sure I found a bug, but I kept like asking um Aaron Cato, the Box 2D
Mhm.
guy, like I'm like, am I insane? Like, cause I was setting like one like ID to like shape A and then
Mhm.
something the position like it's kind of hard to explain unless I show you basically, but I was like mismatching things and that's how it was working and I'm like, this does not make sense to me. And he was like
Mhm.
kind of not answering my questions. I don't know. I kind of just got the sense that he was just kind of like done because I kept asking him tons of stuff because I was not understanding why it wasn't working, but
Mhm.
I don't know. I'll bring it up again at some point though because I
No, I
don't
mean these are
understand.
valid questions, and like this is a big use case for
Yeah,
this code, right?
I don't know. I got the feeling he didn't really understand like what I was saying. I don't know
Okay.
if I was not understand explaining myself
Mhm.
correct like well enough, but yeah, something seems weird to me. Like doing the wrong thing is what's working, which is like really confusing. So I don't know. It works now though, but yeah, I'm still kind of confused why it works. That's like the one case that I've actually been like kind of it's box duty is actually giving me kind of trouble. Like yeah, it's giving me
Joints are
trouble here
annoying.
and there.
Joints are very
Yeah.
annoying.
But like there's been other times where it's given me trouble, but it's like okay, I just need to learn box duty, learn physics, learn whatever. But This has
Mm-hmm.
been like legitimately just confusing. But
Mm-hmm.
luckily, it's a small thing. I just let it be a bug for a long time because it wasn't a big deal. But yeah, glad I finally fixed that thing.
I mean, they don't even necessarily have to anchor to the floating thing, so it is cool.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like it was fine for a while, but now that I have it working, it is cool. Yeah, because you
I mean,
can
you can
like,
like you could so easily just make it something slightly different. Like for instance, you can easily add you could add a pseudo third axis to the environment so easily just by making it like expand and then like shrink as it's flying. So it's like it's coming up and then coming down and just anchors in place.
well, I get what you mean by the pseudo third axis, but I'm not sure what you mean by
Well, if you
yeah.
wanted it to make sense of like the thing just sticking somewhere instead of sticking to a shape, like having it anchor to the ground instead of anchor to a shape.
Mm. Yeah,
It's
no, you
top
could
down.
do that. Yeah, yeah, no, you could do that, but then like, wouldn't you lose then? Like I said, like sticking to floating walls and them spinning around and sticking to it.
Mm-hmm. It's still it is cool if it works like that.
Yeah, it does now, which you can do cool stuff with it because like if a mine hits a player without it being stuck to something, it basically does nothing. It's like super weak. But if it's
Mm-hmm.
stuck to a wall, then it goes off. It's explosive.
Yeah,
So you
shoot
could
walls
like
at
stick it to a
people.
wall and shoot the wall at someone, and then you could I don't know. You could do cool stuff with it. I love the
Mm-hmm.
mine.
There's
Took me
so many easy
forever.
weapons you could add as well. Like a pretty powerful weapon would just be a thing that pushes stuff without pushing you.
Oh, like a shockwave thing.
Just pushes stuff but doesn't push you.
Oh, so like a no recoil weapon.
Yeah. Well, like it doesn't even have to shoot anything, right? It can just push
Yeah, yeah.
whatever's in front of you but not push you back.
That sounds kind of OP to be honest.
Yeah, you get telekinesis, right?
Because the main thing about this game is like the stronger the weapon is, usually the higher recoil it has to like balance it
Yeah,
out.
well, this doesn't shoot a projectile, so the trade-off is that you have to go find something else to shoot back, right?
Yeah, but that's in a way that's even more OP because normally if say you have the sniper and I have a shotgun and you're
Uh-huh.
far away, normally I'd be screwed, right? But I can if I time my shot
It's
very
yeah, you have
well,
to time it.
I
Have a
can
charge up.
deflect. Yeah, but still, but I'm just saying like there's no
Okay.
real counterplay there.
So here's
That's
what
what
you
I'm
do though,
saying.
right? This is how you do this. Okay. So you run training, you log win rates with different weapons, and then you see what weapons people are winning with.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's how you balance.
Yeah,
That's how you
that's
auto
why I have
balance a game with RL.
I've thought about doing that. Like I said, that's why I have the stats per weapon. I just
Yep.
haven't actually looked at the stats that closely
I
yet
can
because
help
the
you with that
agents have
stuff.
been
I
really
literally
strong.
did this while I was deving the MOBA. The
Oh,
MOBA.
it's cool.
I was using that to auto balance the MOBA. I was looking at, how much damage each different character was inflicting and how often they were using different abilities. And if they
Hmm.
weren't using an ability, it was really bad. And if they were spamming an ability, it was really good.
Yeah. No, I definitely do want to get into that because that would be
It's cool.
fascinating to me.
It's very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, the science side
I
stuff.
have I have used that to some degree because in the well, halfway through the project when I added braking,
Uh-huh.
I initially added like light and hard braking, and it's pretty self-explanatory. Like light braking didn't
Uh-huh.
break as much, used less energy. Hard the opposite, and then the agents were always hard braking, and I kept cranking up like the energy drain so
Hmm.
you could barely hard brake, but they kept still doing it. So I'm like, okay, there's no point to doing both if it's always better to just hard brake. So I just removed it
Yeah, it's just
and just
very
kind of had a
powerful.
balance. Yeah, so that was kind of interesting because like me playing, I was like, oh, I'm gonna like reserve hard braking for when I really need it. But they would just hard brake like tap it, but it was still good because it was so strong. So
Mhm.
yeah. Anyway,
All right. Overlapping circle.
so yeah, this one's specific. It's like, is this overlapping in a circle and is it in line of sight? I use, I think I only use this in one place. I use this when I place a mine. When it's being placed, is a drone already in its like explosion radius, and if it is, I just set it off because the way like sensors work in Box 2D,
Oh.
because I use like a sensor to detect normally if a drone gets into like its range. If
Oh,
you
that's in
create a
box 2D?
yeah, they have sensors.
Huh. Doesn't
Um,
seem like a thing that needs to be in a physics engine, but sure.
it's useful. Because anyway, the way sensors work, um, if you create a sensor and there's already stuff that would set it off, it doesn't create like an event. So I have to like do a check when I create it, like, okay,
I
is there
see.
already something here?
Okay, yeah.
Because otherwise I'd have to do a world step,
Mhm.
which then it could go out of range, and it makes sense anyway to do.
So
So
it's event, okay. I've never been a fan of event-driven, well, anything
honestly,
really.
for Box 2D, I think it makes sense.
Well, it always makes sense, right? Event-driven always makes sense. The question is it good?
I don't know. I like the way Box 2D does it.
Hey,
Well,
how's it going?
oh, hey
Hey,
Spencer, how's it going? Um, so you're gonna go get lunch. I'm gonna chat with Spencer,
cool.
and then depending on if you're back and I'm still chatting with Spencer or done or whatever, or if I go to the gym, we'll finish this, or we'll keep going on this today, and then we'll see how far we get, and I'll be around, rest of the week as well.
Cool. Yeah,
Okay.
thanks for the stuff so far, man. It's been useful.
Awesome. Hey, no, thanks. This is a massive PR. This is going to be an awesome new end, and it's going to open up the doors for some lo-fi physics stuff as well. And I think we're going to get some good research out of it as well. So it'll be fun.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing research on it for sure.
Yeah, we'll get you onboarded as soon as we have that merged. All right. Thanks, Captain.
Cool. Yep. See ya.
Bye. All right, Spencer. So we are still on stream, by the way, if that's chill.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. You want to
Um,
look at the GPU drive code, or I guess it's,
y-
I don't know, buffer drive, CPU drive,
yeah,
whatever.
we can take a look at the GPU puffer drive, puffer Tokyo puffer.
Tokyo Puff.
Um,
uh,
let me just I'll link it in the chat.
uh-huh.
Really, one thing that what I was trying to do is just kind of get a training loop going of some imaginary obs of what I think would be like roughly the size, so
Okay.
I can get a good performance check, right?
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason, man, like I am really having a hard time getting this. I can't debug this one thing.
All right.
It's being very,
Interesting.
very weird. It's like I'm passing all the obs, and I see the actions are going through. The log is coming through. Like everything is coming through. I'm just at this point, I don't really understand why it's not going ahead and going through training. It's stuck at the first one, and it seems like it's like taking like forever either to get through the network or it just stays stuck at like the first epoch.
It stays stuck at the first epoch.
Yeah, and it takes a while just to even get there too. But what's weird is when I go inside the env and I like print out like things inside of step, it's blasting through stuff and like crunching and making and
You run
stepping.
perf test on the end?
I've run perf test on the actual env and we're in the multi-million steps per second.
Okay. Let's see what you have here. Where's the network? In Tor?
I actually didn't even build a network for this one.
You use default?
Yeah,
How big is it?
it is 500K.
It's the input dim?
Input dim of, I guess it'd be based on total obs.
Yeah, it's
So
just the side. What's the ob size?
3,000. When I made it 10,000, it went up to like 1.4 million. So I just lowered it. I was thinking that was the problem, but
Okay. I'm gonna look at this for you then.
the latest one I have is in the GPU drive branch.
It gets stuck during the backward pass, like during training. That's what you're
It's
saying?
it's getting stuck in training. So I can, if you want, I can share my screen and show you where it
Yeah.
stops.
I want to look at that, but I also want to look at. This is fine.
All right, let me just get rid of my
these are both
breakpoints.
fine. Okay.
Yeah, I mean that's why I'm like tripping out as to like what's happening. Okay, let me share my screen.
Config on this as well.
Okay.
Where's the config? Oh, is this conflicting with the config that we have? No, it is. You have Puffer GPU drive. Good. Okay.
Okay, I just
Lower
shared
this.
my.
Well, we're gonna see it first, but I'm guessing it's gonna be lower this.
Oh, I'm not looking at what's on your screen. Let me pull up the
Fine.
stream, I guess.
It's about to be your screen, but the mini batch size is probably too big. It's my guess.
All right. I just muted you on yours. Okay.
Yep.
Da, 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 da. So it gets here, and then it takes like 30 seconds for it to get to the first one. But if you print out things in step, it's like blasting through and sending things.
Or you can. How long does it take to get through eval? I guess we'll see when we get through the first step.
We'll see when we get through the first one, but
Okay.
so far I have never gotten it to actually show a step per second. It just shows the agent steps up to the first batch, which is the 130K. It prints out the log of, the returns and lengths, but it doesn't ever get to the next one. I mean, I've waited for like 30 minutes.
Let us fix your problems. Can you just change mini batch size to 1024?
1024? Okay. Mini batch to 1024,
Yep.
or doesn't batch side leave it as is?
Yep.
Okay.
Also, just check your system RAM. Still slow, huh?
Yeah, I mean, and then it stays here for.
Okay.
So, I
52%
mean, if you want to.
DRAM. Oh, you killed it, so you're not gonna get anything.
Oh, okay, yeah, true.
That's fine. It's not 20. That's fine. Okay, so let's go to eval. Just open up. Well, yeah, open up the file.
That one is in clean RL?
Yeah, clean PufferL.
Okay, I think that's in puffer and then clean.
No, it isn't. Clean PufferL.
Oh, it's just clean puffer. All right. What's it called? Clean underscore puff?
PufferL.
There we go. Where is eval?
Well, def eval.
Well, here's rollout
No, it's at the top.
at the top. All right.
You can just like, if you just slash and start typing, it's fine. Okay, /def space eval, and you'll get to the definition. Def. There you go.
There we go.
So I just put a breakpoint right after. I mean, I would just put like a breakpoint after, let's say before the policy. No, not that. Not before the policy is called on the forward pass. Go down.
Oh, on the floor. Mm.
Right there. Stamp H is not none. Okay.
You want another breakpoint somewhere else?
No, it's fine.
All right.
I will direct you here. Part of the goal of this is that you learn how to do this as well. Okay, so N is new line or next line. Okay, again. Okay, keep going. Yep, keep going. Okay. So far, yeah, that's probably enough. Okay, that's enough. Now let's go to the end of eval.
Okay, so pop out of
Q.
this.
So you just Q.
Yeah.
Okay. So move that breakpoint to the top of eval and put another at the end of eval. Top of the function, end of the function. Likewise, you could have just put it in the train file. Yeah, you can put this here as well. Okay, and go to the end of eval. You could have likewise, done it from where it's called, but doesn't matter. Yep, before return.
Yep.
Okay, continue.
Pop C or N this time.
So C.
Yeah. Ooh, looks like it's getting stuck.
Okay, now hit C. Okay, so train is instant. It is bottlenecked by the env, it seems. We can just double check. Let's go put the breakpoint right before step instead of before the model.
All right, let's pop these out.
Or it's before receive is where the data is synced.
In this file?
Yeah, right there. You're looking at it. It's right underneath the with profile.env while not experience.full. Data vec receive. Up.
Up.
There. Right. One line up.
Oh, this. Okay.
Yeah, so put a breakpoint.
One after?
It doesn't need it. Let's run this. Okay, hit N. Okay. C.
Oh, shit. All right. Well,
That's fine.
just press C.
Yep, C. Okay, C. C.
Keep going.
What's O dot shape? Why do you have 5 agents?
Because we're doing multiple cars.
Why do you only have 5 agents?
Because there's only 5 cars in this scene.
Can you not make a bunch of
And right
copies
now
of
I
it?
only have one env.
Well, what's going to happen if you only have one env?
Only one's going to get passed and the other 4 are not going to do anything? Because I thought if we're
No.
all 5 are in
No, that's fine. It's not
one and then...
It's 5 is too small of a number. You're passing 5 things through a neural network, okay, at a time. So in order to collect one batch of data, you need to do 20 some odd thousand evals, 20 some odd thousand loops.
Mm-hmm.
This is not how GPUs work. So you're basically
Okay.
spending all the time on CUDA kernel launch. There's
Because
like
it's just what waiting to collect right now, effectively.
no, it's that well, I mean, unless we're wrong and all the time is in step, probably what's happening is all the time is in the policy because you're running the policy on a tiny little batch of data.
Mm-hmm.
So
So if I just
can you
increase
make
the number of
100?
M's,
Can you make 100 M's on the same just process?
yeah, I don't see any reason why I couldn't.
M num M's. No, that's separate.
I mean,
Oh, that's gonna do. That's like the outside of.
sorry, this one.
Yeah, you can do it there, right? You have it coded so that you can do that. Hopefully.
I believe so. Yeah, I can double check,
Okay.
but
Let's run this.
yeah, I have it in there.
Okay. So let's run this. Okay. Continue. Continue. Okay, it's fast. Cool. So remove that breakpoint. Let's run training. I don't know why it would be slower, by the way. Why it would take half an hour. That's weird.
Well, that was me just saying a number. I've never actually seen it print out a steps per second. Like it never got there.
Mm-hmm.
That was just me. Like that was the max period I was willing to wait.
Mm-hmm. Good, let's run
Okay,
it.
was that the only break? I don't think I had any other breakpoints. All right. Oh,
Okay,
well,
so
it got there quicker this time.
yeah, so now there's a separate bug. It's probably hanging on receive, would be my guess. Would there be something that it could get stuck on in the end?
Um, I mean, right now it's just all it's doing is just replaying trajectories and resetting every 91 steps.
So I mean, it does the
So
first
we
training
can,
step very quickly.
I mean, we can quickly find out if it's going through everything by just printing the time step.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's not going to tell you if it's hanging on the policy or hanging on the end.
Well, it'll tell us that if the end is getting through all the way, no?
Okay, go for it. It's stuck in the epoch too. On what? On you? Wait, do you have an M where you're stuck as well? I just saw that message. Go ahead and run it. No? Okay, you're just making a joke. Cool.
I mean, it's blasting through and getting to 90. Let's see.
Well, I don't think you're getting the actual printout. Is it stuck there? Where's that?
No, I mean it goes back to 1 as it's supposed to. Because it resets the trajectory spawn point back to the beginning.
Is it still running?
No, I turned it off. I mean, this thing did like a ton.
You printed too much to see where it's getting stuck though.
Well, that's because it's doing it 100 with 100 copies.
Okay, well, print in the Python or something. Like you need to figure out if it's getting stuck in the env or if it's getting stuck in the policy. You just need to figure out where it's hanging. I mean, take your choice, right? This could be PySpy. This could be, a couple print statements. Take your choice.
Oh, it's Python now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at least now it won't be blasting a trillion times. We'll only see it.
Yep.
Oh, hold on, I have to recompile. Okay, that's not useful information.
Yeah, it is. Why is that not useful information?
Well, to me, it just shows that it's just like the end is that it's continuously ticking. It's not getting hung anywhere on stepping.
So it's continuously ticking, but we're not getting any data. Do you set mask?
Well, I only printed. I didn't like print anything else.
Do you set mask?
Do I set mask?
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe I set mask anywhere.
You don't use mask at all in here?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Well, something is weird because it's not getting any data.
Because if one thing I'd notice whenever I'd put the breakpoint in here, it is getting to the log.
So
Like this populates. It gets like it does the 91 steps where it's supposed to, and then adds its log at the end of it.
my suspicion is that for some reason, I think you're looping this. You're continuing to loop the step function, but you're not adding any data to the buffer.
Mm.
Let me go check out.
But
the
wouldn't
mask
it get
log.
added every time that this runs through? Because
Could
like
be, unless
if
you're
this
setting
is
mask, which you're not.
because I mean it's continuously increasing, and then
You can print out self agent step or whatever. You can print out like data.agent steps or whatever the param is called. Here, do
oh,
that.
okay.
Do that real quick to see if that gets stuck.
All right, what is it under CMs, right?
No, it's in clean PufferL. Data.experience dot I think step or dot agent steps or something.
Okay.
What branch is this off of?
Dev.
I might have messed something up for you then. Hang on. But is this is on one core, right?
This is on one core.
I shouldn't be messed up then. Defense date is set for May 29th. Good luck, man. And it's awesome. Yeah.
I mean,
Put in the time to prepare
maybe
good talk.
maybe the dev at the time that I pulled this dev is behind. It was that a weird at dev?
It could be.
Because but I know it doesn't break on the other multi
Uh-huh.
agent M's. So I think it has to be mine.
So the indices here.
Because our Rware runs fine.
Let me just see what I do here. Config env batch. Do we have env batch size?
What is this? Ocean. We have end batch size of 1.
Good. Let's go to the clean PufferL code. Do you have agent steps or you have data global step, right? So let's just print data global step somewhere in the eval.
Okay, let me go to the eval.
And I just want you to print global step. I want to see if that gets stuck.
Oh, hold up. I just deleted like a bunch of shit. All right. Did you say the what is it? Data global step? Okay. Remove my other breakpoint. What happened? Gum M's?
Um,
I must have made a typo somewhere. Up here.
Keep going.
Keep going.
Wait, let me see. Global stuff is 600. What did that say?
It said like 600,000. Now 7. What's the
Okay,
delta
that's
of this?
correct.
It's what, 131,000 each, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to see where that one printed, but I think I pressed C too many times too quickly. All right, see. 657, 500.
Okay. Is it not printing out training data?
What is that under? Data experience?
Data epoch, I think. Okay, well that's weird. Hang on. Data dot. Can you print experience dot full? Yeah,
It's the same thing, I guess.
it's false. And where did you put this? You put this on line 86.
I put this. I think I put this at literally the very top of eval. So line. I think I did line 84.
Okay, my lines are
But
different.
let me double check.
But did you put this outside the loop or inside the while loop? Where?
I have to find it. I put this just at the very top of evaluate.
So evaluate is getting called multiple times. Right? Can you get rid of the other print statement that's like spamming us and just put that print right there?
Yeah.
Actually, if this is on a box, I could even help just fiddle with it from there.
This I'm in the box.
Okay.
I'm in box 1.
Okay. Well, I'll let you.
Okay, what did you
wanted
want to print
let
in
you know
here?
a little bit more, but then maybe I'll fiddle with it with you. So okay, that breakpoint, get rid of that and just right there put print data dot what is it, data dot global step, comma data dot epoch. Okay, and you got rid of the other spammy print?
Yeah, I got rid of the other one.
Okay, so run that. Okay, kill that. So it's running eval repeatedly. It's not. Oh wait, you do have. Oh, you don't have stats there. What the hell? I do not have stats.
I don't know. That's why I'm confused by.
Okay, I'm gonna let me get into this box and try to help you. Otherwise, we're gonna be here all day.
I mean, I can try and pull in dev again to find out if I was on an older dev.
Let me see. Okay, I see your print. What's the train command? Puffer GPU drive mode.
Yeah, it's puffer GPU. Yeah, puffer underscore GPU drive.
Why do I get stats? And then it never goes back. So I do get stats.
But you get it for like 1 second, and then the stat doesn't
Uh-huh.
exist anymore.
I know. I understand. What in the hell? Broke my friggin' terminal.
Oh, are you talking about it when your text isn't appearing?
It literally
I
broke my
have that
terminal.
happen if you don't press Q out it when you're inside of that,
Yeah,
and you just
sometimes.
Command C.
It shouldn't break your terminal, it's stupid. There you go.
Oh, what?
That looks like that runs now, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Don't set 50,000 steps. You set it for total time steps to 50,000. So it was running the post-training evaluation for a very long time.
So basically, it jumped beyond the length of the total time
Finished
steps
training.
needed.
Yeah,
It finished instantly after the first
it
step.
finished instantly, and then it got stuck running an eval loop that's looking for a score metric forever, which you don't have. That's
Mm.
all. Let's fix some stuff for you.
Okay, well I guess now let's see how good it can get. So it has 5 right now agents. So if you want to, I guess, max it out, it'd be like at 800.
Yeah, something like this.
And then what? Num workers 2, and then
No, we're not doing that yet. I don't think you want to play with numworkers 2 in the current branch until I fix some stuff. Okay. Well, there you go. That's 300K.
okay.
34% miscellaneous. Oh, but you don't have the latest version of Dev that has the better breakdown and the new performance enhancements for that. So I'm not worried there. Because I made that substantially better, that MISC.
Mm.
So yeah, there's 300K just right out the gate for you.
And really, it may even go to like 500-600
Mm-hmm.
if we just add more M's.
Well, okay.
Well, I don't know. Maybe we'll find out. I think the max, if you were to do it, is be 800 because that would be close to 4096.
It's about the same, see?
Oh, all right. Never mind.
Yeah. So 40, that's not a hard cap. It's like if you have a really small policy, then you maybe need that many, but this is probably good. So 300K on this.
Hmm.
Oh, there's 400. Well, yeah, it's more. Okay, 385. And there's 18% M time that we can get rid of. And then there's a bunch of mythic overhead we can get rid of. You don't even have the latest version that's way faster.
Okay, so let me pull in the latest version.
Okay. There's still a
I
bunch
don't.
of testing shit on there. Actually, you might have to like remake a container if you don't want to comment. No, you can comment my CUDA kernel stuff out, I guess.
Where even is your CUDA kernel stuff?
In the latest dev. Oh, maybe it's not in the latest dev. I don't know if I've merged it yet. You can just pull that.
All right, let's see what happens. Oh, you made some changes to demo.py? But that's irrelevant, right? Because all we ever actually changed was config file.
Pretty much.
All right, I'm just going to stash that then. All right, let's see how old of a dev I had.
I mean, I kind of went ham on optimizing.
Well, looks like holding quite a bunch of stuff.
Yep.
All right. And I guess you were working on the same container as me, right? So I can just go ahead straight to train.
Yep.
All right, let's see what happens. C advantage.
Where's that? You do have C advantage, don't you? You just have to rerun setup.
Ah, that's probably what it is.
Do Python.
Well, now I feel silly that my entire thing was really just because I put the stupid config.
Yeah.
About the same.
Hang on. Why do you not have all of my new metrics? What? I thought you should have my new metrics by now. Is your thing not synced with the upstream? Is your fork not synced?
Oh, that might be the case.
Let me look.
Let me do that. Let me do that right now. That's 99% chance probably what happened.
Yeah, and you're gonna have to comment the CUDA shit, I'm sure. So there is CUDA stuff in there now.
Okay, let me sync the fork. Yeah, it says I'm 12 commits behind.
It's not gonna let you use the CUDA stuff until you redo your container. I have.
Okay, where is the?
We don't want to redo your container now.
No, but I'm saying where's the CUDA stuff that you I need to comment
It's just
out?
been clean puffer up.
Okay.
CUDA load at the top. There's a load function at the top. Yep. Right at the top of your screen.
Oh, at the very beginning. Okay, yeah.
Yep, you can just do that. Comment that function. Wrong language.
What's the big one? Is it the triple?
Yeah. Single quote triple.
Single quote triple. All right. I haven't done that. I feel like I've been writing in straight C for so long.
C is good. Hey, be glad you're not writing straight CUDA.
Fair enough.
There is
All
CUDA
right, so
now.
that's off. Let's reset up.
I'm gonna just paste your entire env into CUDA and see if it runs. Okay.
By the way, are we gonna put a tower climb up on the web at some point, or is that gonna be with all the other changes?
Oh, of course. We can do it early if you want. I've been busy doing the algorithm stuff. I was just thinking like Puffer 2.5 will include Tower climb, impulse wars.
Sure.
think there's,
That,
like,
that was what I
one
was thinking you were doing.
Yeah.
It didn't make a big difference to me on timing. That was confirming.
Uh-huh.
All right, looks like it got another 60K.
39% copy.
Is that how many mem copies I'm doing?
Did you kill it or something? Why is it stuck?
Did I kill it? I don't think I killed it. Oh, now it's at 500?
Does it get stuck?
Did you set the cap to just 5 million?
Maybe I did just set it to 5 million. Maybe it gets stuck. Let's see.
It's at 5 million.
Okay, so yeah, just make that larger. You need to define a score or something, or you need to set the target metric to episode return. So 500K, and you can see right there you're missing most of your compute and copy.
What does that mean? Like, that just means it's doing mem copies or what?
So you're
I
at
don't
30K, so you can kill this.
Okay.
All right, now go to open up Clean PufferLib. And you also have Vim on this box, I'm pretty sure, by the way. But let's see, then there's eval copy, yeah, right there. So there are a couple places where that's used. It's there.
Here's eval copy
Just on the
called.
top. That's one right there. It's probably the main one right there.
It's probably just copying the obs.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if we have really much control to speed that up. No, I mean, beyond if we just reduce the total size of them.
I mean, 3K is pretty damn big.
I think if we were to do purely off of the total entities,
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious what it'll be, because what I did is I just populated fake data
Mm-hmm.
one time.
Yeah, so play with that. Let's see what happens if you just reduce that.
All right. I have to make a change, I think 4 times somewhere in here.
Max obs 3K.
All right, so let's find out where the other 3K is. Populate fake data. Where's the other
You're
3K?
making it
There it is.
10,000.
Yeah, because that's how many total entities are in the thing.
So you're making it larger.
Yeah, just to see.
Okay, yeah, it'll be slower.
And we can reduce it for the next experiment, but I'm just curious. Because this would be like if we literally looked at every single road segment.
Yeah, that's gonna be way too much.
All right, the other place I got to do it is here. And then we can try and lower it to like 300 and see how
I
that
will
goes.
point out though that it did get faster just by bringing the new branch in, didn't it?
Yes, it did. By like 1.5, arguably.
Not bad. It's nice to see immediate speed ups from the puffer.
All right. If we do 10,000 entities in a 1.4 million model, it becomes 140.
Yep, and 45% copy, 31% the end. No time spent actually learning anything.
And I guarantee you that env is really just mem copying 10,000 times 5 times
All right.
50,000 times.
So make it 1,000. See what happens. Any particular reason why you didn't choose Triton? For what the
Why I didn't choose?
YouTube
Are you talking to
comments.
the people?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
For what, this like one tiny little kernel that I have? What's the point? It's like 50 lines of C.
Did I already do it? Yeah, I don't know if
Does
I did.
Triton take care of giving you a CPU kernel as well that doesn't need CUDA? That's the one thing I'd have to check. Though actually, it's kind of trivial to do CPU and CUDA versions because you just share the core logic as a C function. So you just make a C wrapper and a CUDA wrapper. Probably what we'll do.
650 now at 1,000.
You're still in 34% copy.
So the copy is still really high regardless of the size.
Well, no, take it down to 100 and see what happens. And if it's still slow, then
Alright.
we'll ask questions.
Oh shit. All right. Yes, I know this probably should be a constant, but I just wasn't fucking with it.
Fine, you missed one and allocate.
All right, did I get all of them? Yeah.
So do you really hate my my Vim color scheme, or do you just really like your lead junglers?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
I just haven't changed it, man. I just haven't even
I was
used
wondering
it.
why
I don't
you
even
like
have.
buy so much. It's like you really like your lead junglers, or you just hate the color scheme I have.
I just like
Vim.
playing on hard mode, man.
Alright. 15%.
Up to 900.
Yeah. So at least at the moment, data size really does matter a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't test to see what precisely that looks like. I'm trying to think how we do that. Technically, I think that well, if it becomes a bottleneck, right? I think technically what I could do, and I think I would need to make a different backend for this actually. But I think what I could do is I could have, let's say you have this thing multi-processed, right? So you have two different M copies. What I can do is instead of having it put the tensor into the shared memory in NumPy, right?
Yeah.
And then just wait until you need it. It can put it asynchronously into GPU memory, so it's already there when you need it. I think I could do that.
Just like one time, as it's happening, or
Yeah, so like if you have two different blocks of M's, right? Two cores.
Yeah.
So basically,
Yeah.
you wouldn't need to do you wouldn't need to call torch tensor on it at all because it would already be a tensor, and it would be asynchronously putting it into GPU memory instead of asynchronously putting it into the main thread CPU memory. So I think technically we do have avenues of reducing this further. So I'm not too worried. That said, 3 to 10K is still, I mean, that's freaking large regardless. Like your model is also going to take a hit because you just have too much stuff in it.
Yeah, I mean that's just what they had, right? I mean, when they said they were doing it, they had 3,000, pretty much as the average of their ob size, and when they were doing their runs.
I'd be surprised if they need that much data.
So I mean,
regardless,
even if we did,
already have it. It was at 500K anyways.
Yeah, I mean it was at 500K at what, 1,000, or what was it?
Yeah. Wasn't it 3,000? It was at 500K.
I think it was 3,000.
So I think regardless, I think we still just crush it. And this is the stupidest possible implementation, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just have a pure entity. I mean, I wouldn't say it's like, put it this way, it is right now just basically populating entities in there, and then it is assuming right now, let's see, in compute obs, that it's mem copying the entirety of the fake data into for each agent in itself. So it's running this n agent times.
Well, The only thing that's missing is it actually has to fill that data with something real, right?
Yeah, I only initialized it one time in the beginning, so
Yeah.
arguably it would need to change.
Yeah, so I mean, you'll need to get data to actually train it with, right?
Yeah, I mean, so that was one thing that I was curious is like, do all the coordinates have to be relative?
Yes.
Okay, so that's something that would always have to be changed then. So I mean, that is
Yes. No, you cannot cache it.
okay. So I mean, if all the coordinates always have to be relative every step, then I mean that's going to add one more call for however many times we need to do that.
Oh yeah, of course.
The one weird memory trick I was going to do was I was going to, well, I guess, does that work? It's so that you can mem copy the most possible. Because once you change the relative coordinates for the map, I was thinking you could have that actually be like a separate struct where they're all contiguous in memory. Like something along this, separate from the entities array. Because the entities array, you run into an
Has a
issue
bunch of
where
stuff.
you'll right now the values you're getting are these individuals of the x through valid, but you have all of these other items in the struct that are breaking up the contiguous memory. Where
That's
if
still
you put
contiguous
them,
in memory. I mean, it's slightly more spread out. Like the block is larger.
yeah, you can get one full block if you split it out into just like a map
I don't know how much
data
that would
array.
change. I don't know how much that would change it, to be honest. Observation data. I'm confused. Because
So
don't you have
this
to
is not
copy
like
and read
used at
this?
all. This is not used. This is a concept.
Okay. So let me look at this, because the thing is, you only have to compute the relativization when you're making the obs, right?
You would only have to do it when you're making the ops correct.
So if you have this observation data struct, then you have to compute it there and then copy it from there to the obs, don't you? Because this isn't the obs.
Well, here's the thing with that, right? Because then you have to assign it every single time individually, and that's a slower operation.
Wait, I'm confused. So you okay, well, we need to diagram some stuff, I guess. Let me think. Wait, how do I want to go through this? So you have
Right? Okay, let's
here.
explain what we have right now. Right
Let's
now, it's just dumping fake data, right? Like nothing is actually in there.
let me get this thing open. I've been reviewing code for many hours, and I need to diagram this to even have any idea what's going on. So right now you have like entities, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And they have
This is like
parameters like X, Y,
Y,
speed. Yeah,
speed. Okay,
and
and
blah, blah,
then
blah.
you need to get obs, which is going to be a different size, which is like this is agents.
Correct.
Okay, and then this is however many obs, and you don't need all these variables, but you need like
Correct.
delta x,
I only need a percentage of those variables. Yeah.
delta y. Okay, but then you're proposing that right here we put this intermediate struct.
Yeah, an intermediate struct that you can just mem copy directly into obs.
But you still have to compute this every step, right?
You have to compute it, but it will be quicker than assigning it, I think.
How would it possibly be quicker? Because you have to compute each element of this struct separately, right? I don't understand. So you're basically doing delta x, delta y here, and then you're copying. This is just one extra copy versus doing it directly here, isn't it?
I think mine only applies if you're allowed to keep absolute coordinates.
Yes. You definitely cannot
Like
keep
if
absolute coordinates.
okay. then I think that idea falls apart because I think I was assuming that the map could still be absolute, and then there could be some small amount of relative items, but I didn't think everything has to be relative.
And also, the way that you have it here, even if you wanted to do this, this would not be float star. This would have to be static array. Because then if you copied this, you'd be copying pointers.
No, because you can mem copy to the start of that pointer,
Well,
and
then you
then
have to do
pick
many separate mem copy, right? You'd have to mem copy rel goal like the size of this, and then mem copy the size
actually
of
you
this.
don't. So if you were to mem copy observation data
Mhm.
and you gave it the first memory point, based on how C aligns the floats in the struct, it is contiguous, and that as long as you know the size of what you're copying, you could do 2 times the float size of how many units are in there, and it will get you to
I think that's
the next one because you know that all of those are fixed sizes. So for example, if
I
rel
don't
goal
think
was
that
size
works.
90 and rel goal Y was size 90, you can just mem copy 180 and it'll get both.
I don't think that works because the float star, that is just an 8-byte. That's 8 bytes there. That's just the address. And then rel goal Y is another 8-byte address. So you're copying addresses. You're not actually copying what's at the address. Right? Here. So in
I
this
think
struct,
you can make it work.
what you've done here, right? So if you do like this is 16 bytes,
Mm-hmm.
right? You can't copy this thing. This is not even like these aren't X and Y aren't even necessarily next to each other in memory.
No, but I think the point is in C struct land, they are next to each other in memory.
No, they aren't. This struct is 16 bytes. So if you copy this struct, you're just copying these addresses. What you would have to do is if you wanted it to work like this, right? And there is a way that you can make this work, but what you'd have to do is you'd have to like you malloc these bytes, right? And then
Mm-hmm.
you put this address to here and this address to here.
Correct. And then it would do it that way,
You
yeah.
still wouldn't be able to quite do it yet. You'd also have to send this address, I believe. You still couldn't copy the struct though, because the struct still has these two 8-byte addresses. You'd have to copy this thing, not the struct. So in that case, you may as well not have a struct. You just have a flat array. Because the address
And just
of the
dump it all
struct,
in there.
this struct has its own address, right?
Yeah.
Which is not the same as. So if you copy the struct, even if you do this, you're copying the addresses of this data. You're not copying the data. It doesn't like cascade down and know to pull the data out of these pointers.
Mm.
It's going to do a shallow copy essentially.
Mm. Okay.
So there are things that you can technically do there, like what I would do, for instance, is if you made this a static. Let me think. If you made this. I'm trying to think how I've done this before.
I mean, either way, this concept was only to be used if we had absolute
Yeah, you don't.
coordinates anyways,
Yes,
which we don't. And it has to be relative, and if it has to be relative, then we have to calculate it every single time.
Yeah, we do. But I'm hoping we're not going to need so many points as they needed.
Yeah, I
Even
mean
if we do, we're
that
still
becomes the
10x
biggest
faster.
point, right? Is like how many points is the minimum amount of observations do we need to accomplish a reasonable performance?
Even with 3K, it's still 500.
Yeah, I mean even with 3K we're at 500. Yeah.
And I mean that's obviously you haven't added the logic to the nth, right, to compute that. But there's also been no attempt whatsoever to optimize the nth. And like this,
Oh, I mean I can do that a little bit.
Like this relativized stuff. Like if we had to, we should be able to get this to SIMD as well, because it's the
Hold on.
the relativization operation. It's the same instruction applied repeatedly to stuff in contiguous memory.
This may break because I haven't tested it fully, but I did add the dynamics movement for the physics on one part.
Is this a simulated MMORPG? No, this is GPU Drive, which is a GPU accelerated driving sim. But if you want a simulated MMORPG on Puffer AI, there is Neural MMO 3, which is this like big open world with economy and trade and enemies and all sorts of stuff. So we do have that too.
All right, when I add the physics one in at when you have just 100 obs, it's still 880.
When you have 100 obs, it's 880. Okay, awesome. And we still haven't tried to optimize. There's still like copy overhead and stuff.
Yeah, it still has the copy. Oh wait, it just jumped to 1.6 million for some reason.
What dipped, I wonder?
I don't know what the front load dip is.
Is it frozen?
No, it's
Oh,
pumping.
okay.
It's at 1.6. That's so weird.
With well, I mean it should be. You should be able to train that fast.
Well then,
Copilot.
all right, let's put it back at 3,000 because that number seems more
How
possible.
does Copilot send you to a stream? It's funny. Somebody said that they found me with Copilot.
I think I have it one more place. Oh, up here.
Welcome, YouTube folks.
I really need to make this like an actual constant variable.
I mean, but like regardless, this thing you can see like the potential here that this thing can just be made to be fast. End of story, right?
Yeah, I mean, regardless, it's already with what I've set up so far.
They're currently
I
training
think
at
it's already a
50K.
10x improvement.
Yes, they're currently training at like 50K tops. So
Yeah, so min we already have 10x, right? So
I mean, there are more scenes to load in and stuff, but yeah.
all right, so I just put it at 3,000 again.
Still
And
500K
let's see if it
plus. And that
let's see if it
copy's
jumps.
not optimized. I mean, I think that if we really had to, I could come up with some fancy copy stuff.
Yeah, for some reason I don't know why it lowers, but who knows. Anyways, 400 to 500 with the dynamics calculation in there, I think is pretty good benchmark to start.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
proper.
I jumped again.
I don't know why it would do that. It shouldn't really be that variable, but yeah. So, how much work do you think there is to get like something that kind of looks like an agent that drives? Not like, hacking whatever you need to do. Like how much work do you think it takes to like put some observations in that makes it, even if there's no collision checks and it just like goes
Okay,
straight.
so like what if I just do like the simplest observation on Earth where I'm like I only give it its relative coordinate to the goal.
Yeah. That's what I mean.
And
Just do that.
and then we have obs 5.
Yeah. Do that.
Well, I can do that. I mean, and I can see if it learns something. And then
Yeah.
that's super easy.
Okay.
I can do that probably this evening.
Yeah, so do that, see if it learns. And then if that learns, right, then the next thing will be to like get
Lanes.
collision checks and actually get
Yeah.
some road points in. And like again, do it in the stupidest way possible. And then that should be enough to get you cars that stay in lane and go to target. And then that's already like something that looks kind of like GPU drive and it's like, wow, okay, we can improve on this, right?
Yeah, and I mean at that point we'd be in multi-million steps per second. We'd probably be at like at least 1 million steps per second easy if I'm doing it that small scale.
Oh yeah. I mean, I think we can even optimize this stuff more. Like, it goes up to 2.5 mil. A lot of our train runs, I will say that you need really big, like back sizes and stuff to get that, and async and whatever. But I think that it is realistic to get 1 million or so for like good training parameters.
Okay, well this sounds good. Then I'll let you know if I get something visually decent later
Also, we
tonight.
have multi GPU now, so when they run this on their boxes with multi GPU, they could be training this at 5 million steps per second.
Easily, yeah. And then at that point we just like 100x their lab.
Yes, and at that point they've 100x the lab, and we load in all of Tokyo or whatever, and Tokyo Puff.
Yeah. Tokyo Puff incoming soon. Do it.
Incoming soon. Yeah, the render still looks like it used to look, right?
Yeah, the render is sick, dude.
Render's
Let
sick.
me.
Render's sweet. You show the renderer
The
on
render
stream. We
was
got
like
like
one of the
9 people
easiest
watching.
parts. Yeah, I'll pull up the render if somebody
Yeah.
wants to see on stream.
Well, it's cool. I don't know. Today's been a good stream day. We've had 9 or 10 people most of the day.
Ah, all
It's
right.
kind of fun
Oh, I didn't put the actual thing.
for the massive code review day.
Oh, let me swap out my screens. I think it's only gonna show ooh, anger. Why is it angry? What happened?
Address sanitizer.
Address sanitizer's mad. Did I forget to add memory to somewhere? 439.
I can pull up the video if it doesn't work right now.
Let's find out and see if it was something simple or something I have to investigate. 439. What's happening? 439 is
Concept.
it's because I'm using the physics model. Let me just change it from trajectories to the expert.
Okay, and then we'll see that. Be sweet. This is good progress lately. A lot of
All
good
right.
progress.
All right, now it's still pissed off for some reason. All right. You can just pull up the video.
Okay. Let me go find it without.
I think I put it in the dev chat somewhere.
Oh, okay. Let me just get that then. Dev chat. So this is Impulse Wars that we were reviewing earlier today. And then where's that? Where's the GPU drive GIF?
Let me I can link it again as well if I can
that'd be
find
good.
where.
I don't see it.
Where did I put this thing? Did I put it in general? Let's find it.
Now the one thing that's a little tricky, I think, with we're gonna have to think if we load in a whole city, if we have to rethink the way that we do observations at all, or if that still just works. But I don't know. CPUs are kind of fast. I was chatting with Brennan yesterday, and the
All
one
right, I put
thing,
it back in dev
yeah,
chat.
the one thing I think that we would legitimately have a hard time for is they have like an FPS where they're doing raycast versus the actual geometry of like a Call of Duty map.
Hmm.
That's hard. Okay, yeah, here's the renderer. This thing's sweet.
Yeah, rendering's super easy when you have all the trajectories already given to you. You just load in data.
Yeah.
They did a good with that. I mean, there's some funky stuff in there, but
And then I don't know how you did all the curves as well. I haven't seen the RayLib for that.
these are all just line segments, man.
Okay, so you just manually draw all the okay.
Yeah, I just manually drew every line segment
And they're
from
just
A to
like
B
really short, I
times
guess.
10,000 times. Yeah, they're all really short line segments.
Okay. So probably there's like a draw curve or something function that would take all the points and be faster, but for now this is good.
I mean, that's for render. I mean, the thing still runs pretty clearly and smoothly.
Well, when we load a whole city in.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
But okay, I gotta go.
So,
And
yep,
thanks for the help
yeah.
on this.
Good luck with that. Let me know if you get a basic model running, and then I'll go through and we can actually start to get going on this.
All right, sounds good. Yep.
See you, Spencer.
Later.
That's good progress, isn't it? I think Captain will probably be back in a little bit here. And we will continue looking at the Impulse Wars code. Lots and lots of code review today. But in the meantime, I think we might go back to algorithm dev for a little bit, see if I can figure out anything on the algorithm I've been working on. I'll talk about that in just a second. I'm going to take just a couple minutes to go get myself a new drink and stuff. But for the folks watching, this is all available, Puffer AI. It's all open source. If you want to help us out for free, just start the repo. Really helps. Oh, look at that. No time for algorithm dev. Perfect. Yeah, Captain, I'm going to go get a drink and stuff, and then we'll continue on Impulse Wars. But yeah, for folks watching in the meantime, yeah, we'll continue with Impulse Wars. And if you want to help us out for free, start the repository, join the Discord if you want to get involved in developing all this type of crazy stuff. You do not need an AI or RL background, you just need to know how to program. A lot of our best contributors here have come in with no background in AI, and like really the most important thing is that you just have a programming background, and the rest can be learned quite quickly. And yeah, other than that, follow on X for more RL content. We have a blog, we have articles and stuff like that. I'll be back in a couple minutes, and yeah, see you in a second, and we'll continue code reviewing Impulse Wars. Okay. Man, I need a haircut. Like 3 times too much hair here. Hey, Captain.
Hey, I'm the same, but I also need a haircut.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. This is literally like 3 times too much hair.
You don't want to see my hair then. I just caught the or actually I was just caught the end, which was good timing, but man, that rendering looks good.
Is cool, isn't it?
Yeah, that's sick.
Yeah. I
How
think
long is it
we will
on that?
puffer theme some colors, but other than that, I reserve the right to puffer theme colors.
Gonna be tough to puffer theme Impulse Wars though, because the colors have semantic meaning.
Let me see. No, yeah, you would just change the shade of a couple things a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, we can see when we get to rendering.
I like the UI. Oh, I didn't realize
Yeah,
that you had
thanks.
stock. I see.
I had what?
That you have like lives, like stock.
Oh yeah, stocks. I wasn't sure if you meant that because that's a Smash term.
Yeah, yeah,
Almost no
yeah.
one says that. But yeah, I like I said, I just added that recently because I felt well, there are a couple modes in the original. Um, they kind of have lives. So like the way it normally works,
Mhm.
it's normally just elimination, and it's basically just like best of five. But when one person wins, like everyone
Mhm.
else dies, it just resets. So it's kind of like lives. I just thought it'd be more interesting if it was like
Mhm.
actual lives. They also have another mode like deathmatch where it's basically just who can get the most kills in a set amount of
Yeah,
time.
like
But
limitless is if you can just do stuff limitless, and it'll be easier. You won't ever have to destroy worlds and stuff.
oh, like the episodes never end, like the rounds never end,
Yeah,
basically.
just respawn
I
weapons once in a while.
no, there's well, yeah, the way it works for weapons now, I just have a set timer. There's a set amount of them, so I already account for that. Yeah,
Oh,
I
so
could
then
very
literally
easily.
just respawn like unlimited. It's like that's a tiny little change, and that
Yeah,
probably makes it
exactly.
easier.
You think it makes it easier?
Well, to it's like yeah, because you just continually get data, and you don't have to worry about episodes and such.
Hmm.
You just pass a
Um,
done signal for an agent whenever it dies.
yeah. Yeah, I might try that. The thing now though is I don't know if this matters or not, but
Hmm.
I wonder if it's useful to think in terms of like lives, like oh, like planning, like oh, I have one life left and they have two, like maybe I should do this, or thinking
Not
in terms
really.
of like
I don't know if you play any differently when you have one life. Maybe you play a little more conservatively, but not really,
yeah.
because you still have to win.
Yeah.
Yeah. The one thing I'm looking at here visually is I think you might want to play with a few different graphics for the bots themselves.
Mm.
Like the triangles look really freaking good that you use for that animation,
Oh yeah.
like the
Cool.
geometric stuff. I don't know if there's like
Yeah.
something you can do geometric for the ships, even like maybe they're triangles or something. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know if triangles would work just because like I don't know, they can go not circles, but I think circles was just because the original had circles, and I think it makes sense because you can
What's it
aim
look
and
like?
move. Yeah, just pull up a screenshot, it'd just be easier. Or
We
there's not
could
much
we
in
can
YouTube.
actually make it look like almost as good if we wanted to with shaders.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
this
the
is straight
thing
up
is,
just a shader game. Like they don't have any graphics. This is just shaders.
yeah, what's funny though is, so if you download on Steam, it's free, and like crank up the settings, it actually is like very visually
Oh
busy,
yeah,
like
I should
almost too
actually
busy.
get this and play it, shouldn't I? I kind
Yeah.
of I need to order myself a controller.
Um, I will
Service.
say though, once you're used to a little bit used to mine, the original will feel a little bit slow
Oh
because the
man, these poor
projectiles move
guys.
faster and you move faster. Yeah, they moved to this company, which mostly looks like they do like waifu chat traps, mobile
A lot
games,
of
which is
game places
unfortunate.
get stuck in like random ass contracting.
Yeah,
Are
but
they
this is a cool game.
circles?
Yeah. Well, you can customize them, but they're essentially circles.
They don't look like circles. They look like they have like some texture to them. They're not just circles, are they?
No, well, yeah, I mean, they're spheres, I guess. But yeah.
Huh.
I mean, their game, it's a 2D game, but with like 3D graphics.
Well, yeah, a lot of things are.
Yeah.
We could do
They have a
that.
cool, we could. That
It
I
would not be
do,
hard.
yeah. Maybe we do that. The one
There's
thing,
some stuff that's kind of hard, like these lines here. This is like they've got. Well, maybe if it's static, you can fake it. Heck,
yeah.
maybe we can do a lot of this without even shaders.
You'd have to play it though, because some of the stuff they do is cool, some of the stuff they do is honestly like very busy.
Okay.
So I mostly played on Switch where they have to tone it down, and honestly, I think that's like what they did
Huh.
on Switch is a good balance. But if you max out the settings on PC, you can't really tell what's going on. Like they just went,
Huh.
"Oh, this looks cool," and just threw every effect into them.
I got a pretty fun setup for PC. Yeah, this is like this type of thing is super easy to do. I don't really like the CRT monitor effect ever in games like this.
Yeah, I'm not a fan
I
of it
think that's a
either.
little silly. But this type of thing where they've got like the outline on the edges is really cool, and we could do that.
Yeah, yeah, I like that too.
Yeah. I don't know. I think we should actually make it look good because it's like it is actually a pretty complex env. It should look the
Yeah.
part. It should look the part.
Yeah, I'm down for help and ideas and stuff.
Cause like
I
imagine look, imagine what neural MMO would be, right? Okay, so this thing, crafter and RL,
oh yeah.
like this thing looks stupid because it's like shitty 2D Minecraft, right?
Yeah.
But like this would have like this people use this just because it's like Minecrafty because it's kind of like borrowing from
Yeah.
the like the Minecraft look. But imagine if it weren't, like nobody would use this thing, and it's already
Yeah.
not that big of an env. So I think like you do want stuff to look the part, and I don't think it's disingenuous to like if you make a
No,
really
I
cool
don't
project to make it look
disagree.
the part. I like people sometimes get pissy about that in research, but I think that's only if you like really jazz up a really simple env. If you just like treat it as a game and make it look like the game, I think it's good.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, if anything else, it'll get more people interested in it, and then
It's
yeah.
important, you know?
Mhm.
It's not that hard.
I was surprised. There are a couple things like yeah, I was really surprised at the effectiveness of the little yeah, like triangles that explode when you
Oh, they look
die.
great.
Because it's so much more satisfying now to
It
kill
is.
enemies out. And
I
it was just kind of
literally,
amazing.
you want to know something crazy? One of the main reasons I'm pretty sure I always hated CS and never wanted to play that game is there's no hit sound.
Counter-Strike?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
there's no hit sound.
Really?
Yeah, every other
Oh,
game has a hit sound.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Huh. Yeah, it does lose a little bit with no audio, but like I don't know if I'm gonna go that far.
No, no,
It's
no.
still
It doesn't
important, man.
necessarily need to have audio. I just mean just having
N-
feedback of some sort on stuff, right?
No,
There's no
I know what you're
feedback.
saying. Yeah, yeah. Audio and visual feedback is
Yeah,
really important.
it's
Yeah.
like huge. It's why like I loved Valorant. I never liked CS at all.
Hmm.
Even though like a lot of people like CS a lot more mechanically, it's like
Yeah.
nope.
Yeah, I
Anyways,
understand that.
we should review your code, and we'll get to the renderer. That's going to be the goal. Let's see if we can go through this at a good enough clip to get to the renderer.
Game is gonna take a bit. Like all the heavy lifting is in game.
I know. Obviously, you haven't had time to go run a profile in the
Oh,
lunching hour that you've been gone.
yeah.
That's fine.
Um, well, if I you can keep looking. I can just hop off the call because I just like to have everything else quit, and I can do it in probably like 5 or so minutes quick.
Okay, go do that real quick, and I'll just start looking on this in the meantime on stream.
I'll be right back.
Sweet. Okay, folks here. XChat heavily filters URLs. Damn. Yes, it does. If you have a paper or something to link me, just type the name of the paper and I will Google it. I do not have any settings to filter URLs. It is purely X, YouTube, Twitch, whatever filtering they're doing. If you don't see your message on the screen, I'm not seeing your message. I didn't get the URL. I didn't get the name of the paper if you were linking one. Just post the name of the paper here and I will Google it. What is this? Oh, okay. I always forget because of the different handles. This is the pulse power stuff, right? Okay. Looking if it's worth exploring. I highly doubt that the if these are like not RL people, I highly doubt that they need a custom algorithm and they can probably just run PPO on it. But I have to like there's a lot of math here. I'd have to actually go through this very carefully. So the thing is like you're never going to get like theoretical guarantees for zero sum stochastic game, like forget it. That goes out the window. You're not looking for like you're not looking for something that is provably optimal here. It's all empirical. Um See, this is just not going to find the optimal action because even if you can prove that these things will converge to the optimum, um, they have like they can have exponential time convergence always because of the way that exploration doesn't work. So in practice, you just want the thing that works empirically, which is normally just make PPO and like just run PPO and crank it up to be very fast. I'd have to look specifically what their motivation was for developing a custom algorithm here. Um, Say define two variables. Is this a one-step problem? Do you know, is this an iterated problem? Is this a one-step problem or is this actually iterated? Oh, it's possibly iterated. Is there anything that's actually difficult to code up here or anything that is slow? Because if these are the dynamics environments and there isn't anything that needs to be solved for, right? There's like nothing expensive to solve. You can just like code this in 10 lines or whatever and then run reinforcement learning on it, right? Just working with a guy. Okay. So yeah, like this is the type of thing that I could look into for you, but it will take me dramatically longer to understand the math of the system itself than it will take you. The question is mostly how long do the dynamics take, right? Can you like implement the dynamics in a fast and accurate sim? And is it an iterated problem? What's the ob space? What's the action space? Um, like if you get this into the format of a fast RL problem, then like we can just chuck Puffer at this and see what happens. So if you're down to do like if you want to just like get into RL a little bit, right, with something initial, this is the type of thing that you would do, right? You'd find something like this where somebody has a physics paper or I don't know whatever field this is, where there's like some fancy math that defines the environment dynamics. You would just implement that real quick. We'd put an RL interface on it. I can help make sure it's fast if that's needed. And then we can just like run RL on it and see what happens.
Okay. I sent it to you in the general voice chat.
I got linked a lot of math while you were away.
I see that.
Yeah, this would take me like a month to figure out. Electric power systems on critical infrastructure. Cool. I cannot help you with the math portion of that. I can help you with if it works, if you can set it up as an RL problem. Let's see. Uh-oh, where'd my Discord go? Oh, here it is. What did you just send me?
It's in the general like voice chat. It's just like the Jmon whatever file.
Cool.
Hello.
Hey Aaron, what's
Hey.
up? You are on stream at the moment, just FYI.
Okay. First test of the online LP stuff is running.
Awesome. Cool. Hope it works. We're reviewing 8,000 lines worth of PRs today.
Oof. That's a lot.
Ah. This is exactly what I asked for. Perfect. Thank you, Captain. Yeah, Captain wrote a 7,000 line environment, this top-down 2D physics shooter. And
Cool.
also we have Puffer implementation of GPU drive on CPU prototype from Spencer.
Nice.
When do we get you writing C is the question. I'm pretty good at getting people into the lower level dev side. But we can keep you on your fun science for now.
Yeah.
Honestly, I find this stuff way easier and way more chill at this point, though.
Well, I mean, you have been living in it for the past little while.
That's fun. Now, this is super chill. Okay, B2 find pairs task. This gets called from, I guess these are not your functions.
Yeah, so some of the B2 stuff I call myself, but box
What
CD
is the
calling,
total time here?
I guess like 15 seconds. I don't know. Honestly, gprof
Oh,
is
wait,
kind of
percent.
confusing. Yeah.
I have percent here. Okay, so compute obs is 3%. Wait, 3%, right? Is that right?
I think there's like a key at the bottom. Some of it's confusing because some of the stuff is like this function and its children. Some of it is like just this
So
function.
let me explain that if you're not familiar. So there is self seconds, and then there is cumulative seconds. So self seconds, I believe, is just the time of this function.
Yeah, and cumulative is function and its children, right?
Yeah, and its children, exactly. So I don't know whether this percent here is. No, this percent is clearly applied to self seconds, right?
I would think.
You can see,
Yeah.
right? Because this is bigger and this is smaller, so it has to be
Right,
this.
you're right. Yeah.
Okay. So
It's weird though that the most expensive thing is like 15% though.
no, it's because it's just a various box 2D calls,
Yeah.
right?
I'm just saying like this stuff it looks like everything adds up to be like 30 if that.
But it's sorted by self seconds, not cumulative seconds, you see?
Oh yeah, yeah.
So if you go down here, look, it's 23 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay? And this is the correct sorting. This is how you want it, by the way.
Hmm.
So O point was this. B2.
Can you move it to the other side of the screen? Because like the chat is kind of
Whoops,
covering
my
it up.
bad.
Yeah,
Thank
other
you.
people are probably confused too. Yep.
3% in this. Handle body move events. Is this yours?
Yeah.
Step env. Yeah, so you're right. It's all in box 2D pretty much.
At this point, yeah, because I've optimized a lot of my stuff. Not that it's perfect, but it's a lot better than it used to be.
Now the question is there any usage of box 2D that can be made better by a lot? What's the
That
current
we will
step per
see.
second per core?
Per core? I don't know. But I on my machine I get like 250, 240K training. On a puffer box I get close to 300 with just one agent.
What per?
With two agents it goes up a decent amount, but I'm not ready to do like self play yet.
Okay, so I
And I
have breakdown of stuff in the monitor for good reason, right? So what you generally want to do is you want to know how fast the environment itself runs, right? And then if the environment is like substantially above 1 million, then you should be able to get close to that in training.
um you mean like the breakdown of like the percentage of EMF basically? Yeah, so I'm pretty sure it's usually around like actually I don't know. If you can compile this, you can compile the main thing and run it like just
Okay.
for a minute and that'll give you a good breakdown if you want.
Yeah. So what do I just run?
So go back to the repo root. Yeah, just run make.
Also, this is, I assume you don't have my nice perf optimizations in here yet.
I do not, so that'll be faster. I tried to go like on that branch and check it out, but there was stuff that
It's
wasn't
fancy.
working.
No
Yeah,
worries.
which is
We'll
fine.
fix that.
Yeah, that's what I figured. But I was eager to try it out. I was like, gonna have to wait a little bit longer.
I'm honestly so surprised that people haven't like PR'd all sorts of like little M's as much as people will PR much bigger M's.
Hmm.
No, I'm surprised nobody's done like Flappy Puff by now, right? I mean,
Hey, if someone does
if
Flappy,
somebody makes it, it's like such a simple like beginner project. I'm surprised nobody's just bothered doing it.
yeah. Okay. So just
We're gonna
run.
introduce Aaron to C with Flappy Puff.
All right. So just run whatever Python. I guess on this box, just Python might work. Um, tac train compile.
What's that? Train.compiled.
Oh, okay. I
This?
gotta go take break. Okay. Yeah, and then tac env dot sitting hyphen duck or tac duck whatever. Just env. Yeah. Sitting duck. Because then that won't. You don't. It true will work. I guess it's Python. That should be all you need. Yeah.
It's
Okay,
700K.
All right, I'll be right back. Oh yeah, you're on the. I'm on
Do I pip
2.0.
install this? Or I need
I'm
other
not.
puffer.
Yeah, you need main puffer on 2.0. I'll be right back. I gotta take some bread out of the oven.
Uh-huh. Oh, it's running the totally wrong puffer. We'll run this one. Have you seen this MV yet, Aaron?
No.
Oh, it's so cool. I'll see if I can run it in a second. As soon as this finishes. It's so cool. 7,000 line end. We gotta get it to be fast enough is the main thing. $250,000 steps per second train, not fast enough puffer standards.
Hey, you remember how when we were first talking about the LP stuff, you were like, hey, make sure that your score is not just tracking the score of the sampled environments.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't happening in the offline one, but that is happening in the online one.
Yeah. Okay. How do we
So
get
I
around
just,
that?
I'm just tracking a different metric then.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing we can technically do is you can just track the online. Like, you can just, like, have it do whatever, and then the eval, because there is an eval at the end, right?
Yeah.
Like, at the end of training, so then you can just do the eval with the full distribution, and then that point just gets logged differently at the end. That's also valid. And we'll see what the gap is.
The choice that I did here is, so in the running outcomes that I'm keeping track of, and that one always maintains the past 25 per task. And that is across all tasks. And so that one I'm just tracking the mean of that value instead.
The mean across all tasks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is this for curriculum learning?
Yeah.
Yep.
Nice.
This is the end, by the way. Is
Let
this
me
thing crazy?
flip over to where you guys are.
Isn't this thing crazy?
I suppose I have to look at where you're streaming.
Yeah.
Where are you streaming?
Which YouTube X?
I'm streaming on X does not make it sound like you're doing reinforcement learning.
What?
Just like the name X. Like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm streaming on X. That makes it sound like you're
Yeah.
engaged in NSFW activities.
Yeah.
Aha.
And if you try to find videos on X, make sure that you don't put a space. Or actually, no, you'll get it either way. Shit. No, make sure you do put a space.
Yeah,
I think you'll get it either way.
The naming to X and ditching Twitter was like so stupid. Kind of funny
Yep.
how stupid it was, but
You see this?
Yeah, it's fun.
It's crazy, right?
Yeah, that's a really fun one.
Yeah, we haven't even done like. I think I'm gonna help out with some graphics so it gets even cooler. It's cool. Wow. Okay. Such a cool end.
oh, were you gonna run the training breakdown?
Yes, I was. Squirrel.
It should be in your reverse show. Oh yeah, that works. Myself, I am a control R type of guy.
I should probably actually learn how to use that eventually, but not today.
Also, SH is low because you can the history is improved. So, for example, if you know you have history or something and then do up or down, it'll do like a prefix search history, which is so useful.
Okay.
So you can just do SSH space up and it'll give you the last SSH command you did.
SSH. Okay, yeah, that's cool.
It's pretty awesome. So
I
unless I
probably
change
should-
something and the perf is worse, this will give
Quarter-
you decent breakdown. But at least on box 2, like a week or two ago, I was getting higher perf. But maybe I don't know if that's because of a change I made or the fact you're not in most recent Torch version. Might be me. I'm not sure.
This is this is my local, which has updated Torch.
Okay.
Maybe not updated compile, but you are spending 35% time in the nth.
Oh yeah, the compiler does help.
Yeah. You're spending 30, yeah, a lot of time in the env. So that needs to be improved for sure. But then also I want to know, oops, where's your config?
What config? Oh, right. I don't have one like you guys do. Yeah, it's just in
I
there.
don't have configs. So this is this 256 agents? Or how many
Yes.
agents is this?
Well, right now I'm doing 1 per M, so yeah, it'd be 256 agents per worker.
And how many workers?
I think it's 8 right now. You could up that in your machine, but on a puffer box, because the puffer boxes have slightly more cores than my local, but I got like a little bit of a gain, but like not much. I think if increase that to 16, that to 16. If you leave batch size at 4, and then you just have number of M's, you got like a little bit of an increase. You can try 8, but I didn't. It wasn't as good as 8 as at 8 batch size. But yeah, but the latest compiler I do see some decent gains, which makes sense because it's literally 10 years GCC 11, which is kind of crazy. Okay, that's significant. Oh yeah, it's fast at the beginning.
Does the env slow down over time? Oh no, it's just a compile overhead.
I don't know. The speed can fluctuate a decent bit. I guess it's dependent on a lot of things because like I don't know.
I have different hardware from you though, I think, right?
Yeah.
I have
Then a
16
buffer
real
box.
cores.
Oh, right. You gonna change the number of ends or leave them there? Internal
Oh, I
number
was
of
doing
ends.
quad buffer. We ideally
Okay.
don't want it to be quad buffered, by the way.
What do you? Oh, buffer 4. Why?
Because it's slower for the network, even if it's faster for the env.
Okay. Yeah, ever since the new Torch compile or PyTorch version, which actually allowed me to compile like the puffer multi-discrete stuff without action stuff without graph breaks, overhead has gone way down.
Is it
So
not? It's not
now,
20% env time anymore.
no, this is pretty accurate, but the evaluate forward time used to be like 40%, and M time used to be like 16% or something.
Oh, I actually have an optimized. Do you have LSTMs?
I do, yeah.
I have a major optimization for eval forward with LSTM, so that'll get faster.
Woo! So yeah, then
Major.
my M should be the slowing
Yeah,
factor
so
at
your
that
env
point.
is slow. So we actually do have to care about this, basically.
Yeah.
Because your
Yeah.
env is the slow part right now.
Yep.
Which it should be, because I
But
spent a lot of time optimizing puffer.
yeah. And I've spent a decent amount of time optimizing mine. I'm honestly not really sure what else.
Is there a perf test I can run in here or no?
Yeah. Just make benchmark. It'll do. If you cat the file, it'll tell you. I think it's like 250 million steps. It doesn't print anything, but what I run like a benchmarking tool like Hyperfine. I'll run it like 3 times, and then it'll like average the result. So I use
That's a
because I
lot
know
more
a
than
lot
I
of
bothered with.
yeah. Well, I would do that. Like I would take it a baseline, make a change, compile it again, and then like basically like run them back to back and see if it improved or like made perf worse basically.
Where is it?
Just benchmark. So you really want to time it or something because it won't do anything. It won't print anything.
Oh, so what? How do you run this thing then?
Like time, space, but I use the actual benchmarking tool like Hyperfine, but time will work for rough estimates.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, so hyperfine, it's basically it.
No, I didn't know
It'll
that
run.
time was a thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a built-in. I think the shell.
I didn't know that. I'm really not a power user with a lot of the tools I have. I just like I use a very small set of very simple things.
Yeah, so this is basically just running
Okay, so
1 env on 1 core.
and this did you say this did it 3 times?
No, that's something I did
So
externally.
is this 250 mil steps?
Yeah. Should be. That I do have 2 agents in there though, I'm pretty sure. In the benchmark.
So it should be 500 million then, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. So I call step function that many times, but yeah.
Okay, so this says 17 million.
Really?
Am I doing something wrong? You said you did 500 million, 250 million steps times 2 agents. Divide by 29 seconds.
Fact go go and fact check me. It's an SRC like source benchmark.c. Because yeah, that doesn't seem right. So at the very bottom, yeah, I run
2.5
perf
million.
test. Oh, 2.5 million. Yeah. That would be it. I was like, there's something not. The math ain't mathin'.
So we have to take 2 zeros off of this.
Yeah.
It's 170K.
Yeah. That
Okay,
sounds
so
more
this is kind of
realistic.
slow.
Yep.
Yeah, that would be considered kind of slow. There's no way it's got to be that slow. It should be faster, for sure. Let me think. Well, we'll go through game,
Yeah.
and we'll keep
It,
this thing up on the right, just in case. I'll move it so it's like not covered quite so badly. Okay. Entity transform. Is this where we were?
yeah, I think we were like a little bit below, but pretty much. Yeah.
And we're looking at circles and stuff as well. So solve contacts. I think we go through this first, and if I see anything, I see anything. If not, I have to do perf separately.
Yeah. So yeah, again, a lot of the box 2D stuff, the vast majority of the box 2D stuff on the profile, like the gprof output, is indirectly called by me, but some of it is directly called by me, but not a lot of it.
Well, B2 world step.
That is called by me. Yeah, obviously.
That's like the key to go solve everything, isn't it?
Yes.
So this thing is about 30% of the time.
Yeah.
Because it's a little more actually. Because this is 6.5 seconds spent in here total, with including children. And B2 find pairs task. This is apparently called outside of step as well. Or is this
I
called by step?
I guess something else that I calls that. I have to look it up because I don't call that directly.
Okay. So what expensive box 2D stuff are you calling that's not in step?
Well,
In
that's
world step.
not in step.
That's not
I
in
mean,
world step.
Oh, in world step.
Because this is like B2 world step. This should be a bunch of stuff to like update all the physics, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. But that's 30% of your time. Right? Maybe 30-40% of your time is that.
Yeah.
Okay. 6.5 over 24 is, yeah, it's like between 25 and 30% of your time. Where's the other 70?
Okay, so one quick question. Okay, that math makes sense, but what does the each percentage of time on the far left mean? Because
So this percentage is corresponding to self seconds.
oh, I see.
So it's only 12% of time in the step directly, but including children, you see
Yeah.
it's a little more than double,
Yeah, yeah.
30%.
I see. Okay. So what I call directly, I mean, so I handle events, like I handle move events. So basically, like the move, like handle body move events. I'm honestly kind of surprised that one's. Actually, no. I'm thinking about it. I'm not surprised. So basically, you can like ad
It's
hoc,
2%.
like ask 2%.
Yeah, that's only 2%.
Okay. Yeah, it was that small.
We're looking for like 50%.
Yeah. I mean, so nothing at the top there. Partition mid, sensor task, execute block.
Well,
So okay,
it's
basically
kind of weird. Because how is
everything above.
this? Yeah.
I was gonna say everything above compute obs is nothing I call directly. Like maybe a parent, like so maybe I call a parent function that calls them, but I don't call any of that stuff directly except world step.
Well, so here's the thing that doesn't make sense to me, right? World step and everything in it's only 6.5 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay, but like B2 partition mid is now 16 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
So something that you're calling that is not step is calling this stuff and it's taking a lot of time.
Why? I'm wondering why gprof doesn't show that though.
What do you mean?
Like why doesn't I don't know why doesn't gprof, because it's got to be in one of my functions. I have a ton of functions in game. If my game, some function in game is
Oh, well,
calling
it
an expensive.
does. Let's look for your functions. What functions of yours do you see in here?
Drone step is near the middle, but it doesn't look very
Where?
high. Go down a little bit. Maybe you should just
This
download it,
is
open in
22
Vim.
seconds.
Yeah,
In drone step?
that's cumulative, right?
Let's see.
So cumulative means it and its children, right?
Yeah. So this doesn't call world step, right?
No. Only step M calls world step. That's the only thing it calls world step. I mean, it's called once for every drone, every step. So, but nothing I do here is like expensive. I don't think.
Did I break?
One sec. What was the fix to get to build?
Oh, I had capital T true.
Uh,
Invalid position for sudden death wall.
oh yeah. That's actually probably just introduced. I know how to fix that. So basically, go to settings. That's not something you did.
Well,
So
I just messed with it. Yeah, I did. I just added this
no, no,
return
no.
true here.
This can randomly happen. Just
Okay.
I know how to fix it though, but so just go to, well, I know how to stop it from happening until
Okay.
I fix it myself. SRC settings, change drone lives from 3 to 1. Oh, right up above. It's like, yeah. Drone, it's just capital drone underscore lives. Yeah. So basically what's happening is because I now
okay.
have 3 lives and like a timer,
Mm-hmm.
sometimes like when the sudden death walls are closing in, they'll still be alive, but I exit early if I like basically can't place any more sudden death walls, so it kind of like
Mm-hmm.
it gets to the point where there are walls everywhere and keeps trying to place them, which never happened before, and so I never
Yeah.
had to count for it.
Is this running with sitting ducks or no?
The agents take random actions basically.
Okay, so they take random actions, so it's not a slow script that's computing actions.
No, no.
Okay, so I just put return true inside of this drone step, and it got more than 3x faster.
That's wild.
So
Oh.
I just did this. Okay. So what's happening here?
Okay, especially if you only have one life, so respawning's never happening.
Yup.
Hey. I mean, I'm basically just like managing.
B2 distance. It's the only B2 function I see.
Yeah, which is really simple. It's just like a distance function. So like squaring, square root. Did you remove the make true or the top?
I think so.
Or return true, I mean.
Yep.
Okay.
Benchmark. How does it take that long to link? There you go.
You should really get, not now, but mold. Mold is a really fast linker.
Whatever we're gonna get, put it on the puffer tank.
Cool.
Tell me what to add to the apt commands, and we will just add it. But I would like to not have to have everything be a hard depth to run the apt.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's just a speed up.
Yes.
Same with like Ccache. It's not required, but like if you
Mhm.
have it, it just makes things faster.
So now we're back to being slow.
Interesting. Okay, this is really surprising. Because you can kind of see in the code, nothing is there that should be that slow,
Yeah,
at least
so-
to me. Maybe like the F max and F min stuff are somehow slow, but
Mhm.
that doesn't make sense.
Those can be slow depending on how frequently they get called. But if they're once per step, it shouldn't be. Once
Yeah,
per
well,
agent per
once
step.
per step per drone, but I have like 2 drones, so they're called like, a couple
I do
times per
notice
drone
that
per step.
if using conditionals is way faster than using Fmax F very often.
Really?
26. We're still doing most of it.
Well, I mean, I can just write a function / macro to do like max or min if it's like that much faster, because this is ridiculous. So,
Hold
yeah,
on.
you can put it there, but the respawning stuff should never happen because you have one life. So,
Well, we're testing.
yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying, my hypothesis is we're gonna get back to like a crazy 7 seconds or whatever. Yeah. Okay, so I
Okay,
don't.
hold on.
Do I?
So it's this block of code right here. Okay, this block of code. Drone heat, drone weapon charge, drone cooldown.
Did we put one right after, like right around that assert or not?
Okay. It could be the assert. That'd be really funny.
Nah, it's in it should be compiled out. Yeah, it is because if we were in release mode or debug mode, I would see debug prints. So yeah, it's that block of code.
Go slow. I want another window to do this. I'm gonna move.
Huh. Man, F max and F min potentially my new greatest enemy.
That would be hilarious.
Honestly, I mean, I will be very happy if I can get like a ton of perf from just not using them.
I am usually pretty good at finding really stupid optimizations.
That's ridiculous. I mean, I use F max and F min a lot, so if I can just replace those and get tons of perf, that'd just be so stupid, but amazing. I mean,
So
I
if you've
already do have
optimized stuff correctly, I probably won't be able to find anything because I'm not really that good at this stuff. I'm just good at finding really stupid optimizations that have been missed. Let's see. So weapon cooldown. Okay. It could be though that this is spawning projectiles, and that's what's taking a long time, right?
No, drone step doesn't spawn any projectiles.
Does it like set the cooldown so that you're allowed to, or
Yeah,
well,
you can see the code. All it's doing is like managing cooldowns and other timing relay stuff, and then I do destroy the shield, but rare. But mostly it's just managing cooldowns and other like related things. Okay, this is gonna be unscientific because, you know, I have Discord and your stream and blah blah blah, but like I'm gonna try and replace fminf with like my min
I don't know if
macro.
that's what it is. I'd be kind of surprised.
I know, I'm just gonna try it locally. Wait, did I do it? Yeah, I had like 60 instances of fmaxx and 37 of fminf.
Hell? Oh. These warnings suck.
Yeah, C warnings are very not, they're very difficult to read.
I don't think it's the max. I think it's what's implied by the max.
Maybe. I'm giving it a try just in case.
Mhm.
Because you never know. Yeah, so what I do with Hyperfine, it's kind of like, I don't know, it's a very fancy tool. You don't need this, but it's just nice. I do like a warm-up run just in case to kind of like, I don't know, get the, you know, because like what is it, like speculative execution, all that, get the CPU warmed up, and then it runs. It does one warm-up run, and then I set it to do like 3 runs. It takes the average and standard deviation of them, and then like without missing a beat, it'll do like my new benchmark and then the old benchmark or whatever. It doesn't really matter the order,
I
but
think
and
it's
then
the
it'll compare them.
projectiles.
So in drone step, there.
This is stuck. It's literally like it still hasn't finished.
What did you change? I haven't
I
been
set
paying
the
attention.
cooldown to 0. Yeah, minute and 2 seconds.
Oh,
So it's the
yeah,
projectiles.
yeah. You're because it's random action, so it's gonna be shooting a lot. Yeah.
Okay, but then what do we do about projectiles? Where do we shoot?
Drone shoot or shoot drone. I don't know, something like that. Just search create projectile, and it's yeah, drone shoot.
5.6 seconds. So if we don't shoot, it's fast. So
I mean,
these projectiles are not optimized.
you got to think about it though. If you're not shooting, there's like barely any physics happening.
Well, let's figure out what's going on with these. Weapon needs charge. Let's see.
Okay. Well,
Say,
I'll head out and get some other work done.
say, Aaron,
I'll let you know.
did you need something or you're just hanging out here?
Just hanging out, letting you
Okay.
know that the first pass at the online LP stuff is up and running.
Awesome. Yeah, let me know if you get something to like actually improves over random or is like close to the offline one, because that's when we're gonna start. I have to start looking at optimizing it and integrating it for yeah.
Yep. Will do. Bye.
So yep. Okay, let's see how slow this is. So that adds like a second to this.
What does?
Doing everything except spawning the projectiles, but you get the impulse and the recoil and everything.
Oh, wait. So you compute the forces but don't actually spawn the projectile?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So this create projectile.
Yeah. And if you create the projectile, then it's gotta actually like simulate it. So the creation in and of itself isn't that slow. It's probably just a simulation.
Mm-hmm. I'm just double checking to make sure.
No, I know. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just kind of explaining.
All right, cool. So the projectiles are the slow thing. Let me see how you create them and what you do with them.
Yeah, but I'm also very confused at like your return true and drone step, like how that affected that much.
Because it made it so that it
Oh,
never
right.
reset the cooldown.
Yeah, that
Mhm.
makes yep. Never mind. Yeah. I get it.
Projectile entity. This actually has to return something. Void.
What function?
I'm just trying to see.
Oh yeah. Most of these create functions don't return anything.
Does this has it been created here already and added to the engine or no? Segfault, lovely. I guess you have to
What are you trying to do?
just immediately destroy the projectile.
Oh, you can just B2 destroy body. Or see, this is tough because I actual function because I just have it like autocomplete.
Like that.
To yeah, that should work. Because it'll free the shape or it'll destroy the shape as well.
Segfault.
Hmm. Do a make debug demo because then it'll build with the address sanitizer and probably tell you like what happened. Debug demo. I don't have a debug benchmark. But it'll still hit the same code path. Um, I don't know. I'm wondering if it might be worth it to go through more of the game file just so you kind of understand more of it before diving into some stuff. It's up to
We
you.
totally can. We give it a couple minutes just to see if I immediately find anything. I just want to know if the actual creation of the projectiles is slow. That would kind of be funny,
Yeah.
right? Because it wouldn't be surprising. Maybe maybe it isn't actually caching your Malix as nicely as you'd like.
I mean, if you can see where DL Malik is in the or box 2D, yeah, but at least my memory allocations
Well,
are like very
this
fast.
works. Eh. But it's not deleting them, is it?
Well, no, because you don't delete them in the array, so the renderer still thinks they're there, but look, nothing happens when you go through them. So
Is
the
this gonna
renderer thinks
grow
they exist.
unbounded?
Huh?
It's segfaults eventually.
Yeah, the thing is like some random thing caused it to segfault. Oh, body is valid. That's probably what happened.
Do you have a quick fix for this or not really?
Not really.
All right, well, you have this to look at now, right?
Yeah.
Now you know it's the projectiles. So,
Yeah.
do projectiles need as accurate physics as agents do, right?
You, so you can't really control the fidelity of individual things. You can only control the physics fidelity of like the whole simulation.
That's obnoxious, isn't it?
I mean, I guess.
No, like seriously, I don't. Isn't that a thing in game engines? Like, if you have a million
Um,
little things like that don't need high fidelity physics, like the player needs high
maybe.
fidelity physics.
Yeah,
Everything else
but
just needs to not go through like walls or whatever.
so what probably makes the physics slow if you pull back up the like gprof thing. So for a lot of the projectiles, I have to turn on continuous collision detection, which makes it slower. But what that does is ensures that like when projectiles are going really fast,
Mhm.
they don't tunnel through other dynamic objects like other
Yeah.
players.
Well, solve
So it's very
continuous. This is
yeah,
9%
it's
total.
yeah.
Right?
Well, eight. It's even
We're not at like this was with projectiles versus without projectiles. It's like 4 or 5 times faster.
yeah. Well, I mean, look, cumulative seconds is it and all its children. So solve continuous is more expensive than even the step. the world's dead.
Oh wait, yep, you're right.
So yeah.
That is a decent chunk.
So I think that's mainly what it is. It's just doing continuous collision detection
Solve
against
contacts
like
is 10 though, 10.4 seconds.
yeah.
I mean, there is stuff to look at here.
Yeah.
Because this is not. Well, I don't know. You'd have to look, but I guess like the games that have a bajillion projectiles, they don't need to run this fast.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, I can run this thing at literally thousands of FPS on my machine, probably like hundreds of FPS on a normal laptop. So it's for a normal game, it's like plenty fast, but it's also barely doing anything with graphics, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
But RL's different.
So I mean, at least now we know it's the projectiles, right?
Yeah, I mean,
It's not like the base game somehow.
yeah.
So like the engine on the agents running around the environment, even when they're like adding impulse and stuff, like that is all fast.
Yeah. Which
So,
makes sense.
if there's some corners to cut on the projectile, there's up to a 4x improvement. If you were to make them virtually free somehow.
Yeah, I don't know how you do that though.
Okay. Well, let's review the thing now. At least I've done something.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it wasn't just the FMAXF.
That,
Literally,
yeah,
I have had that be the issue in a CUDA kernel.
That's funny.
Yeah, so like none of these things have substantial time in them, so we just have to look at yeah, what you're doing here. So entity transform, okay. Closest point. Distance proxy thing. Position behind wall. Match filter. So this is if there is something in the way.
Yeah, so basically you pass the filtering of like what you want to detect that is in the way. So basically like you pass in a start and end position. So say for example, I mostly use this for explosions. Like okay, explosion goes off and I detect that like within the explosion radius, like there's a player. And then I pass in, okay, like from the center of the explosion to the player, can you hit any walls? And if so, like yeah, like return true basically. So yeah, query filters use a lot in Box2D because you tell it like when you're doing a check, like what um what shape type are you wanting to do the check as? Like, do you want to do this check like it's a projectile, like it's a wall, whatever? And then what do you want to actually detect? Like, do you want to detect walls, players, whatever? So yeah, it has a cool like bit masking or bit mapping masking. It uses like bits and stuff, bitmaps I think, to do like collision stuff. So yeah, it's pretty fast in that sense, like checking stuff.
Okay. And here's the overlapping circles that you use for that, right? Use this because the explosion's a circle. A lot of
Yeah,
things are
this is
circles.
so the overlapping circle is exclusively used for, like I said, when you place a mine, it's detecting, okay, are there any drones in the mine's like explosion or in this proximity detection radius
So
that we
this
can
isn't
just
even used for like the imploder or anything?
no.
Oh.
That one is the explode callback, which is very large, and you'll see.
Yeah, a lot of callbacks. That's kind of Box2D though, not you, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess like. I mean, it's hard to say. I'd like really have to be deving my own Box2D to see if that's really the same thing to be doing is to heavily use callbacks for all this stuff.
I mean,
It
to
looks
be
like it's
honest,
designed for it though.
yeah, I don't know how else you do it because like the way I handle explosions, for instance, I just tell it to do like basically I give it like an AABB, so basically like a box, and tell it like okay, like basically call my function for everything in this box, and then I just do custom stuff over it. So like otherwise it'd have to like return an array or something and have to
Yeah.
iterate over it.
Yeah, it would just
So
return an array, exactly.
yeah. But it might be more expensive to keep that stuff in memory, like if there's a ton of stuff.
Just an array of
Because
indices or whatever.
yeah,
But I guess this is the way the box 2D is designed because it doesn't return an array, right? Or are these your
no,
functions?
no, it doesn't return
Yeah.
array.
So
And
this is
yeah,
box 2D then being. I honestly, this is like I hate this style of programming. It's like heavily event driven. The reason being that it takes the control flow away from you and sticks it into a library. Whereas if you just give me the IDs over which to like iterate, you keep your own control flow rather than having it go into the library and then call your code from there. It's kind of just a gross pattern, at least, well, for my opinion. But
I see what you're saying, but
yeah.
at least for box 2D, like say for example, I have a huge explosion and I want to say, okay, give me everything in the explosion radius. It gives me like 100 entities. That's all like a lot, and maybe like I'm only actually gonna like affect like 5 of them. That's like it has to, keep getting all of them. Whereas I could tell it, oh, like I only want like the first 5. Okay, you can stop now.
Well,
And
it's
then
the same thing. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, this is
yeah.
where like you would want. This is kind of where you would like an iterator or something, right?
Yeah, but maybe if it was a different language, C doesn't really like you could do a weird iterator thing, but like I think callbacks are cleaner.
Well, the thing is, you also don't necessarily need an iterator for this either. What you want is this overlap call. Like all this is doing is applying a physics check to everything in a scene, right? Or to like a number of things in a scene.
Hmm.
And then it's like doing something at some point in that loop. If you write that loop, then you don't need this, right? So if you did B2 world overlap circle, this is meant to just like go look at everything. You could just do, can you not just like go over things in world and then do like if circle overlap, then this code?
Uh Maybe, but like it'd be difficult and probably slower because it's like optimized. It's like built to do it this way.
Weird.
You probably end up just like reinventing like the internals of B2 world overlap circle, which like doesn't really make much sense.
Well, I think that you end up reinventing stuff because maybe it shouldn't be an API call. Like, I don't know. I often think that stuff that requires callbacks just shouldn't be part of the API. Um, like you should just give me the lower level primitive so that I write the loop and I write the code that you're trying to take as a callback. But whatever. There's no point in
Yeah.
arguing it because it's like Box2D is written like this, so it makes sense the way you've done it.
The one thing we can agree to disagree, but the one thing I will say in these like calls, Box 2D does a lot of like what's the word I'm looking for? Just had it. Just kind of like tidying up, like doing little things that are like non-obvious.
Mm.
Like it doesn't just like get an array of things, loop over it, and call your callback. Like it does a non-trivial amount of things. So and then calls your callback. Like very specific conditions are held if you go and look at the source. So
Okay.
to me, it kind of makes sense
Well, I
because
have
like
to
I
look at
wouldn't.
it more then.
Yeah, I just don't want to have to worry about it. So
Mhm.
I don't have to. But
But now we're having to
that's what's
debug
nice
this
about an
perf stuff all
LSP.
over the place.
Hmm?
But now we are still having to debug this perf stuff that's like
Yeah.
internal to Box2D and it's more opaque.
Yeah. You're gonna get some of that no matter how you structure stuff though. Like how they structure stuff, I think. Just because it's just physics heavy. But yeah, find open pause I've optimized, but like it's very fast. Like it's you don't even see it on that thing. It's not a big deal.
So it just defines a random tile.
Yeah. Within a given like map quadrant if you like ask it for
And
one.
what is this for? For spawning?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I have similar logic to this. Cool.
Yeah. And I use the quadrants because just to spawn like weapons more like evenly, and then also
Spawns
this
agents,
was
spawns
interesting.
weapons, it's fine.
So this is probably like kind of obvious to you being an RL a lot, but one thing that had a huge like a massive learning difference was I made one change. It was like a one-line change to basically say, okay, instead of like spawning drones like randomly, spawn them if you have two drones in like opposite quadrants from each other,
Yeah.
like diagonally, and that like killed learning. Just because they started farther away, so it was harder for the agents to like learn. Oh,
Yeah.
shooting them is good.
So initial conditions in environments like this are huge,
Yeah.
unless it's you just have the damn thing running so fast and tuned well enough that they just get over that initial bit quick enough that
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. So yes, I've spent a lot of time debugging initial conditions in various stages of neural MMO.
So yeah, now I do spawn drones like in different quadrants, but only when you're like just playing as a human. In training, I just spawn them all like random places, basically.
Yeah, this is fine. Don't spawn them in the death walls, right?
Well, so I pre-compute a list of like spawn points that are good for drones. Um, like so I don't have to do a bunch of distance checks every time, but if there are walls placed, like they might be covering the spawn point, so just
Yeah.
try
Well,
and
this
find
doesn't even
something.
show up in the.
Yeah, no, it's fast. And it's not called that often.
Unless, hang on, where is it? Find. I don't see it anywhere. Maybe it's
Should be in there
literally just
somewhere.
truncated out of here.
Maybe.
Find open pause. Why is
I
the
would
cumulative
download it.
time 23?
Oh, okay, yeah.
The
I don't
cumulative
know.
time is 23. I think this thing is just not accurate.
Yeah, no, because that doesn't make any sense. But it's like self time is like literally 0. It's so small, it won't even measure it.
And then query filter is floating wall, weapon pickup, drone. And then you
So the
check.
shape type is
Yeah.
passed in the beginning, I think. And yeah, so we're basically saying like at is anything overlapping as like whatever we're checking for spawn point? Like are there any floating walls, weapon pickups, or other drones like as this
Yeah.
thing within a min spawn distance?
I bet you could still do like a tile-based thing where you wouldn't even have to freaking deal with that. But
I think I've actually benchmarked it. It's actually faster to use their overlap stuff because they have like optimizations and stuff. And then it's less code on my part. Yeah, because they use a couple different data structures to keep track of stuff, so it's like quick to do these kind of checks. I forget. It's like something similar to a quad tree, but not exactly. It's like specific for physics. I can't remember. I never heard of it before. Some kind of tree though, and some other things.
something is not. But there is something in here that is not as fast as I would think it could be at 100 some
In
odd
this
K.
function,
No, not in this function, just generally in the way they're doing their checks. It might not be anything to do with the contact checks, to be fair. But you would think that it would be, because that's kind of the only thing you have to do. Right?
it's probably like I said, just like the CCD, the continuous collision detection is, I think, like the main slowdown, and projectiles have that. So yeah, solve
Okay,
continuous.
we'll fiddle with that after.
Yeah.
Create wall.
Yep.
Each wall is a different object.
Yeah. I asked
It
about
doesn't
like
have to
maybe
be, to be fair.
it doesn't, but it's easier for me. And I asked like, would it be faster if I just merged into one big wall? And he's like, it shouldn't really make a difference. So
It should be nlog n, I would think, but okay.
what would?
No, it's log n. It's log n. So it's each collision check should be log n of the number of stuff in the scene, roughly.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe you do a little better than that. I don't know.
You could pop on Discord and ask him, or I could ask on your behalf.
I mean, we can also time stuff.
Yeah.
shape. It's so obnoxious how like every single thing, basically every single interaction with Box 2D is just this massive ass thing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you need to tell it a bunch of stuff about shapes and bodies though, so it just kind of is what it is.
It's like two separate things as well, where it's like,
Yeah, because I mean, you have rigid bodies, that's a body, and then you can have multiple shapes per body, which I almost never do for me, but you can. So yeah, you have to create a body, which kind of like is the container for the shapes, and then the shapes are actually what collide with stuff.
I don't see why you
I
have
think.
what the hell does multiple shapes per body do? They like move together?
Yeah, like say you have like a bicycle or something, you could have one body, and then you could have like multiple shapes for wheels and handlebars and other stuff.
And that's just like a rigid thing, I guess.
Yeah,
That's so weird that they make that the default of like, okay, in order to support that, then everything has to go under a body.
I mean, to be fair though, I'm not a physics huge
Mhm.
person, but like I've like looked a little bit at a couple different physics engines, and I think it's a very like common thing for most engines. They call them different things like fixtures or whatever,
Well,
but
I
I
don't
think most
necessarily care
default
if
is
it's a
iron.
common thing. I care that it's 10 lines of code to make a bloody square. More.
Again, though, like there's a lot of things like there's a lot more things I could set but don't have to because the defaults are fine. Like, I don't know. I just set what I need to. I mean, I don't know. You're dealing with physics, like there's just going to be more boilerplate.
Well, I don't necessarily buy that there's ever going to have to be a ton of boilerplate. Um, it's difficult to come up with designs for things that reduce boilerplate, but it's damn useful.
I mean, to be honest, I feel like Box 2D strikes a good balance. You have to kind of read more and get a feel for
Mhm.
yourself, but
Yeah.
it does a lot of stuff. Like it handles a lot of stuff and allows you to do a lot of stuff. And I don't know. A lot of it is you just kind of tell it like initial things. Like, yeah, there's a decent bit of code to like set up shapes and bodies, but then it handles a lot of stuff for you just pretty like smoothly. But I mean, again, like there's a lot of
This
different properties setting on physics objects like density and size and mass
yeah.
and like friction
Is this a
and
struct?
restitution.
What is this?
Yeah,
This is
that's
a
a function that function returns a struct.
like they don't even like give you the struct so that you can like use nice struct initializer syntax,
Yeah,
right?
so this is one weird thing.
Because it's
I
hooked into
forget
the
why he
engine, I
does this.
guess, because it needs an
When
ID or something.
Well, no, so the ID is created below. So
Mm-hmm.
again, you could do this more easily if you know LSP, but if you go into B2 default body def, there every like body and shape and basically every main like def thing in box 2D has like a secret cookie that like it sets and the engine will like basically I don't know if it's an assertion check like only debug check or
Mm-hmm.
it'll basically check to make sure you like basically got it from this function because this function sets like safe defaults for things. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm not necessarily agreeing or disagreeing with that. That's just how it is. So the function is nice though because it does set like there are a ton of different members on these structs and it sets like a whole bunch of sane defaults. And if they weren't there, I need to set like a whole bunch more stuff myself. So I'm not
Yeah, it's
like I
annoying
don't
because you
hate
don't
it.
have default values for structs in C, right?
Yeah. So I think it's fine. So yeah,
Yeah,
basically
that's a
if you
language
don't
limit. That's a language limitation, to be fair.
yeah,
I mean, I think,
because
I don't know, C, it would be nice to have, I think, default. I really don't want a lot of stuff in C. Like, I really like the language. But, like, stuff like defaults on structs, maybe. I don't know.
yeah, this is honestly very simple. body and shape definition because like
It's
pickups.
simple. It's just really verbose. There's a lot of boiler.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, also there's like, yeah, that's fine. The worst syntax I've ever seen on this isn't it like the C++ thing where they do like dot position value, dot user data value, whatever, and they just chain it?
I don't know.
I don't know what language that is, but it could
I
be
don't know.
worse. Okay, so we're gonna have weapon pickup entity. Oh, okay. I'm also just getting confused because the types are also camel cased.
I
Okay.
am a camel case enjoyer.
Upper camel for the types, for heaven's sake, but fine.
What do you say? Oh,
The-
upper camel?
The like the types don't this types start lowercase.
Yeah, I don't know.
Usually you least upper camel the whatever.
Yeah, come to think of it, I'm kind of surprised I don't do that because I write a lot
really
of
should.
Go. Because in Go, like the way you export or unexport things is by if it's lowercase or not.
That's
So,
horrifying.
oh, honestly, people say that, but it makes a ton of sense because there's no keywords, there's no public, private, whatever. You can immediately look at anything and know if it's public or private. So it's honestly kind of brilliant, in my opinion.
You just don't have public or private, but whatever.
I don't know. It's useful because you have some API and you don't want people to touch internals, and then you can kind of enforce it with the language because people are stupid. So, or sometimes future you is stupid. So, it's a useful programming idiom. Yeah.
I'm not a keyword enjoyer,
I mean, that's a thing though. It gets rid of a keyword.
but you can also just not have the keyword in the first place and just not have the distinction.
You can, but I mean, even C has the way to has a way to do it. You just make things static.
I never use that keyword.
Yeah, I don't really, but again, if you're making a library, I think it's useful
Yeah.
because then you can ensure like users won't come to you like, "Oh man, I did this thing and now it's broke." It's
I
like,
don't
"Oh,
really care if you called some like if you called some random internal function that's not in the docs, right?
I know," but sometimes the thing is like it's not obvious they did that, but you can kind of prevent that
Uh,
by doing that unless like they literally change the source to do it and then it's like more obvious, you know?
mm.
It just eliminates a whole class of errors. Like, I don't know. It's really simple to do, so I don't really see a downside.
I guess the lack of namespacing is yeah, okay.
Hmm?
Because C doesn't really have any sort of namespace, so yeah.
No. No.
Yeah, that is kind of annoying. Whatever. Why are there so many different types of entities?
I mean, I need different info for different entities, so
So I guess you just have separate structs for everything.
yeah.
Oh. my normal trick is just entity, and I just like unless there's a perf reason, like projectiles probably you'd want something smaller because there are a lot of them. But I just
Yeah.
like have all the fields for all the entities.
Yeah, there's enough different types that it'd just be too confusing and messing for my taste personally. But
And you avoid stuff like needing a perf type thing like this.
I mean, yeah, but then you'd have to special case it because like, oh, I'm creating. You'd have to pass in like an enum or something to tell it like what you're creating to set
Yeah,
fields accordingly.
yeah.
But this just makes more sense to me because instead of having one giant function does everything, you have smaller functions that do like one thing.
Yeah, you just have a lot of them.
Yeah, it's easier to keep in your mental mind though because you want to say, oh, I want to change the behavior of like how pickups respond.
I don't
It's like
know.
one small function versus
Usually
like this
less
massive.
code. In my, I don't know. It's these are all silly preference things, right? Like in my
Yeah.
mind, it's just like having less code is also easier.
Yeah, this was kind of tough to figure out how to do.
Create drone shield. What's a shield?
So when you first start, it's this like little opaque thing that goes over you.
Okay.
It basically eats any shots, like any shot that hits you. It doesn't affect your velocity at all. For like 3 or so seconds after you spawn. Um, but it was tough to make it so that it would follow you around and not affect your movement, but also just eat shots. Because if I made it a dynamic body, it would, like, it would still move. But if I made it a dynamic body attached to you, that would like interfere with movement. So the
Did you even need a
kinematic
separate
body,
object? You couldn't have just like made the entity immune to shots for a few seconds?
so yeah, you can't.
You
So
can't have a filter?
the only way you could really do that is say like don't collide with shots, then they would just
Yeah.
pass through it.
Oh, I see. And you want to eat them.
Yeah, like if you shoot a shielded player, it just bounces off the player, the shield.
I guess if I were trying to do this your way, it would be, or not your way, Box 2D's way, it would be, wouldn't you just set the shield as a mask bit, right? And then when you're doing collision checks, the shield is one of the mask bits, and your callback tells you that, hey, if the shield bit is set, you eat this projectile instead of letting it pass through.
Yeah, but they don't have a callback for like on collision. Well, yeah, they don't really have like a on collision do this. They just
There's
have
no
like
on collision.
they have collision callbacks, which I handle, like events basically, collision events, which I consume, but they don't have like I am in the process of like deciding what to do with the collision, like you decide what to do with it. You
That's
just set
weird.
like filters like here's, what should collide, here's what shouldn't collide. And then yeah, they do have a callback for like very so you can use a callback if you say you want to have like a one-way platform, like say you have a 2D platformer
Mm-hmm.
like Mario, where you can jump like from underneath on top of it, but then like when you get on top of it, it's like solid ground. You can have that with a callback, but all it allows you to do is say like, should you collide with this, yes or no? So still in this case, it basically just like passed through it. So there's three main types of body stack which never move. Kinematic only move like with you like how you set the velocity to them. They essentially have infinite mass, and then dynamic are just normal. So I create a separate kinematic body because again that has like infinite mass essentially. Um, and so anything that's shot at it, it'll just eat it. Well, it won't eat it. It'll just act like it's like a movable object.
So
But then
bounce off.
yeah, so I sync its velocity to the drone, and I set it to not collide with the parent drone. Um, and then, but the thing is though, because it's not attached to the drone, if the drone runs into a death wall, it'll just die.
Mm-hmm.
So I create another shape on the drone that only collides with walls and other shields, I think. And so that way, like, if the drone now touches and I set its like type as a shield, not as a drone, because if a drone touches the wall, it dies. So then, if it has a shield, if it touches the death wall, it'll be hit by that other shape. It's kind of confusing,
Yeah,
but
that's tricky.
it's a tricky thing to figure out. I'm really curious how they did it in the original game, but I tried to decompile it because it's like C# and Unity, but it gave me all the boilerplate and none of the actual game logic, which is annoying.
Yeah. How long is the box 2D source code?
I don't know,
Long.
longer than this, I'll tell you that.
Hmm.
Probably.
It seems like there should be, if you didn't need joints and stuff. Hmm.
I mean, joints are pretty useful though,
Well, I don't know,
like
maybe
just
then
in
you can,
general.
maybe you can, I don't know, I'm just wondering how much of this is fighting the thing you're trying to do versus fighting the physics API.
I don't know. I mean, I've worked with enough like third-party stuff. Like, if you
Mhm.
do enough complex stuff, eventually you're gonna reach a point where like there are like the limitations or like decisions that the library made are gonna make it difficult for you at some point. But like,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. There's always compromises, and sometimes the compromise is gonna bite you. But
Yeah.
like, maybe it
Well,
doesn't bite.
this is very heavily callback. I mean, this is not like nested callback hell, but this is like a very clearly an event-driven programming like implementation of this,
Yeah.
which is like, I mean, that's not just the way you do things, right? That's a very opinionated design,
Sure.
and it does cause stuff like this because you do take control flow from the user. Um,
Yeah, but I don't really think like rearranging, so changing the API to not use callbacks would solve this problem.
no,
That's no.
because you would just like you would just be able to write your custom logic, where you do collision checks.
I mean, I guess that's well. The thing is, then you'd have to like really rewrite world step because right now, like
Yeah, you
it
would break
doesn't
it
allow you.
apart.
Yeah.
You
So
would break it
again,
apart. So like the optimizations you're talking about, where it's like, well, it doesn't just run the stuff in the loop. You would put like those types of checks, right? That would be stuff that the user can call at the start, and then you would like the individual checks would be up to the user in the loop, and you get to write your custom logic. So yeah, you don't give you like a world update function that does everything, but in return, like whenever you actually want the world to do something specific with your objects, you just write the code. You don't have to write a callback.
yeah. I mean, so I see what you're saying. You just kind
Mhm.
of want the power user version. The
Mhm.
downside of that is like doing things in general. It'd be way harder to get started and probably like
Mhm.
more error prone to do certain things. But you'd have like more ability to do certain things. They're trying the
Well, it's
what I
like I
get
like
from the
Raylib, right? I like how Raylib. It's not like it's like here. If you were to do this for Raylib, it would be like you attach things to the scene, right? And then you just do Raylib.draw, right?
yeah.
So that's how a lot of render libraries work. That's how a lot of render libraries work, and they all suck because of it.
Yeah.
So because they take the control flow away,
Yeah.
right?
Look, I'm not saying it's perfect, but I'm just saying like I can see why he did it. I
No, I
I
can
think
see
from
it's a thing that people do, right? Event-driven programming is very common. In fact, like every game engine ever, this is kind of how they do stuff, right? Because
yeah,
they make their module, they attach it to the scene, and then the game engine is the thing that actually runs the loop.
but yeah. I mean, yeah. We're not going to change that at
Mhm.
least today, so
No,
it
no,
is
no,
what it
no,
is
no.
for sake of this
No,
project.
I see like the like given the way that the engine works, like the way that you've done this is perfectly sensible, right?
Yeah.
The reason I'm like saying all this stuff out loud is because I'm looking longer term. It's like, okay, um, this is a thing where if we keep doing more and more stuff with Box 2D, like, I don't know, maybe it is worth looking at if we can get like access to the core loop. Maybe that makes the code half the length. I don't know.
Maybe after you do this whole review, legit pop in the Box 2D Discord and I don't know,
Yeah.
talk to Aaron
Well,
Kelly about
I
this.
honestly think I should do more than just that. I'd have to really like make an end and get a feel for it first.
Hmm. Yeah, that's fair.
And like I'd want to sort of get a sense of like what does it feel like to do your own loop versus this. What is the lifting that box duty is actually doing for you under the scenes, right? You say it's very optimized in a number of places. Well, what is it actually doing? I'd want to know that.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you.
Well, but this is the thing, right? It's doing a lot somehow, but you don't know like what it is. So it's like, is this something that you could call yourself in a few functions that could just be isolated? Is it something that has to be in an event loop? Like,
Yeah, I don't know.
right? Like, could you just give me a? Is it like are all your implementation optimizations in a really good quad tree somewhere that like I can just take your quad tree and then write my own loops over it, right? Like, I don't know. It depends how tied together all those optimizations are. Here's your drone.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay, there's your comment on this. Density, friction rest, okay. All the different properties.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this one's got a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And just setting my own like
Mm-hmm.
defaults for my own entity type and stuff.
Yep. So I'll agree here that this doesn't really matter all that much, given that the physics engine is way slower.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'd probably still do stuff static just because I'm used to it and I don't think it's that hard. But because like the code that you add and setting it up static ends up being the same as the code that you end up adding for deleting it, like for destroying all the extra objects, anyways.
The thing is, though, I have to destroy the bodies anyway, so it's not
That's
really
true.
adding any
Okay,
extra
I
code.
forgot about that. That's
Yeah.
obnoxious. There's no like destroy, like just here's a like array of bodies, destroy them all.
Well, I mean, I could do that. I could store all the bodies in like an array or something, but again,
Mhm.
they provide an easy way to do that. I just don't do it
Mhm.
because then I have to destroy the whole world, and I don't
Yeah,
want to
no,
do that for
that's not
performance
what you want.
reasons.
You don't want the whole. You just want to destroy the exist. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, but normally, if you just destroy the world, it takes care of everything, so
Mhm.
it's very nice.
Yeah, but you don't. You want to keep the map. You don't want to.
Yeah, I know. Yep.
Okay. I mean, this is
Yeah.
like, this is good though. I mean, it's like, it's good that I basically can't find, other than like the RL stuff that I found so far, where it's like the data architecture would lend itself to compressing some stuff. Like, I can't find any short things that like, you can just get rid of this and this. It's like much bigger stuff that would have to be changed design wise, and then it's like there would be trade-offs, right?
Yeah.
So,
And you haven't really gotten to the meat of the code yet, because this is all like creating and destroying stuff.
okay,
Like once you get past the creation and
let's get
destruction, then
going.
it's actually like, because
Create
yeah,
your own
all
piece.
yeah, these are just little triangles you see.
These are the triangles.
Yeah, when someone dies.
Yeah, okay. A lot of the boilerplate point stands.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing. That was
Totally.
annoying when I had to write this.
Yeah. Yeah, I probably would have just done it in screen space without box 2D.
Yeah, I could have, but I wanted it to collide off walls.
That is cool. How many lines in the environment? About 7,000. About half of which looks like this box 2D calls.
I don't quite go that far, but it is a lot.
Oh yeah, by the way, um, as for the respawn timer, masking will break one of the fun optimizations I came up with. Just
Oh
FYI.
yeah?
Uh-huh.
Why is that?
Because
one of the optimizations is to index with slices instead of an array of integers.
Mm.
So if you have a contiguous slice, it's you avoid a copy on the data. That was one of the larger
So
ones.
I think what I'm planning on doing is I'm not gonna mask when they're respawning because I think like where the other drones are, I don't know.
If you
I could
don't,
or I
as
could.
long as it's not a very long respawn time, I think that'll be fine.
It's like 2 or 3 seconds.
But I don't know, it's steps, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Uh, yeah, I don't know.
Okay, here's the offending projectile.
Yeah, there's a lot of logic in here, just for setting impulses
Just outside the drone so they don't immediately collide. Okay.
Yeah, and then I also have to detect like basically if the drone's like kissing a wall essentially and it's shooting into the wall, like spawning it so it's not like inside the wall or the drone. That was fun to find out.
Fun.
Oh, I think what I do is instead of if I would have normally spawned it in the wall, I spawn it like basically inside the drone instead because that's like better than inside the wall, I guess, because drones are dynamic and they can move, but walls can't.
They can bump. They can boop, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the is physics bullet thing.
Yeah. And
So
that enables continuous collision detection.
you would think that it would
Most
enable some optimized thing because there are a lot of bullets in games normally.
So the thing is, yeah, like when it's a bullet, you have to do more expensive checks because when you set it to be a bullet, now you're instead of so normally he does continuous collision detections always dynamic objects against static objects. So basically like ensuring that like everything won't like tunnel through like say walls or something. But he doesn't like the box 2D will not like do CCD against two dynamic objects. So you have to explicitly tell it to because that is very performance intensive. So
Well,
like
wait, did the bullets have to collide with each other?
they do, but it doesn't matter because I have to enable this or else they'd pass through drones like sometimes. And
There's no
that's
way to
like the
make
big
them not collide with each other, but still collide with drones?
Oh,
Because that's a lot of checks, isn't it? It's like every
no,
bullet against
no.
every other.
So no, you're right. If two like bullets do collide, but they don't do the expensive CCD checks against each other. So they just do normal collision checks, but they don't do like the
But
bullet
like,
expensive ones. So they kind of do what you said.
something is slow.
I mean,
It has to do with the bullets.
yeah, it's CCD. I think CCD is just like
Okay,
itself.
well, okay, well, I guess we want to get to the meat of this, but like, we could just turn it off and see if it's fast, right?
You can if you put that to false. I bet it would speed it up a lot. Like is
Okay.
bullet false? I bet it would speed it up a lot. All right, do it get diff quick just to make sure it's the only main thing you changed. It is, right? It should just be comments in that. That, comments, live one. Yeah, should be good.
Nope. It took it down from like 26 to 21.
I mean, that's a decent bit, but not as much as I thought.
Yeah. That's not the thing that saves it.
I mean, yeah, I think just all the bullets in general, the projectiles are just pretty expensive to simulate because there's so many of them. They're all bouncing around at different speeds and exploding and crap.
I mean, if you can render like 50K of these things in real time, which you can, like we should be able to simulate more than that now.
I don't know if I could render 50K of them in real
You can.
time.
That's like a common test of like
Okay.
rendering that many entities. Sprites.
Oh, you mean like with no simulation, just rendering them with
No,
no
they
physics?
do simulate. They simulate and render.
Oh, okay.
Like it's like the bunnies test or whatever.
Oh, okay.
Add a bit of lateral drone velocity to the projectile.
Yes. So you can. So basically, if you are moving like directly to the right and you're aiming straight down and you shoot,
Mhm.
the projectile won't go straight down. It'll go a little bit to the right, but it also depends on like the density of the projectile. So it depends like weapon to weapon.
Sensors only on mines.
Mines and the flat cannons.
Get shape projected perimeter.
Yeah, that's something. So they have an explosion callback function, but like I did it myself because I wanted to control a bunch of stuff.
Mhm.
So like, yeah, I needed to copy that out because like I think they made it static or something. So yeah, and there was some logic in there I didn't need. One sec.
Explodes projectile ensures any other projectiles that are caught are also destroyed. Exploding projectiles, okay.
Yeah, this is where it gets to the more complicated stuff, handling like chained explosions.
So you have a projectile entity,
Mm-hmm.
which then has a bunch of entities attached, a bunch of...
No, I have a separate like array that holds like the number of
Oh,
exploding
okay. So this is all the exploding projectiles
all the projectiles that exploded this step
on
and
this
like
step.
haven't and need to be destroyed basically,
Okay.
or are exploding this step. Yeah.
Okay, so it just has global access to all the exploding ones to chain it, I see.
Yeah.
And here is the context that actually does that.
Yeah, the explode context is one of the biggest functions, or probably the most complex function. One of the more complex functions.
Context, just get the entity. We make some pointers.
Yeah, I have to define stuff up there because you can't like in the first line of a
Mhm.
switch case, you can't like create a variable. It's
Yep.
stupid C thing.
That's just C-scoping.
Yeah.
Projectile, the entity. And context projectile is a projectile. Projectile needs to be destroyed. True.
So if you turn true from this callback, it keeps going. But if you turn false, it'll just exit early. You know, it won't like call your function again. In general, for box-to-D callbacks.
The parent drone if this is a burst.
So explode callback is done for projectile explosion and burst because they're pretty similar.
I see.
I mean, they're both explosions. They're just handled a little bit differently in some cases.
You count burst as its own projectile.
No, as its own explosion.
Its own explosion. Okay.
Yeah.
burst. Context parent drone step in. Okay. Text. Entity is, hang on. Just shape.
Yeah, so basically you can attach like a void pointer to shapes or
Ugh.
bodies, and then you can just get whatever that is. So yeah, all the step info stuff is for like reward purposes. All somewhat for well, it's for logging and
Mhm.
rewarding. Like tracking like who got hit, who exploded who, did you hit yourself, blah blah
Yeah.
blah.
So this is a void pointer and it gets made as an entity. Okay.
Yeah, and entity it just has a void pointer to the actual
const
entity
entity.
struct and then a type, like an enum, like what type it is.
Oh man, you have the type named the same name as the variable.
Yeah, I mostly call it ent. I messed up there.
I didn't even know that that's valid.
Yeah, you can do that in most languages, although it's kind of weird. I didn't mean to do that. Most places I name like the variable
Mhm.
ent, but I guess I didn't hear. My brain's probably shot working on this function. To be fair, I've this is a function I modify a lot.
Context E stat. Okay. Parent drone index. Nothing if you hit a wall. Normal explosions don't. Why is there even a case on this? Death wall entity.
So if you burst into a static wall, it pushes you away. So I have to handle that.
If you into a static wall.
So remember
But
how
this is the
you did
death
that?
wall, right? I'm confused.
Any wall. So they're fall throughing.
Oh
Yeah,
god
they're
damn
falling
it.
through.
Yeah, okay, I hate switch statements, whatever. Okay.
So if you hit any
Yeah.
wall, it just depends if it's floating or not. If it's floating, it'll push it away like normal.
Mhm.
But if you burst into a normal wall, it'll push
Okay.
you away.
Okay. I see what you did.
Hmm.
Just spent 90 minutes on the leak code feature. Bro. What are you doing? Oh my gosh. Interview prep. Dude, next time I have to take the leak code interview, just do me a favor and just shoot me instead. Not doing that shit anymore.
So yeah, the reason I use B2 shape distance here is because the radius of the explosion is plainly seen, but if I used like the center of entities instead, it could be kind of confusing because you could have like a player who's like just the like a small point of them is in
I
the
see.
explosion, but they're not affected, so it like feels
Yeah, okay.
unfair. And I also
Yeah, a
use
lot
that
of this
to-
stuff can be cheated because circles are really easy to do this check for, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they special case that. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can pass it, like it knows
It knows
what
it's a
type.
circle.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's literally just like subtract radius.
yeah.
Don't consider fall off.
So yeah, explosion have like a radius and then a fall off. So like the fall off affects you like a lot less than a radius does.
Don't consider fall off for static walls.
So basically, when you burst, like when you're charging it,
Mm-hmm.
it has like this ring that goes around you to tell you like when you release it, like how big the explosion will be.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the radius, not the fall off. So I don't consider the fall off for static walls, so it's not surprising. If that makes sense.
So you get pushed back the same amount no matter how much of the circle's on the wall.
So if you're anywhere in the radius, it's the same, but if you're in the fall off, then it starts to like affect you less
Mm.
depending on where you are in the fall off.
Okay, so there's like a full damage region and there's a fall off region.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the burst like helper ring doesn't show the fall off, it shows the radius. So it'd be confusing if you would like, oh yeah, I'm safe to burst here and not get pushed back, and then you're not. So
Oh, okay.
it's just a special case.
Oh, okay, I see, I see.
Yeah.
That
A
should
lot of
actually,
this
you
is
know, that should be handled not in the code, that should be handled in the visuals.
what do you mean?
Well, if you have like the ring, you should kind of get like a ripple or something for the fall off range.
Maybe.
There's a lot you can do on that. The visual side.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
we
sure.
gotta get like into this as you say, so we can get there.
Yeah.
I'm trying to go through it
Once we get through
thoroughly.
this function, I'll probably have to dip for the day, but
Yeah, that's
we can
fine.
do more tomorrow. But yeah, I
And we
want to.
got like
You're.
this is like almost halfway into this game code.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But to be fair, all the meat is like towards the end.
And we also
So
got through the end file in the obs today.
yeah, that's not too bad. Yeah, you haven't really like this right now. You're like finally into the actual meat. A lot of the rest of it is like M stuff, setup, boilerplate, creating, tearing down, blah blah blah. Like
But we're
helper stuff for doing.
over 1,000 lines in for all that.
Yeah.
It's a lot of boiler.
Well, a lot of it is just helpful, like helper functions to do certain things.
It's not on you.
correctly,
It's a
but
lot of
yeah,
box 2D boiler.
yeah. But anyway,
There are only a few small things where I'm like, okay, I would have done that differently.
yeah.
And they're like mostly preference. Like in general, I like these things always bite me, so I just never use switch statements.
I think for this, it makes sense, but yeah, it's preference. So yeah, basically, if the direction is 0, like the entity we're considering for the explosion is literally like on the exact explosion center. So we have to like randomly set like what the direction will be, or else like you'll have some like division by 0 somewhere.
Mm-hmm. It's behind wall. Don't explode the entity if it's behind.
No, so return true just means like you just exit.
Oh, so okay, so you have to see. Oh, okay. Yeah, because the radius can be bigger than it can go over a wall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very
So
easily.
this is the
Especially with
dynamic
stuff.
check. And you're just
Yeah.
doing it to the center point, I would assume? It's just like a
Well,
center check, right?
the center of the explosion to like the closest point. Well, so I
Does it
already
actually do
know
center of explosion to closest point on agent?
of whatever entity, but I already find the
'Cause-
closest point, so I'm just
Okay.
passing those points in.
Because like there's all sorts of stuff. I don't think it's this sophisticated, right? If it is this sophisticated, then I understand why it's slow. But like, if we do like, I think like technically you can have cases where like you can see a portion of it behind the wall, but the center point is still right through the wall.
What's the big circle? Like the huge
The
circle? What's that?
AoE. So you can
What's the
have an
small circle?
AoE, yeah, an agent. So like you can
Okay.
have stuff technically if you're being really pedantic with your physics, you can have stuff where like you can shoot them because you can see a portion of them behind the wall, like sticking out from the
Hmm.
wall. But if you just do the center check, you won't see that. I don't think it's sophisticated enough to do this, right?
So yeah, in this situation, it would explode it.
It would. Why would it? It would actually do this line?
Yeah, because it finds the closest point. Oh, actually, no, you're right. The
Yeah.
closest, yeah, it wouldn't explode it.
Okay. So this is where like if it's doing this, I go, okay, that's complicated. I don't know how it does that fast. Like we'll just take our SPS and be happy. If it's this, like this is brain dead easy to write. Right? This is just a ray cast from center to center.
Hmm.
So
Also,
okay.
it's an even smaller rate cast because I already found the closest point, so I just do it from like instead of the
Just here.
center, like where that, like, yeah, right there,
Okay.
and it hits a wall. So then I say, yeah, don't explode.
Yeah. So it would have to be the wall would have to be shorter. But yeah.
Hmm. But yeah, you get the idea.
Yeah, and then these ray casts are always gonna be like the sample, like the amount that the number of steps that you do, because like it's basically how much do you care about it clipping corners, right? Because if you do it here, right, you clip the corner a little, it'll go through.
Mm-hmm.
This happens in AAA games though, right?
Yeah.
This happens in AAA games. So there's not a solution to it other than just like you pick whatever tolerance you want and you deal with it.
Yeah. It's once I made this change, I don't really notice anything like it's good enough for this game.
Mhm.
I'm not gonna make it even more expensive.
Well, I'm wondering if we can make it cheaper.
Yeah, maybe.
It's too slow.
I don't really think it's explosion though, because I didn't really see that in Gprof. I mean, it does a lot of stuff, but
No, I
like,
don't mean that in general. I just mean the checks in general, because it's like, well, I is it raycasts? I guess it's not raycasts that are probably the main thing. It's probably just straight up collision checks.
yeah,
Yeah, it would
yeah,
have to
because
be straight up collision checks, because that's all the projectiles are doing.
I mean, thinking about it though, I think this is kind of like not worst case, but like not a great case perf wise for collision checks because a lot of games, like things aren't always moving. Like, you run around, you hit things, they move, but then they have like stay still. But like when you shoot a projectile, it moves until it despawns. So you're checking like every step, and there's like a lot of them.
Well, yeah, games do this, and they have way more projectiles than you. They're just not trying to run at this speed.
Yeah, yeah, that too.
But also,
But
gaming has like horribly like they will just optimize the code to the point that it runs on the hardware. Like
yeah,
that's it,
yeah.
right?
Hmm. They don't need to do anything else.
Hmm. That's why
And
like you
even
have
that.
games being like ridiculously slow these days, right? Like
Hmm. Yeah, it's another whole thing.
I mean, heck, like they're not even rendering native anymore. They're like they're using neural
DLSS,
nets to
baby.
upsample.
Hmm.
Uh, and it like kind of works.
So this is kind of cool. Like I think it's pretty
Hmm.
cool. So this is I added down there a little bit, like the you don't fly numbers. I can't really easily tell you, but like the parent velocity direction stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So that basically means like, if you are like at the center of a screen and there's a projectile that's passing just above you, going from left to right, it won't just knock you straight down. If it explodes like right above your head, it'll knock you like or shoot you like diagonally like down to the right because some of its velocity going to the right is like accounted for. But it's dependent. If it's
Huh.
barely moving from left to right, it won't really affect. It's like all dependent on like speeds and stuff. So I thought that was cool.
I mean, you're kind of doing the physics engine at this point.
Not really. It's just like I'm using the. You're just this is normal like physics stuff.
So
It's
if it's
I
passing by, then you get some of the. Huh. Yeah, this would be like a high, like this would normally be like an explosions like library or something that you would use that would do this internally, I would think.
maybe,
Because this is
but
like
it's nice.
simulating that it's not actually a sphere or whatever. It's like warped by this like the projectile itself.
Mm-hmm. It's also nice for burst though because if you're moving really fast, like aggressively, like approaching someone and then burst, it's going to
Mhm.
be stronger than if you just like sit there and then burst on them. So I don't
Yeah,
know. It has some cool
that's no, that
properties.
is cool. It's also
Or
very
also
cheap,
like,
right? This is not an expensive operation at all.
no, it's not. It doesn't really add anything because you're just doing a couple different vector math operations, which are pretty fast.
Yeah. I mean, as far as I can see, I haven't seen a single thing that you're doing so far that's like, oh, that's slow,
Yeah.
right?
I thought you meant at first it was cheap, like from a game perspective.
No, it's cheap to simulate.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Scale the parent speed by how close entity is to if set a person off a wall. Does this like slide off a wall or?
I'm trying to remember. The comment, I tried to make it kind of, but it was like a confusing thing. So,
I think games literally have this stuff special cased. Like
what?
I know Overwatch for instance, they literally have like when you hit a wall, they like look at the angle and then they initial like the based on like fixed bucket of angle, they will initialize like you bounce off the wall or you crash into the wall or you like slide on the wall.
Mm,
And like they have just like a few cases of this. And like
yeah,
it's kind of funny how you only have to do a few of these before people just stop noticing stuff being weird,
yeah,
right? Or like they'll have something where like, hey, if you hit your ankles on a wall, you hop up,
yeah, yeah, yeah. They
right?
have a lot, like, yeah, I know, like, so last there was a good thread where they went over all these little, like,
Mm-hmm.
mostly like hidden things they do to kind of like help you out. Like if you're like a couple pixels down below platform, they'll like pop you up onto
Yeah,
it or
because that's
something.
super annoying to hit like you clip your toe, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, a lot of these things are very important, but you don't have to do very many of them before you start noticing like, oh, okay, that feels way better.
Mm-hmm. No, 100%.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I mean, all this stuff is like, I was playtesting, I'm like, well, this sucks, and then I special
Yeah,
cased
no,
it.
that's good. That's very good. It's crazy that nobody's made just like a no like really nice low level library for some of that stuff, right?
Yeah, but to be fair, it'd be hard to general purpose that. Okay, I actually have to go though,
Okay,
so
cool. So we are about 1,200 lines through, a little less, and we will resume this whenever you're around. This
cool.
is really solid, though. Like, yeah,
Thanks.
I've I'm looking forward to playing with this as well once we have it integrated.
Yeah, and let me know when you get a controller because that'll be
I will
probably a
order
lot
one. I
different.
will order a controller.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because then you can test out the original game too and see how you think it compares against that.
Yes. If the next
Or
dev
like what we
stream
should
you see
add.
is actually just me playing Elden Ring, I will blame you for this.
Yeah, all right. Okay, so I gotta go. Talk to you later. Thanks,
So yeah,
man.
bye. You make good drawing easy to understand. Not this, I assume. This isn't mine. The stuff. Oh. Okay. What time is it? 5:29. I just did something in physics E&M with fields, very similar to what a solution might be to find enclosed exposed area with neat vector stuff and integration, blah blah blah. Yeah, I mean it's not like essential at all for this game. Basically, the reason I was asking is, I wanted to know how sophisticated Box 2D was, right? Because in my mind, if you're just doing center distance checks and like ray casts, then it shouldn't be that expensive. And I don't know why. I don't know what is possibly in Box 2D, right? That's so complicated that it merits putting the entire thing behind an event-based API. Because that just immediately makes stuff way, way, way more boilerplate, way harder to write concise code, way less control for the user. So I don't know what's actually in there that justifies this, or if there is anything. So that's going to be something that we will look at if I get more into like lo-fi physics applications. I think for hi-fi physics applications, you use what, like, no, physics is GPU based. Well, you probably do want GPU based. Yeah, but then stuff gets kind of crazy very quickly. I mean, we could do it. It's just like, it depends what applications we have that actually need that stuff. I'm trying to think if I want to keep doing anything here now on algorithm side or anything like that. I mean, I really would like to get the new algorithm doing something. Either go, why, thank you. New chair. I got it a while ago. It's nice. I got sick of having an office chair, so this is like, it's got like a leg rest in it and stuff. Honestly, I think I work longer hours because of it. It's just like more comfortable in general to be here. Do we have this old thing I was working on? Yeah, this thing. I was trying to figure out, maybe I'll see if I can just make one last little bit of progress today before I head out. And then maybe I'll come back in the evening, we'll see as well. So I spent most of today doing code reviews, right? But this morning I was working on this new advantage estimation function. It's supposed to replace generalized advantage estimation. And I was trying to figure out why it learned such a weird variance curve. That's what I was trying to figure out. And I think I didn't really come up with any concrete results on why as well. Yeah. I was in kind of a tough spot for it, honestly. We'll just do a little bit on it and see if I make any progress. I mean, it could be like some weird index bug that's making the first entry easier to predict or something like that, but I don't think that makes sense, actually. I don't know if that makes sense. This is a CUDA kernel for the new advantage function. It's just a little piece of C. Let's get it on the bigger one. I don't think there is anything in here that's possibly wrong, though. Maybe I look at it in a little bit more detail. Horizon -1. Max. You ever use random forest? No, not really. The only thing that I've done where it would even be remotely applicable would be it's in like really, really low data settings. So I've done hyperparameter sweep stuff where some people do that. I use Gaussian processes for my hyperparam sweep stuff, which I think is generally better. You'd have to really compare them though. There are a bunch of these like old methods that like they work when you only have a tiny amount of data and you just kind of need something. But what's the other one? Gradient boosting. Yeah. Trying to think here. I guess I can show what's going on here. So we can actually see the behavior. I also would like to know how early it converges on this. Like compile. Okay, so values STP is 0. Okay, so initially it is pretty flat, right? The last one doesn't get trained, but the rest of them are all about 0.68. Okay, so now this has had some time to run. You see, this is already diverged a bit. Look at this. So it caps out at 0.21-ish. Oh, whoops.
Yo.
I forgot to leave the Discord call. Hey, how's it going?
All right. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt if
No,
you were
you're
talking to
good.
someone.
Whatever. No, I was just talking to stream. What's going on?
Oh, okay. Yeah, just had a quick question for you. Given that various cars reach their goal at different points in time, I presume I'm supposed to mask the steps after they reach their goal. Do I mask when
yes.
they get their goal or the step afterwards?
I think it should be the step afterwards.
So I would assign the
yeah.
reward on the winning step and then
Yeah.
set some type of boolean to then check to mask the next
You
step.
should do that. And it's annoying because actually masking breaks one of our big perf optimizations. It's annoying. It's like slicing versus indexing. But you can do that for now, and we'll see if we can find ways around it.
Will that break anything right now, or
it might? If in the dev branch, it might.
Okay.
I mean,
What would happen if I don't mask?
It might work. It depends it depends on the data density.
All right. Well, I'll try not masking at first and see what happens, and then
Yeah, see if you can
We'll see
train
if it-
anything, and then we'll improve
Alright.
from there.
All right. Thanks.
See ya. Get out of that call. Totally forgot I was still in there. So if we look at this valued standard deviation, if I print out reward standard deviation, you see this is pretty close to what this converges to here. So basically what this means is because the predicted value standard deviation matches the reward standard deviation, it means that it has no idea what to predict here. It's just predicting, it's doing as well as random guessing. Well, not random guessing, like random guessing based on the distribution. So it just knows, hey, you get a reward 5% of the time. I'm going to predict, 5% of the time reward. Kind of that. But then as you go up, right, you see it's lower. This means that the model actually has some predictive value. It is more confident in its predictions than random, which is what you'd expect. And if you look here, it's kind of smooth, right? It goes from 20.9, 19, 19, 18, 17, 15, 16, 14, and then it jumps to 11. So for some reason, this first step has this big jump, and this kind of gives you this gross curve, where if I look at, okay, so this is the weighting that we assign to these various terms. It's just based on inverse of this with some normalization. The first term gets weighted 1, 1.0, and then the second term gets rated 0.6. There's this massive jump, and then it's smooth from there. So I want to know what causes this jump. Duns, rewards, advantages. Let's do that just to be sure. Just zero this to be absolutely sure that we don't have like some garbage data polluting this. Okay. Yeah, so this is consistent. No rewards here though. Maybe we'll just look at the advantage a little bit, huh? No rewards, really. Okay, there's some rewards. So 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Not great. This is 0.1 here, and this is a 0.3. Thinks it's going to get the reward 2 steps earlier than it's actually going to get it. Right? Or it thinks it's getting a reward in both of these places, really. Point 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Block. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. Okay, hang on. 5. Oh wait, this is both. Look at this. These 3 are all kind of elevated. We have slightly elevated, and then it decays. So what it's kind of done is it's kind of put a probability distribution sort of over this. It's kind of just like spread out where it thinks it's going to get the reward. I mean, that is reasonable. And that will give you a good advantage estimate. 0.3, 0.1, 5. Not bad. So based on the means of these values, we are good. It's also interesting that the first one is very, very confident it's not getting a reward. Why is there such a big gap between the first one and the second one? It's because it's at a boundary? That wouldn't make sense. Do you observe when you get a reward? I don't think you do. That still wouldn't account for it, though. I can't really think of anything that would account for why the first step would be so much more confident than the second step. Let's block. Less than equal to 0, j minus minus, right? Yeah, the reward block is correctly computed. Nothing to do with duns. I wonder, is there some way that I'm screwing this up somehow in the policy loss that's then indirectly influencing it? Gamma times values mean. No. That all looks correct to me. Hang on, wait, it predicts. Value mean predicts reward at next time step, right? Welcome, YouTube folks. Quite a few on here. For the people who just got here, what I'm currently trying to do, this is a advantage function, CUDA kernel for an advantage function for a new RL algorithm that I'm working on. And I mostly have it doing what I want. There are just a couple quirks and edge cases with it. This is essentially trying to automatically learn credit assignment over the next many steps. And at the moment, what it's doing is it's paying a lot of attention to the first step, and then substantially less to the second step, and then a little less to the third, a little less to the fourth, and so on and so forth. So I'm trying to figure out now is why it's paying so much more attention to the first step than the second step. And if it's a bug or if it's like genuine or what. And since we do have a bunch of people watching, all this stuff is on puffer.ai. It's all open source. You can go start the repo to help us out. And join the Discord to get involved with dev if you want. Other than that, back to code. So, yeah, what I was thinking before, right? So the way that I have the value function, right? Value mean gives you the prediction of the reward at the next step, at the second next step, third next step, and so on and so forth. Hang on, is that true? Yeah, so value mean of 0 gives you the prediction of the reward at step 1. So one step in the future. Then gamma is learned. It's based on the standard deviation of the prediction. It gives you the weighting, right? So when we get the rewards, we're always going to have a reward for the first step. And we're never going to have a reward for the last step because we need to go 1 over in the buffer and we don't have anything. That explains why. So that explains why this last term is 1. But see, this last term shouldn't affect us, I don't think. the first term that's weird. Is there any sort of indexing bug that I can think of that would cause this? What would cause more confident predictions on the first time step? I mean, accidentally shifting. If you actually see the case in which you get the reward, like if you see the block break, for instance, that would do it. I don't think that is the case, though. Let me think about that. Because values mean I couldn't possibly have shifted that over 1, right? Is there a good way to test that? Could I do or t plus 1? Could I do reward t plus 2? Let me see if that does anything. I just want to see if I can like get something that causes this behavior. Here's your first epoch one. Oh, hang on. 1.27. That looks better, doesn't it? Let's let it keep running a little bit. One five eight, 161, 166, 174. This actually cleaned it up. So okay. The next step then, so if that makes it even, what if I do, instead of k minus 1 or k whatever, we do this? What does this cause? This is now predicting the reward that you have already got. So you see it break, you see the brick break or whatever, and you're predicting that reward. Ah, do we have something here? Well, you look at that, right? So you get a very accurate prediction for the current time step. But then you still get the fall off starts 2 later. I wonder if I have an off by 1 somehow with the reward indexing. Use the restroom real quick. I'm gonna be right back and then we'll see. We'll investigate that. I'd be kind of surprised. That would be a really bad bug to have, but maybe I screwed up. Be right back. I saw one thing I have to reply to really quick. Because it. Like so funny. Oh yeah, it's just easy. Yeah, your LLM version of it is like the easiest possible setting of RL. You have a freaking one-step problem. You're like solving a bandit problem, and you're saying, "Oh yeah, RL's easy." It's not even a bandit problem because the returns are predictable. Deterministic bandit. Pick which lever to pull. All right. Two-step problem. What is wrong? When I collect my data here, right? Let me see. How we do storing data? Actions, log probs, rewards, done, right? All this stuff. Okay. So you are storing. Oh, wait, hold on. Is that bad here? Technically, it's not single step. Each token is one step. No, it is not. Each token is not an action. Symbolically, it is. Working on a multi-step. Yeah, no, each token is not one step. That's not analogous. That's like me saying each byte of an observation is one step. Or each byte like of an action output is a step or something. That's not how it works. Multi-step RL with LLMs would be great. And that would actually be something where some of the things I work on may be applicable, but it will also be incredibly, incredibly heavy and expensive because LLMs are very slow. Honestly, this is probably the thing where, yeah, I could see you solving a whole bunch of stuff with that. Yeah, I could see that being like the thing that solves everything, honestly. It massively more compute than I have available to do that type of stuff. Yeah, I could see that being the thing that solves everything. Like straight up. But the thing is, there are so many weird quirks with RL. My plan is not to go do that on LLMs. My plan is to like fix all the problems with RL here, where I can do that just like sitting at my my desk working on these fast ends. I mean, just the amount of like compute involved in that is going to be such a pain because like your RL trajectory is the process of you writing a program, for instance, right? So like your actions are the edits that you make to your code. All right, your reward is going to be you run the code, does it do what you want? And then you iterate on this process for a very, very long time. One bill tokens can't solve. One bill tokens can completely consistently win on that. Yeah, tic-tac-toe is like you can solve that problem in about 5 seconds with a tiny RL model from scratch. One bill LLMs. Well, that's like a failure of LLMs, right? I can solve. You don't need 10 billion parameters. I can probably solve that with like, well, you can solve it with way less than 10,000 parameters, but let's say 10,000 because optimization gets janky when you go below that. You can probably solve it with 10 parameters, honestly. Yeah, you can obviously solve it deterministically with a lookup table, but I mean like even if you give it like okay, you have to learn to solve the game just by playing the game from scratch, you can still solve that, with a small handful of parameters, right? Yeah, no, of course. Like, I'm not saying, oh, in order to do this, you need to go have like $1 billion worth of compute, and probably then it's still not enough. It's just you're in a rough spot because your models are a billion parameters minimum. All right. Let me think about this here because I actually think I might have hit on something. So you get your observation. This is receive, okay? And on your first receive, we just give you like 0 rewards and stuff, so it gets a padding value. Okay, but then when you log this with action, your actions are not padded. Doesn't action still maps to the reward one in the future, doesn't it? Because you store these things together. I'm just trying to make sure I don't have an off by one. Actions, death, yeah. So you just make the next block of actions equal to this. Wait, obs. It's reward for this time step, right? So obs pairs with a reward for next time step. So obs this step, then action, then reward. Is there anything I'm doing here that like screws this up? Hang on. I want to do this. So oh wait, hang on. What about these log probs? Experience log probs. Oh, wait. Logits. Action equals action. You took this action with these logits. This is correct, isn't it? You get the observation, you compute your action, and then you get the reward on the next time step. So this should not be off by one. But I'm seeing in the data, it's not a clear indication of an off by one, but it looks like something like that. You know, we get here, new value mean, reward block, new value variance. Just increasing this to +2 already does it. And increasing it to look 2 steps ahead already makes it smooth. Hang on. This is kind of... Is this just shifted? No. So you get very accurate predictions of the reward you can observe. I mean, you would think that that big dip right there would be that you see yourself breaking the block, right? But then why is there still this dip 1 step afterwards? Is it just that you know you're probably not going to get another reward right after you've already gotten one? It's a very sharp decay off, though. And no, because it's averaged over everything, right? This value standard deviation. That's too sharp. Something's wrong. Oh wait, hang on a second. So you also have to predict your own actions, I guess, don't you? Wait, that's a thing. So if you're in a state is the value function learning what the network is going to do? It shouldn't matter though, because in breakout specifically, your action doesn't have any influence on the reward. Like a couple time steps ahead, right? The ball actually has to go all the way to the target. So that hypothesis goes out the window as well. Oh wait, do you know... You should know the direction the ball is going, don't you? Do you know the direction the ball is going? Again, though, it's more confident on the first step. That would be the opposite trend. Can't be that either. Okay. Let's just double check that it's not anything related to this. Oops. IO, LSTM state. 2 positional arguments, but 3 were given. Yeah, you don't need this. Okay. Oh. Oh no, wait, this is still the 2 ahead version, right? Or no, wait, this is not? Hang on. This is... Yeah, this is the same time step version. You still see the same thing. And actually now it's less confident of the first state because it doesn't have memory anymore. But there's still this gap. Interesting. If you do it this way, and I'm correct in my indexing, it means you can predict, well, the reward that you just got, duh. the reward at the next time step, and then it crashes dramatically. I don't know, does that mean like you could break another brick or something in that time? Why don't I just run this on Pong and see if I get the same thing? Has to learn something though for me to get any signal to use. Alright, there's a very, very slight amount of signal here. Yeah, if this gets a breakpoint, then this will be a decent test. This will basically confirm it. If not, it could just be end specific. Should have tried this a while ago. Come on, hit the breakpoint. It's just unlucky. There we go. Two, 271, 28. Yeah, there's still this gap, right? Oh, but interestingly, now it is. No, there's still this like dip. Not anywhere near as bad. And if I undo this, we'll have to rerun this, of course. Maybe there is actually just a breakout specific thing, right? Where it's like, yeah, you can hit a brick, and then it takes 2 frames to hit the next one. If it's like on an angle or something, I don't know. Could be. Could just be an M specific quirk. We'll double check. All right. Interestingly, that didn't score as well, though maybe it didn't. That's weird. Oh, hang on. Does this work? Rewards. I mean, that looks reasonable to me. It's basically confident for. I wouldn't be surprised that's like the time it takes the thing to bounce. Then why isn't breakout confident, right? Like most of the time the ball is gonna hit the ball's just gonna hit the brick and then bounce back, isn't it? I wonder if it's like a weird trajectory segment length problem. Let me try something real quick. $24 M's. What if we do 256 M's? Does that change anything? Let's see what that does. That would be kind of funny if it were a horizon issue. It's still there. That's like a huge gap. Is there something that just makes it hard to predict with breakout? Didn't seem to apply with Pong. I mean, there are going to be M's like this, I guess, right? But what do we do about this? Okay, maybe like the better question is like, why isn't it as confident in the next several steps? Does that make sense to ask? If I continue here, let's undo this before I forget as well. Its value function should be able to see it, right? It's gotten all the observations previous. Hasn't gotten the rewards. Did that close the gap a little bit? It did. So 44, 60. Okay. Oh, wait, hang on. There we go. So 16. Here are your rewards, right? And then yeah, 1 and 1, right? So this is what you're predicting. So on 15, let's look at how this looks. So 14, no, hold on. Values mean 12. Okay, you got 0 value mean. And then let's do reward block. 12. It's 5 away. Okay, let's get a little closer. 14. It thinks it's going to be here, here, or there's a trailing. It could take a little longer. This is 0.2, so it still thinks that there's a trailing possibility. And now it's reduced it quite substantially. So it knows this is actually a good value function. It knows it's going to get a reward here. And here, it puts some probability math trailing. Because it's not sure. It could take an extra step, I guess. Okay. I mean, I like this. This makes sense to me. Let's see if we learn the value function better. What happens if we learn the value function? We do this. 32, like this. Maybe this. Try this. Oop, what's wrong? I don't know how that happened. I think it does make more sense to learn the whole distribution. Clamp received. Got linear. Hang on. What happened here? Breakpoint. Wait, no, this is self dot decoder. Value log standard deviation. Oh, hang on. Decoder. Oh, wait, yeah, you're just using the wrong one. Cool. Oops. That's a very different story, isn't it? One, 0.3, 0.1, 2. And it has no idea. 8, 9, 10. Has no idea this far out, right? Keep running it. See if it keeps going up. Okay. That gives you, that's something for sure. Oh, it's a very interesting distribution, actually. Why is it so confident about the ones later on? Interesting. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh. And then it goes this far out, and then it doesn't know again. Is it actually predicting the bounce? I think it is predicting the bounce here. Wait, no, hang on. Value standard deviation. Or rather, it's predicting that it doesn't actually know when it's going to hit, right? So it's pretty confident here that it's not getting any reward. and then it doesn't know exactly when it's going to break a brick, but it knows it's going to break a brick. And then it's pretty confident it's not going to break a brick for a while, and then it doesn't know. Let's see if we can make sure that that's actually happening. Okay. No rewards given. And it's pretty clean and confident that it's not getting any reward until it goes too far out. It's too far, so let's do 48. Okay, this one's nice, right? Wait, 48. Block 48. This, right? And values mean it's a little early. It's very unconfident here that it's when it's getting the reward. That's weird, isn't it? Maybe we just have to run this. Shouldn't be slow, right? $820K. Let's commit this. It is learning. Definitely is learning. 276 is all it got on this one. Well, we will see whether it is better learnable. What happened with that run? Let me just check this, and then I'm gonna go for dinner. Not this one. Hey YouTube folks. We just got the new version of this algorithm running as an initial test. So this is the previous sweep comparison here. What's wrong with this? Why don't I see my dashboard? Oh, here. So this is these are the runs, and then if I look at the Pareto front, okay. So you really don't solve the N fully. You get very close, but you don't really fully solve it with this version of the algorithm. There are a whole bunch of different factors I can consider with that. The one I want to do for now is just having the variance be adaptive per term. So we will see how this goes. I'm going to go get some dinner. And we may or may not be back after dinner with RL content, I will say. Definitely will be back tomorrow. For anyone who's interested in this stuff more generally, it's all free and open source. It's at puffer.ai. You can start the GitHub to help us out. That really helps us. And if you want to get involved in dev, you don't need an RL background. Some of our best contributors just came in with a good programming background and they pick it up. If you want to make M's like this or contribute to the science, join the Discord right here, puffer.gg or discord.gg/puffer. You can follow me on X for more RL content. There's also a blog here as well, and lots of fun demos.